Everything happened 2038 AD on Mars, which became the last line of defense of the people of Earth and the Moon. But after 3 years, everything had to end, because at that time a general offensive against the aliens was planned. It was to take place on the defense line of Mars, where the stronghold of the Earth Federation was located. David carefully prepared for this day. He collected all the necessary equipment. The man was the commander of the Earth Federation's Blood Wolf Squad. Suddenly, they received a pre-warning message from the system that said only one thing. A man named Magnus, who had the nickname Fatty, reported the situation. Turns out they were under attack by the enemy, and right now the remnants of their squad were fighting back as best they could. But the strangers, so-called monsters that people had to deal with, were too many. So David gave the order to immediately go on the counterattack, and his guys opened fire on the invaders. At that time, the weapons had also changed a lot. They no longer had gunpowder, and instead of ammunition used a laser. David commanded to continue firing, which, however, was not doing much damage to the aliens. Even nuclear bombs were ineffective against them, the man thought, and that was annoying. And after all, when they first appeared, they could be killed even with ordinary rifles. But after 3 years of war with these outsiders, the monsters had developed a resistance to even nukes. As a result, half of the Mars defense line was already in the clutches of the aliens. They had even developed a counterattack method that brutally killed people, particularly their commander. But what was more terrifying was that 3 new species had appeared among these horrible monsters. In order to completely eradicate all of humanity, they had mutated and were now divided into classes. David was even forced to sound an orange alert level, for the aliens had evolved. They had become mutants with extraordinary speed and strength, and the humans urgently needed help. After all, in the face of these terrifying creatures, human superiority had completely disappeared. However, David realized that their main task in the war was to survive, so he turned to everyone, telling them not to panic. The man said that the 3 new mutants he was taking over, and Fatty was left in charge of the defense. With these words, he ran at the first mutant, who was a little surprised to see his first opponent. David Hayden was a first-class fighter. In all his 22 years of service, he had never been defeated in battle. That was to be the case today. But the man was still surprised at the speed of the new species of aliens. When one of them tried to grab him with its arm, David fired at it. This obviously didn't please the monster. In turn, the man was surprised that there was someone who dared to fight him. He opened fire on the man, or rather, it was an attack from the mouth, which contained a powerful laser charge. But David managed to dodge all his attacks. He was well trained, so he knew what to do. After a moment, when the enemy stopped with the guys, he dropped to one knee and returned fire. He figured that no matter how much these things evolved, but their attacks would be useless against him. But suddenly the man noticed someone approaching him from behind, and before he did, he saw the leg of a mutant monster in front of him. They were making their way towards their Earth Federation point, but David realized that he had to hold them off and buy time. The fat man, meanwhile, asked him over the radio where the Moon's sister squad was hanging around, because the time was now. Their men were dying, they urgently needed help, and they would not be able to resist the aliens for long at this rate. But David wanted to know why Luna's squad was delayed, because the time for a general attack had already come. But not a single ship from the lunar squadron has not appeared, the man thought, if they were intercepted. David tried to contact the local command center of the general offensive in the Lunar Federation. After some time of unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded, and the connection was established. Except that instead of the usual voice of the dispatcher, he heard screams that surprised the man greatly. In fact, it wasn't even shouting. It was strangers talking to each other, and it was one of them who received David's call. Hearing this, the man realized with horror what had happened to the people of the Moon Federation. He wondered if the Moon Federation didn't have the strength to provide them with reinforcements at the moment. David looked at the oncoming monsters and felt a little confused. The man sarcastically remarked that he would have to look for a wife in his next life. However, he was beaten by Fatty, who was the first to put on his special outfit and said he would be the first to leave. He apologized one last time for pulling him back all these years, and then activated the effects of the suit. In the next instant, there was a powerful explosion that exterminated half of the monsters at once. But those remained, so now it was David's turn to finish off the ones that were left. The man thought that this would be his last mission because what he was about to do was suicide. He took one last look at his locket, which held a picture of his family, his mom, dad, and little sister. On the other hand, it meant that he would finally be able to free himself and leave this place. Meanwhile, he was already completely surrounded by strangers, so he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. The only option left was that not every soldier in their squad wore the self-destruct equipment. After all, few could sacrifice themselves to save 100 other lives of their comrades. David activated his equipment, thinking of his family one last time. Now he was retreating towards them. The self-destruct effect created a huge explosion, which was the only powerful attack against the outsiders so far. David felt his body being torn apart. The sensation was horrible, but it lasted less than a minute. Soon Mars shuddered from the incredibly powerful explosion. He, as squad leader, had the most powerful effect. However, then something happened that David had in no way expected after his death. His soul was released from his body and moved somewhere new, without the man himself feeling it. However, soon the coloring of his soul changed and curled up into a cocoon that went somewhere down. It was a little strange, but David was able to feel that moment, and then everything stopped. The man found himself on a bed in an incomprehensible place. He was awake but conscious and just did not want to get up. But soon he had to do so because of the unbearable stench that suddenly appeared near his nose. It turned out to be a dirty sock, but it didn't belong to him, and suddenly David realized everything. As if to confirm his thoughts, Fatty said cheerfully that he thought his sock would help. He added not to make his friend angry, for it had helped bring him to his senses, but David looked rather surprised. He got out of bed and grabbed his friend by the shoulders, saying that it was unbelievable, for they were still alive. But Fatty didn't know what he was talking about. It seemed to him that his friend was still reeling from his sock joke. Then David pinched him, checking to see if his partner was really alive. And the man wondered, asking what he was doing. And then suddenly David hugged him. He was just glad his friend was alive. But the toll took the gesture a little differently. David didn't fully know what had happened to him. Maybe it was time travel or rebirth. Magnus still thought that his friend had some unhealthy feelings for him and hurried to leave him. David looked around and realized, to his surprise, that he was in his own apartment. Moreover, he had traveled 8 years back in time, and now it was only 2030 on the calendar. However, the man didn't understand why he had such a bad headache, thinking it was because of the explosion. Then he suddenly remembered that 8 years ago, he was just still in the academy where he was rejected by a girl. He liked her for a long time, so after getting rejected, the guy fell into depression and spent all last night with a bottle. David didn't understand why he had to come back exactly after this event, but he couldn't help it. Suddenly, he had another thought, because if he had traveled back 8 years, then his parents must still be alive. The guy started looking for his cell phone to contact them, but the apartment was a mess as usual. He soon found the phone under the pillow on his bed, and his heart fluttered at the impending call. He found his little sister's contact, whose name was Dina, but suddenly realized he couldn't get his act together. After all, this was so unfamiliar, even though David realized he owed it to himself to do it as soon as possible. He even pinched himself, telling himself that he should calm down, but it was surprisingly painful. David thought that he wasn't used to his new body yet. After all, it was a whole 8 years younger and stronger. The guy slapped his cheeks like he always did when he needed to pull himself together and dialed his sister. Literally immediately, Dina took the call, but David was at a loss for words again when he heard her voice. He put the phone to his ear, listening to his sister ask why he had dialed her, but David was still silent. He couldn't believe it was really his own sister's voice, because that meant his parents were alive too. Then Dina decided to bring him down to earth by talking about her sister Angela, who was not a match for him at all. She added that she was a member of the Federation Genius Club with her, so she had to tell it like it was. The girl said that her brother was certainly not a bad guy, but Sister Angela could not be his girlfriend. At that time, Fatty came into his room, who thought that his friend was already unlucky in love, and now his own sister was killing him. But to his surprise, David only replied that he was glad to hear his little sister's voice and promised to come home this weekend. Then Dina said that he finally understood everything, and suddenly added that she wanted her brother to get rid of his fat friend as soon as possible. She said that just looking at his fat face made her want to beat him up, and Magnus hated to hear it. David noticed it too, and at one point he wanted to tell his sister about it, but changed his mind. Instead, he suddenly said that he would always love her, which confused his little sister a little. Dina at first didn't understand what he said, but then it shocked her, and the girl was even scared. She thought that her brother had a nervous breakdown right in the middle of the day, and it disturbed her. Meanwhile, David added that he didn't like Angela at all, though it was a bit of a silly statement. Dina noticed it because her brother's tone was definitely different, so she thought again. She was only worried about him not saying it because he was going to do something stupid. She screamed all over the tube, addressing Magnus and telling him that if anything bad happened to her brother, then she would haunt Fatty for the rest of her life. Though given her brother's temper, that definitely wouldn't happen. The girl thought that it would actually be good if Angela became her sister-in-law. Meanwhile, David mentally thanked Dean, because now he would be able to call them his parents. Without thinking long, the guy dialed the number. Soon he was answered by his father, who was the first to receive the call from his son. He asked why he called so suddenly, asking if he had some problems. But David replied that he just missed them, and then his father invited him for dinner this weekend. And his mom added that he shouldn't get his head wrapped up in his studies alone, because there were so many beautiful girls around. Then his mom suddenly asked him when he would finally bring his girlfriend home, which embarrassed him a little. But then her father interrupted her, saying that David did not listen to his mother because real men should strive to do great things. But the wife quickly interrupted her husband, reminding him that he himself was just a retired commander of the cook squad. They wished their son a good education and once again invited him to their house for dinner, and he wished them luck. The boy even breathed a little sigh of relief because it was really not an easy decision. Before, when talking to his parents, he always wanted to hang up as soon as possible, but now he wanted to keep listening to them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Magnus, who was sitting at his computer desk reading a comic book. Looking at his friend, David found it hard to believe that this fatty would become a great shooter of the squad in the future. He would accompany him on the Mars battlefield until his death, but he would be the first to die. Suddenly, David thought that there must be some way to prevent that devastating catastrophe. Now, in this body of a 20-year-old boy was a fully matured, unyielding soldier, which meant he would definitely think of something. But first, it would be a good idea to fill his stomach. They ate dinner together and soon went to bed. Fatty falling asleep first, as always with some food beside him. This time he was dreaming of something pleasant. David realized from the sounds he was making, Magnus seemed to be laughing. But David couldn't sleep. He was thinking about all the events that had happened to him during this time. He was glad he could hear the voices of his loved ones again, but he didn't understand why or how he had been reborn. It was also a mystery that it had only happened to him. David thought that tonight had been a remarkably quiet night. And yet in just 5 years, such a gentle night would no longer exist due to the alien invasion. 5 years later, the Earth-Moon system, disguised as comets, was attacked by aliens. Several important cities on Earth and Moon had received a crushing blow. The guy remembered it well. Humans had been too careless, even though they had fantasized about the existence of aliens. But there was no way they expected that in the sky above, aliens would one day really appear. At first, humanity began to fiercely resist. They shot back and fought battles every day. In the early days of the war, both sides exchanged pleasantries, and the humans even gained the upper hand. But the turning point was the battle on the Curtis Plateau. It became a key battle in the battle for Mars. Due to the inattention of humans, the northern part of Mars was occupied by aliens, after which the battle for Mars did not stop for 3 years. However, during these 3 years, the aliens became stronger and stronger. They learned to resist humans. Eventually, after the defeat at Sun Lake, the humans lost control of Mars and went on the defensive. 2 key nodes were destroyed by comets, causing the human coalition to fail to react in time. They had lost several important strongholds, and besides, the aliens had somehow figured out how the major battles would go. David wondered if it was possible that the outsiders also had supernatural abilities. But that phrase of the moon people he heard in the guide, the guy wondered if they could have been traitors. After all, everything must have a reason. And if the moon people really betrayed them, what was their reason? But David soon rejected this conjecture. These speculations of his were of little use now. After all, he didn't belong to the top brass, so most of the information was out of his reach. He thought that even though he was back in the past, he couldn't do anything right now. It was for the best. However, he somehow felt like there was some kind of problem within the people, and he just couldn't leave it at that. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a poster on the door that read, "Fight for Earth" in English. Then suddenly, David thought what would happen if he too became a member of the upper management and learned about everything from the archives. After all, during the military school in the past, his grades were too mediocre for that. However, this time was different, and if things worked out, he could join the top leadership. And with it, the right to influence decision-making, so maybe he could find the key to solving the problem. But the most important thing is that because of the war, after 5 years, the students with good results became the main forces on Earth because of the war. Recklessness and fun won't help in solving problems, so David realized that he had to be serious and consistent. Meanwhile, Fatty was dreaming about all his classmates looking at him and his girlfriend with envy. Yes, in the dream he had his favorite girl Lulu, whom he met at the end of the 3rd semester. Soon after school, they went to his house where Magnus took her into the bedroom and pulled her close to him. He suddenly reached for the zipper on her breasts, intending to stretch them, and the girl embarrassedly told him to stop. But suddenly the guy's plans were interrupted by a monster who had unobtrusively opened his bedroom window. The werewolf wolf burst into their room and roared, which scared them both, and then grabbed Lulu. It was quite unexpected. The girl screamed for Magnus to help her, but he was still in shock. The werewolf took advantage of that, pushing Fatty with his foot and sending him flying to the back of the room. Magnus didn't understand where the werewolf had come from, but he told the girl not to worry because he would save her. But the werewolf seemed to have other plans and headed back out the window, intending to just run away. Magnus shouted for the beast not to even think about escaping until he got his Lulu back. Fatty pounced on the wolf. He grabbed the hand he was holding his girlfriend with and tried to unclench it, but it didn't work. He noticed that it wasn't a werewolf but a real waterman. He could tell by the way it looked. Magnus cried out in despair, for he didn't know how to fight such monsters, and his girl was doomed. Fortunately, at that moment he was just waking up, and was surprised to find that things were not so made up. For he was indeed clutching someone's hand, except it wasn't a waterman, but his best friend and roommate. David didn't understand why Fatty was suddenly grabbing his hand, and it made him a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. The guy only glanced at Magnus, as if asking what it meant, and he apparently wasn't fully awake yet. The fat man shouted, saying that his friend had become a waterman, which surprised David even more. They sat like that for a while longer. But soon David couldn't stand it anymore and turned to his friend. He asked him what he was doing, and he asked if he had drowned himself, and now his spirit was haunting him. He added why he had to do it over some woman, obviously meaning his fictional girlfriend. But David replied that his friend was just having a nightmare, and he himself just decided to practice. The boy said that a future soldier couldn't afford to be lazy, and Fatty said that his friend reminded him of an instructor. David thought that failure in love does seem like something serious when you're young, but then it becomes just a good memory. And even though it was his body, all aspects of it had changed a lot, and it would take some time to adapt. Besides, if you compare the use of genetic power, the conditions on Mars and here were like heaven and earth. Probably the feeling he was feeling now could only be understood by people who had survived the hell itself. And in fact, even his friend Magnus was also very talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live to see the last battle. Reluctantly, he wondered what motivated his friend to fight on the battlefield, if for himself it was hatred. With those thoughts, he threw off his shirt and headed for the shower, and Magnus could see that his friend was agitated about something. The fat man thought that his friend must be trying to suppress his pain by working out, having been rejected by a girl. That's why his fictional Lulu is the best, since she'll never give him so much trouble. With that thought, the boy reached for the bag of sweets that invariably lay beside him on the bed. Magnus had his own way of dealing with problems, and if he ever had grief in his life, he always drowned it in food. David thought he might have known that before, for it was food that kept his friend going in all his battles. Meanwhile, he went into the shower to tidy himself up, as they used it a lot on Mars. He took another look at his body and thought that he could do a lot of things now that he was in good shape. A 5-group meth snows triathlon and a 10-kilometer cross-country run when he peaked would be a breeze for him. David thought that now LN had recovered 40–50%. In fact, his body should now be better and more stable. It's just that the genetic power needs further training, and such a mysterious feeling appeared to him. To be more precise, it happened in the war against outsiders. In this era, genetically modified soldiers were not a taboo. Originally, in order to colonize Mars and the Moon, scientists began to conduct research on reconfiguring people's genes. Eventually, this research made such a huge breakthrough that it solved not only the problems of adapting to an alien environment, but also greatly expanded humanity's potential, which was a very good achievement. Genetic technology had truly brought human exploration of the Moon to reality. The Earth Federation had a somewhat conservative attitude towards genetic engineering and leaned more heavily towards natural evolution. They believed that more time was needed to achieve the goal of fully adapting humans to interstellar travel. The people of the Moon, on the other hand, acted more radically, for the harsh conditions dictated a more pressing need. And while direct genetic adjustment brought benefits such as increased IQ and adaptability, but it also brought about some physical and mental deficiencies that created huge controversy. But the Moon people, through the pairing of new humans, took advantage of the superior ability of humans. It consisted in self-regulation by human heredity of survival of the fittest species. In essence, the goals of the Moon and Earth were the same, only the processes of achieving them were warm for one and hot for the other. David thought that his physical condition would be much better for the war. The main thing was to let this body get used to the genetic power. His muscles would need to be tightened up too, as they would need to match the genetic strength for maximum effect. The method to do this is quite simple. Train until his heart rate drops. He now had a good understanding of his potential. Both Earth and Moon attach great importance to military schools, so the living conditions there are often amazing for newcomers. But of course, the requirements for admission there are also high. The main criterion for evaluation is genetic value. David finally came out of the shower, which pleased Fatty because he wanted to eat with him. The boys got ready and went to the mess hall because the food at the military school was good and Magnus liked it. It seemed a little strange to David that his friend hadn't said a word about the menu, as he always did. Instead, he suddenly said that for some reason, he thought David seemed different today. He wondered if Fatty's skills were beginning to awaken, and he had been quite outstanding in the war. David decided to find out for sure, asking what was different about him. Magnus simply pointed to his mouth, saying that the obvious example was this smile. He couldn't tell exactly what had changed. Perhaps his friend was just prettier, but it made David uncomfortable. He said that Magnus's compliments didn't make him feel good at all because he didn't see the point of them. From the outside, they were spoken of as the guy who dared to confess to the prettiest girl in the school in Fatty. Meanwhile, the friends had eaten a large breakfast and were looking for a table. Magnus noticed how everyone was whispering about David, discussing what he had done, namely his public declaration of love. It was the same on social networks where people thought that this guy's enthusiasm had disappeared after such an incident. For a moment, Fatty was even amused to read all these comments, but then he sighed loudly. To David, he said that the youth in their day had no respect for their elders at all, clearly alluding to himself and his friend. But it just so happened that his statement was heard by the people around him, and everyone laughed with it, and Magnus felt embarrassed. Suddenly, some girl who was clearly unhappy with David's actions approached their table. She said furiously that he had already glorified their class with his love confessions. Her name was Catherine Seindahl. The girl was the old lady of their class at the special military school. She was also a friend of David and Magnus, and a close friend at that, but she had been the head girl for 4 years now. David remembered that after graduation, she had advanced quickly in the military service against outsiders, and became one of the youngest spaceship captains to take part in the battles. She and Fatty had been at the bottom of the military for the first few years, but that hadn't stopped her from continuing to hang out with them in any way. Too bad it seems the heavens themselves were jealous of her talent, for her fleet was nearly defeated in the Battle of Sun Lake. And in the end, Catherine Seindel also fell in that battle, defending her spaceship to the last. However, that would happen later. But for now, the girl asked if she wasn't right when she saw David looking at her intently. Then she moved closer to him and asked if the guy was so eager to embarrass them for the whole school. David thought that she was right, because he had really distinguished himself. Then Fatty decided to support his friend, telling Catherine that he had already realized everything and he had been laughed at. And the girl turned to David, asking him how well he had thought it over, if he would treat them to 3 full lunches. Fatty joined her, saying that the lad would also have to wash his socks for a week. Then David couldn't take it anymore. He said it was more of a get-together than a consolation. Catherine said that she had originally wanted to comfort him, but when she saw his smiling grin, she decided it was unnecessary. Magnus's support showed up when he asked for his bank card password, saying that he'd take care of it instead. And David thought that in the past, at this point, he really had gotten seriously injured, and it had caused a bunch of problems. But now the fact that he was depressed about Angela now seemed really ridiculous to him. He felt great this time, and it was a whole new experience that he enjoyed though. The taste of the food seemed great to him too. For those who had been through war know how nice it is to eat in peace and quiet. But later on, the quality of the food was getting worse and worse, and it was nothing compared to the food in times of peace. To the fat man, he said that he had no bank card, and the pile of socks could be left lying in the dormitory. Catherine decided to change the subject and asked if the guys shouldn't focus on 3rd year. But Magnus replied that all the graduates were the same, and it didn't make much difference what stamp he had on his diploma. He added that he even admired David for not caring at all about his results, and he thought that he should act as soon as possible and take his studies seriously, so that these words were no longer true. His thoughts were shared by Catherine, who said that the stamp was what they would start with when they enlisted in the army. Magnus then rather remarked that they were lucky to have such a caring headmistress who worried about them. He added that he and David were probably hopeless, so would depend on Big Sis in the future. The girl decided to play along and agreed, saying that she was already a member of the Iron Eagle fleet. It was quite unexpected, because this fleet was an army of aces and it was extremely difficult to get there. But Catherine said she could do it, she added, so the boys would take better care of their own future. She asked, since they both had ballots now, was it really more than 700, which wasn't that much. The girl said for the guys to work hard these days, she might even help them with that. They needed to aim for 800 points, and if they could make it to the Earth Elite competition, it would greatly improve their grades, and it didn't matter if they won anything or not. The guys liked the idea. David said that the head teacher was right and promised to make every effort to go to the competition. When Catherine heard that, she praised him, saying that it was the right thing to do, and then asked what about Fatty. He answered that he would try to go to the competition, but without much enthusiasm, and then she calmed down. David, meanwhile, decided to take a drink from his mug, but suddenly realized that he hadn't asked the most important question yet. He was a little embarrassed and then asked when the competition would take place, wanting to know how much time they had. Catherine replied that they still had over a month, and she also noticed that the guy had already eaten everything. That surprised Catherine a little, because she remembered that he had taken a portion for the real gluttons, but he had managed it even before Fatty. David, finishing the last bun, looked at her, not understanding why she was so surprised. And then he announced that he was going to get more, and soon appeared again with a full plate of buns. The guy explained that he needed a lot of calories for his high-intensity workouts, and it wasn't enough just to eat. He needed to load his stomach with enough to last him a long time. A couple of minutes later, he was eating another meal too, saying how great it was that they didn't have a war. But Catherine and Magnus didn't understand these words of his, and soon David realized that he had babbled too much. He hurried to change the subject. He asked why the boys weren't eating, but Catherine said that she was already full, watching him do it. She wondered how it was possible to eat so much in such a short period of time. Magnus thought that his friend had really turned his emotions into a desire to eat and had restricted himself to food alone. In Fatty's eyes, it was terrible, for he wanted to help David and ended up teaching him to also nibble on his grief. He added that his friend should not despair, for he still had everything ahead of him. Sooner or later, he would meet them and his girlfriend. Catherine also added that men should be strong, so he should focus on the points now. And David thought that his friends had misjudged his behavior again, but he really couldn't explain anything to them. Catherine Seindahl lived in the women's dormitory of the Dragon Riding School, not far from David and Magnus. She had just finished her little job and was glad she had finally made up her mind about everything. Her dorm mate asked if she had chosen too many disciplines when the girls showed her the result of her work. There was a list of all the disciplines that were related to the Navy, and Catherine had chosen them all. She even suggested her friend to choose the same, but she refused, saying that it was too difficult for her. Especially, she added that it could be the other way around, and she would be the one to take her friend under her wing in the future. The girl was going for navigator, and Catherine said that it was actually great, because her help would be needed too. She also wondered what courses David and Magnus had chosen, since those two had to be supervised all the time. Meanwhile, in the men's dormitory at Dragon Letters, the boys were discussing their choices. David was unhappy that his friend had chosen only those subjects that required cramming, but Magnus justified his choice. He said he was sure he'd be able to graduate, so it was a perfectly safe scheme. Then David pointed to the figure of the girl Fatty adored, the beautiful Lulu. David said that his zeal for learning should be the same as hers, so what he should choose was shooting. But Fatty thought that his friend was joking, because two no-goods like them and competition just aren't compatible. Then David said he meant it, because they still had almost a month to improve their results. And if he was going to try to score more points, his friend could too, but he didn't want to. Fatty wondered if David had discovered what he had been hiding so well all this time. Finally, David said that if Magnus didn't have 800 points by the end of the month, he would put all his figures up for sale. To this, Fatty asked if he'd been coveting Lulu for a long time, saying that just because he'd been rejected didn't mean he should act that way. David didn't understand what he was saying that to, and ran out onto the roof, and Fatty thought he was having a bad frontal experience. It must have hit him hard, for he had despised glasses before, and now he had lost his humanity altogether. Then Magnus took the figurine of his Lulu, saying that he would not let anyone take it from him, for he treasured the girl very much. David, meanwhile, thought that he was just over a month away from the deadline, but that would be enough. Genetic power was in every person's body, and the right way to control it was the main key to unlocking it. Knowing this, he could now become the strongest man of this era, impressing everyone with his skills. Therefore, he must reach the peak state of his body before the strangers arrived. He just had to do it. 5 days later, they were already standing in the stadium of the Dragon Riding School, where the boy began his training. To begin with, he decided to pay attention to his endurance, so he went out for a jog every day. This time he was running for speed, and Fatty, who was watching him with Catherine, said he felt sorry for his friend. They thought he was still worried about Angela's rejection, but David had something else on his mind. He'd been practicing, eating and sleeping for days now, and he'd never felt sorry for himself. Magnus summed it up by saying that love had ruined his friend, because he hadn't been like that before. Not at all. But Catherine said that David had just gotten better, and added that Fatty could use a change too. She took his chips and threw them in the trash, telling him to go train now. But Magnus didn't see much point in that, since he already had over 700 points for the competition. But the girl didn't notice that. She said that she wouldn't repeat her demand to Fatty twice. Then he realized that Catherine was not joking, and ran out on the track to David, saying that he would run a little with him. And the latter told his friend to keep in mind that if he overtook him, he would sell a poster of his favorite goddess Lulu. Catherine was pleased to see the boys trying hard. She thought that at this rate, they would do well. In the evening of the same day in the training hall of the Dragon Riding School, David continued his program. He thought that his friend Magnus was too weak now, because he had fallen off after the 10th lap. The fat man then said he couldn't go on, and he had to crawl home to see his cosmic beauty. But David knew that they were now in their 20s, and that was the age when it was easiest to master genetic power. He would definitely need to get 800 points for the competition, because right now he only had a little over 350. Although the number of points didn't reflect real combat effectiveness, but society needed some sort of certification system. He had missed out on a lot of things in the past because of his willfulness, but it wouldn't happen again this time. The boy finished with his training in the hall and headed to the training building of the Dragon Riding School. The point proficiency training was about to begin, and the system turned to the students. It informed them that they should each head to their respective zones. David went to the one with less than 500 points. He used the celestial information to register with the system, and the system thanked him for his cooperation. The registration was successful, but all David saw was a message that he should work harder. After all, his score was well below average, but the guy thought that this situation would change today. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a familiar girl. Angela asked the older student to let her go. And David was greatly surprised to see the girl. He asked himself what she was doing here. The senior student, meanwhile, said that she shouldn't be so cold to him. His name was William. David involuntarily thought that the world really is a small place, except that in this situation, it was more like harassment. Suddenly, Angela noticed him. The girl saw David looking directly at her and got a little embarrassed. And the guy remembered that William, who was harassing her, was in the top 5 in points, and his father was an MP. Anyway, the guy was the picture of a tall, rich, handsome man, so David decided he'd better not stick around. He turned around to leave, but this was noticed by Angela, who decided to use him for cover. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his arm, much to David's surprise. But what she said next was even stranger. For Angel turned to William, saying that the thing was that she already liked one guy, and it was David. So, Angela apologized. She doesn't want her boyfriend to get it wrong. The girl meant it. William just stood there looking at them for a while, slowly digesting everything the girl had just told him. But he still couldn't believe that this fool was her boyfriend, and after all, it was more like a prank. However, William himself had told Angela not to try to use David as a shield, because everyone knew what he had gotten up to a couple days ago. However, to everyone's surprise, Angela said that the older man didn't know everything because she hadn't rejected David that time. She just didn't like the way he was acknowledging her. Because where has it ever been seen that instead of at least flowers, a guy would take his clothes off? David listened to this and could not believe that the girl really said such words, and they were wonderful. It gave him strength and confidence, so David decided he could afford some willfulness. He stuck Angela to him and turned to William, telling him that he wasn't being gentlemanly. David said a few more words, and Angela wondered if he had always been so eloquent. When he finished, the crowd of students behind him cheered him on, saying that William had really crossed the line here, and he thought that there were too many people here for him to do anything else, and that annoyed him. However, he couldn't just watch this couple cuddle like that, so he was forced to leave them. The guy gave David one last angry glance, saying that he remembered him, but the guy didn't even waggle an eyebrow. Angela, on the other hand, seemed to tense up a bit. The girl realized that William hadn't given up and would continue to pursue her. The guy finally said that he hoped she would make the right choice, and then he left. The girl herself also began to be called by her friends, who invited Angela to have dinner together. Then she turned to David, who was still holding her close to him, saying that he could let her go. He took his hand back in a flash, saying he'd forgotten all about it. But Angela understood his feelings. But she didn't think that the guy would really take her rejection as rejection. Angela thought why such a talented girl like Dina had such a loose and stupid older brother. David, meanwhile, was thinking how soft her skin was and the smell of her hair. He couldn't help but admire her. Angela cleared her throat and thanked him for helping her out in this situation, and wanted to add something else. However, David interrupted her. He said that she shouldn't thank him, as it wasn't hard for him to be her excuse. He added that he had other things to do, so he must go. And with these words, he left the girl, who was a little surprised. David went back to thinking about his scores, which he wanted to check now to see if they had gone up. When the war started, the system stopped being used, so today he would be able to find out everything. In order to change the future, at this point he could only increase his score on his points. The guy was already standing near the right office and then entered it. This was where he was going to spend the rest of his time. To begin with, David decided to see what was available to him now and opened the menu of a special program. There were all sorts of battles there. In particular, there were even duels against others, and that interested him. But David realized that if he went to fight against his classmates now, it would be more like a beating. That's when the basic training option caught his attention. He clicked on it, delving into the details of the description. Essentially, it tested the soldier's abilities by simulating various brutal military conditions. In his previous life, this type of competition had seemed utterly repugnant to him, but now he had gotten a taste of war. Therefore, David chose this training option without too much hesitation and confirmed his choice. The system then welcomed David Hayden, a student of the Dragon Riding's military school. And since he had missed a month of competitions, 10 points would be deducted from him. This did not make him happy. He felt uncomfortable that he, the future squad leader, was being deducted points for skipping. The control room completed the initialization of the simulated battlefield, and the system announced that he could enter. Then David put on a special suit, without which it was impossible to be in this environment. And then he took his seat. The system asked if the student was ready to start training, and he answered positively. Then the system ogled the start of the immersion copy for training, the pain transfer coefficient set to 100%. Then the simulation of his suit started, which made him feel like a real soldier on the battlefield. Soon the suit completed the simulation, and in a moment he was to be on the Mars battlefield. This location was called Magnificent Fireworks, and already David could see the new environment around him. He landed safely and immediately noted that he hadn't forgotten how to do it properly, which was very gratifying. Soon the system finished loading, and he saw a multitude of enemy scout drones in front of him. Meanwhile, in the men's dormitory of the journalism department of the Dragon Riding School, life went on as usual. The students were rushing to finish their homework for their freshman year, but no one could find good material. A guy named Michael said that this month was somehow ordinary and there was no specifics. He couldn't interview girls anymore, and funny videos weren't very engaging lately. Plus, there was a score exam coming up, and everyone was studying hard, making them look too formulaic. It was because of this that he lacked good material, and he had already been looking at the scoreboard for an hour. Most likely, all the popular entries had already been cut and used as material, so he would have to find something among the not-so-popular entries, and Michael set to work. Suddenly, he came across an anonymous person who was taking the Magnificent Fireworks test right now. The guy could see this information thanks to the system, but this exercise was designed to use Mars as a battlefield, and only top-ranked masters dared to try to pass it, but even such experts would drop out almost immediately. Therefore, it was too naive if this guy chose this test in an attempt to earn points. After all, it would end with him brutally humiliated and out of there in just a moment. Suddenly, Michael noticed that this student's sense of pain had reached 100%. It was incredibly creepy. David, meanwhile, thought that the only thing missing from this place was the smell of blood. However, these rocks and the wind atmosphere. All in all, this whole place full of wasteland and brutality, this was definitely it, the Mars battlefield. He was familiar with it. Here it represented a passage through a gorge, and that meant that the testator would have to avoid all sorts of artillery pieces all the way down this passage. However, in addition to the frequent surprise shots from around the corner, there were other attacks to be wary of in this place. These included induction mines, which could be used to lose a limb. David was well versed in each of the types of attacks that were present on the battlefield, so he had an advantage. Before the test began, there was a 1-minute demonstration of the gun's firing trajectories. Michael watched David with interest, expecting him to fail the test in the next second. Meanwhile, David prepared to start. He had successfully memorized the map of the test and was sure that he would pass it. The guy accelerated and ran towards the gorge. He already saw the first mines he had memorized from the map. However, to Michael's surprise, he easily ran through them, dodging the explosions. Nothing hit him. Next came the laser attacks from the artillery, but that didn't give David much of a problem either. He deftly passed through every corner of the gorge, not allowing any of the attacks to hit him, much less injure him. Soon he stopped, because he remembered that at this point it was best to dodge attacks on the spot. The guy looked directly at the artillery units in front of him, for he knew where they were located. Those opened fire on the tester. If a single attack hit him, David would feel real pain. However, he realized it himself. He prepared to bounce in time to avoid being hit. So he did. However, David had to run further down the gorge, so he had to think how to pass these installations. They were called photon cannons, and one of their disadvantages was that they couldn't get a target in the air. As expected, the ones couldn't detect him, and he flew safely over them, continuing onward on his route. Of course, the guy realized that now the rigs would turn around and fire at him again, so he had to hurry up. And as if to confirm his words, the photon cannons fired a new volley when he was already running through the gorge. But David was able to get far enough away, so the explosions from the cannons didn't hurt him. Mike was especially surprised by this. The guy was shocked that this student was able to pass already 70% of the tests. After all, 100 meters of this passage can be described as 100 meters of death, and to pass such a distance by 70% is already a reason for pride. But what was most striking was that after all those moves to dodge the shots, David still had the strength to destroy the guns themselves and earn extra points. His skill level surprised Michael so much that he thought of the guy as some kind of superhuman. Meanwhile, David continued to dodge the attacks of the photon cannons, which became even more numerous as he advanced through the gorge. But the boy realized that he had dealt with all this before in the war, so he wasn't even nervous. But another flash of laser was aimed in his direction and almost reached his eye. Michael, seeing this, thought it was incredible, because this student had already passed most of the test. Michael wondered if it was just one man, as he felt as if there was an army fighting there. But there was really only one David, who was already approaching the final stage of the trial. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the guy realized that he had to get out of here. That's what he did, but the situation suddenly took an unexpected turn, and now he was going to have to sweat. After all, what he saw next made even Michael scream that this was bad, and perhaps he should stop the ordeal. David looked at the debris of Earth that was suddenly in the air, because someone or something had sent it there from underground. Michael asked the system what kind of twisted exercise this was, since no human could pass it. David was also surprised at such a sight, for he didn't remember encountering something like this on the Mars battlefield. The next instant he was attacked. This attack was many times more powerful and faster than the previous ones, but he was able to dodge it as well. As in all situations, now he needed to come up with a plan. David focused his attention on his opponent. This time, it was a real monster. With that thought, he ran forward while dodging the dangerous attacks that were all aimed in his direction. David was literally jumping from rock to rock in midair, and Michael, who was watching him, was amazed. He had never seen anyone so skillfully dodge all attacks, not on the ground, but in the air. But he didn't know that David would be the future commander of the Blood Wolf Squad, so it wasn't a problem for him. Michael thought that the guy himself was also like a monster, because how could a normal person have such a jumping ability? But David's opponent didn't think to let him go so easily. He again fired a volley of laser attacks at the guy. One of the lasers hit his ear, and he didn't have time to dodge it, but it was a very fast attack. Nevertheless, there was only a short distance to his destination. The guy was almost on the other side of the cliff. But only the sudden wound prevented him from finishing the maneuver in time, and he missed a little. Michael also noticed that the shot weakened the strength of the jump, which meant that the guy wouldn't make it, and that was bad. David realized it himself, but luckily he managed to grab the edge of the cliff he had jumped to. His arm was a little cut from the attack, and his ear was also damaged. But David hadn't lost yet. He continued to climb up, grabbing the right rocks to keep from snapping back to the monster. And then David made a leap that he hoped would take him right to the end of the cliff, and he succeeded. However, suddenly he saw the final attack of the monster that had managed to release it coming towards him. It split into 3 lasers, but David was able to dodge them all. He realized that the end of the ordeal was near. He still had 10 meters left, so the guy was sure he could break through. He just had to wait for the moment. He ran away to a safe distance and finally saw the finish line of the test, before which the last obstacle was waiting for him. It was a small maze of lasers that was impossible to pass, even as the fastest man. David also realized that trying to pass this with human speed alone was at a loss to himself. To Michael's surprise, the guy shifted his steps and leisurely approached the lasers, studying their location. And then he began to move through the maze, deftly passing each laser. Michael's glasses flew off at what he saw, for such flexibility would have been envied by many experienced soldiers. And David thought that only by relying on instant judgment and flexibility could he pass this test. As expected, he successfully reached the finish line, which was the portal gate. All the guy needed to do was simply enter them, which he was done, and then the system came back on. It gave out many messages to David, among which he could read about his breakthrough reward and find out his rank. He had it epic, and that couldn't help but make David happy. Now he could take off all his equipment. And Michael couldn't even believe that all this was happening in reality, because this student had passed the Mars battlefield with a difficulty of 100%. Michael asked himself who this man was, because you've never met anyone like him before. The guy was fortunate to have a screen recorder with which he was able to capture the entire ordeal. And that last look made him feel as if death itself was staring at him, which made Michael uncomfortable. Still, he didn't know who this guy was or where he went to school, so it was impossible to reveal his identity. The loading screen showed a message about successful synchronization of the video, which was now available. Michael even panicked that he hadn't immediately noticed it, but the broadcast was already over. With a trembling finger, he clicked on it to see if the recording of the entire ordeal was saved. Luckily, it was saved, which meant the guy had some great material to release. Michael didn't think of David as a god so much as a demon, for what he was doing was incomprehensible. From the beginning to the end, there was an aura of annihilation, and it wasn't coming from the battlefield, but from this man. It took Michael, who already had some experience in journalism, less than 20 minutes to compile a report. It wasn't long before reports about the student who had passed the Mars battlefield were all over the campus. Michael noticed that, judging by the voices, it was already known to all the students in the department. In just 5 minutes, the major military schools were simply exploding with messages from students. Michael wondered if this was the trump card of one of the schools, and that was how they decided to make themselves known in the competition. After all, he had never heard of a Mars test being passed with a grade of epic rank before. Previously, the maximum grade was high minus rank, meaning it had increased by 2 orders of magnitude at once. Meanwhile, David thought that he still had a lot of trouble with some of the details of this test. And he probably didn't get a score of epic with a plus rank because of the 2 big mistakes. However, it was great that after setting a new record, he was immediately given 100 points. Except the guy realized that he shouldn't be so happy about it, because he didn't know how long it would take to get 800. Meanwhile, some students were sitting in the library of the Dragon Writing School. Among them was Angela, who looked a bit annoyed because of the atmosphere. All because many students were discussing how someone was able to break the record of passing the Mars battlefield. The girl was interested in this too, as she was finally paying attention because everyone around her was talking about the same thing. She opened her phone and went to the message board of the school, but the information posted there surprised her. She read, just like everyone else, about an anonymous student who had passed the Mars battlefield tests. And after all, each of the Earth and Moon Federations had their own ranking, and this student had raised it quite nicely for Earth. The gold content on the Moon planet was higher, which was especially strong at the higher levels. And testing the Mars battlefield with an epic ranking grade was undeniably the most difficult battlefield on both planets. Therefore, it seemed impossible to everyone, and even Angela herself had tried to pass it, but only felt despair. It seemed to the girl that only a god could successfully pass it, and that was how David now looked in the eyes of the students. Meanwhile, the other students were discussing why they hadn't leaked the video of the passage yet. Angela was also interested in it because she wanted to know what kind of person could do such a thing, especially since some thought that he was a common cheat and all this fuss might turn out to be just a farce. So some students gathered in Michael's room to think about how to get the video of the walkthrough. They said that it could only be uploaded by someone who had recorded the whole process or by the passer himself. Then Michael asked why they decided to do it in his room, since he didn't agree to it. But one of the guys explained that Michael was one of the first to scream, so he must know something. The guys added that he's always the first to discover a sensationalized material. But Michael was silent, and then someone said that maybe the video is just a fake and nothing like that happened. After all, if you think about it, it's really impossible to pass this test. But Michael suddenly raised his hand saying that he had the video. At first, the person who expressed the idea of a fake thought the guy was bluffing, but the look on his face was serious. All three guys present were surprised at what their friend said, but they could see that the guy wasn't kidding. They jumped on him, asking him why he still hadn't leaked the video, and Michael asked them to calm down. The guys then asked to see the video he had just mentioned, wanting to see for themselves. Michael hesitated for a moment, but the guys already took that as a sign of agreement and got excited. They started ripping the laptop out of his hands, wanting to see the very student who had passed the impossible test. But Michael took his laptop back, asking what they were doing and saying that the recording belonged to him. Then the guys started begging him even harder, offering even their treasure in exchange for the video. In a moment, they were already sitting at the monitor, but Michael warned them that he would realize the video himself. The guys agreed, and then he turned on the tape. A gorge appeared in front of them, in which they saw the very same student. The guys were impressed by the way he moved, but what surprised them the most was that he wasn't the least bit afraid. And when they saw the look with which David looked directly into the camera at the end, they all got goosebumps. The guys agreed that there was definitely some kind of murderous aura emanating from this man. One of them couldn't even look at it anymore and bounced back, asking if it was really a person. The others agreed that such an ordeal would be too much for each of them, and they would easily die there. But this guy was incredibly strong. It was the first time they had seen such power, and they couldn't help but marvel at it. Michael also thought that even though he was watching it for the second time, the feeling of power hadn't diminished in the slightest. He also mentally added that it would be great if this man turned out to be an Earthling. However, something told the guy that he was definitely an Earthling, at least a student at a military school on Earth. Soon the guys quickly lost their heads at the splendor of this student, each wanting to be like him. They even forgot about the condition of Michael, who reminded that this record was made by him, so he realizes everything himself. However, the guy still decided to publish it finally, and everyone was happy about this statement. After all, such a cool fight should be seen by every student in Dragon Writings, and it would also bring glory to their journalism department. With these words, the guys uploaded the video to the net. It was night, but despite that, the first views started appearing lightning fast. And the next morning, the talk was only about it. The students realized that the whole story was not a lie. Guys from all faculties wanted to watch the video to see the face of this legendary student. Even the girls were not an exception, although in the girls' dormitory they found out about it a little later. Catherine looked outside from her room. She had just woken up and did not understand what all the fuss was about. The girl couldn't listen to anything in this environment, but she needed to write something down. She cleared her throat and prepared to do so, but the noise outside interrupted her again. It was beginning to irritate Catherine more than a little, as she couldn't complete the task she needed to do. After another failed attempt, she finally couldn't stand it and decided to find out what was going on. The girl got angry and pounded her fist on the table. She was annoyed that everyone kept yelling about some sort of test. Catherine screamed how she should write something down in this situation, and to her screaming came her roommate. She rushed to calm her friend down, saying she would show her something interesting, and held out her phone. At first, Catherine misunderstood her friend, saying that she and her friend had different interests, but she shook her head. She said that it was something that both she and Catherine would enjoy, but the tone of the conversation hadn't changed, and it was definitely about guys. She confirmed it by saying that this guy was a real macho guy who could seduce even her. But Catherine replied that she wouldn't watch anything. However, her dorm mate was keeping up. She opened her phone, which immediately brought up a live feed of the Mars battlefield passing the epic ranking score. Catherine then said she already knew about it. However, her friend, whose name was Clara, insisted on watching it. Both girls leaned over the small monitor and watched the entire video from start to finish. Catherine was clearly impressed with this student. His movements were truly incredible and admirable. Clara thought the same. She liked strong guys, and this student was just like that. Catherine thought about his incredible reaction and speed, and his ability to observe his surroundings. She wondered what kind of training he had to go through to achieve such self-control. Truth be told, it was even unexpected that such an intimidating creature existed. Plus, that last glance of his exuded a cold calmness of mind and a desire to fight. The girl hoped that she wouldn't run into him at the very beginning of the points tournament, because he would definitely be there. She felt as if no matter who went up against him, no one would be able to stop this guy. Clara, on the other hand, was just thinking about how handsome he was, and she didn't seem to care that he could be her opponent. She felt like every cell in her body was ready to surrender. She wondered what he looked like. Meanwhile, Fatty was trying to restrain himself from the provoking thoughts that were bothering him. After all, today was Fatty's big day, so he should make sure that everything went well. He made a homemade cheer flag, also had a Nanoroid from the limited edition, a set of posters and accessories. He prepared all this to guarantee an autograph from Lou Manley, who was his goddess Lulu. David, who had gotten out of the shower, noticed that it had started up again, and even considered calling a friend over for dinner tonight. After all, he used to love it. And besides, anything was better than letting him do such nonsense. And after David had invited him over to his place a couple times and treated him to dinner, he'd started following him everywhere. And so it was until he joined the army. So David asked his friend if he wanted to go to his place for dinner tonight. But Magnus said today was Fat Man's big day, which he had been looking forward to for 2 whole months. David then advised him to confess his feelings to his goddess, because even if he was rejected, it would be a valuable experience. The guy even felt a little uncomfortable that it had been many years, and his friend was still true to his feelings. But Magnus replied that it was enough for him to look at her, because to love was not to possess. David then said that he wouldn't go on with this chatter, because he still had to concentrate on the points. He added that whoever doesn't get 800 points before the competition will be washing socks for both of them, and Fatty didn't like that. Lastly, David said he was going home for dinner and advised his friend to keep his cool in front of his goddess. Magnus didn't have time to respond to that, and David was on the subway a few minutes later, heading home. His parents' house was located near the nearest subway station, so the guy got there pretty quickly. As soon as he got to the door of the house, he smelled the delicious smell of fish stew, which no one knew how to cook like his father. When David stepped inside, the smell was even stronger, and now he had no doubts. As if confirming his thoughts, his father appeared from around the corner and noticed that his son had returned just in time. He added that he had a good eye, saying that this girl and his mom when they were young even resembled each other in some ways. David, however, didn't understand what his father was talking about, so he wanted to ask him about it, when suddenly his mom interrupted him. And the guy noticed that she even put on makeup, and now he was even more interested in what it all meant. Seeing his spouse, his dad ran to finish cooking, saying that otherwise his wife would be angry. And then David finally noticed that they had guests, but he didn't expect it. Dina looked out from behind his mother and with a smile on her face told his brother to look at their guest. David did so, but literally at once his face turned red, because in front of him stood none other than Angela. The girl raised her hand in greeting and said hello to him. She looked as charming as ever. Meanwhile, in the campus of the American college, the students were also watching the airing of the impossible test. The students agreed that none of them could have passed it even halfway, so they were greatly surprised. The fact that David was watched all over the world testified to the fact that Michael's work was a success. The real-time views of his video broke all the records of the week's top news stories. The next day, Magnus sat at his computer screen, about to watch his space beauties. After all, because of all the commotion with the expert yesterday, he hadn't been able to do it in peace, which was a little annoying. Fatty was only interested in one thing besides food, and that was women, so the news about the expert didn't bother him much. Meanwhile, David stood stunned because the girl he liked was standing right in front of him. He looked at his little sister, thinking it must have been her doing it, and she winked at him. Suddenly, David thought that Angela had never been to their house in the past, which meant he had managed to change the course of events. He had been able to meet Angela thanks to Dina, who had somehow managed to befriend the elite of their school. That first time the guy saw her, he was confused and forgot to even say hello back to her. "So it happened this time too?" Angela asked in an affectionate tone why he didn't greet her. David tried to get out of it by saying that he didn't have to, because the fairy had come to visit. It would have been a nice compliment if his mom hadn't yelled at him, telling him to go help his dad. David peeked into his father's kitchen where he was already finishing the fish. The boy said he would help him. However, Dina didn't miss the opportunity to tease her brother, saying that his skill would only scare Sister Angela away. David replied that she herself is not equal in this, then put her sister in her place, and she did not like it. Dina suddenly shouted, turning to her mother and saying that her brother was bullying her again. It was a forbidden technique. The mother took her daughter's stance in a flash, looking at David with a menacing look that made him uncomfortable. He walked into the kitchen and ran up to his father, telling him that he could leave the rest of the cooking to him. At one time, his dad had shown him how to make fish stew, so David knew what to do and when to do it. His father looked at him with admiration, and then his son held out a piece of the dish to him, telling him to try it. Mr. Hayden did so, and to his surprise, he had to admit it was delicious. The man added that his son had done even close to his level and praised him, saying he was proud of him. And David thought that the opportunity to cook a meal for his family was very rare for him. So now he could use the cooking skills he had practiced on Mars during the war. After a while, he finished and hurriedly took all the dishes out to the table where everyone had already gathered. David then made sure everyone had enough chopsticks and wished them a pleasant appetite. The guy advised Angela to try the hot dishes first, putting one on her plate. And Dina, who was watching all this, was surprised that her brother was able to be so kind. But David didn't notice her prying gaze. He put Angela another piece, saying that she wouldn't get enough with one. Dina realized that at this rate, they would have their first date tomorrow, which she had in no way planned. After a while they finished dinner, everyone acknowledged that David had become a much better cook. His parents then said they were going to go for a little walk to help digestion, while the kids cleared the table. When his mom and dad came out, they immediately started discussing Angela, saying that it would be great if David started dating her. Meanwhile, David and Dina finished cleaning up. His sister immediately laid down on the bed, and David asked Angela if she would have an apple. She said yes, but Dina said she wouldn't, and suddenly got out of bed, going to her room. She said that a classmate had called her, so she had to step away and let them eat in the meantime. She left, and David thought her sister had done it on purpose to leave her and Angela alone. He himself was well aware that Angela should not be his soulmate, though the girl was very beautiful. And she was also so close, which made her seem even more prominent, but he could not give in to temptation. After all, now he must concentrate on changing the future and preventing the invasion of the aliens. The boy finished peeling the apples and handed them to Angela, and she thanked him for his labors. The girl took one slice per skewer, asking if it was okay that she had come so suddenly. David was a little confused as to what she meant, so he only stared at her in surprise. And the girl took a bite of the apple and thought that not so long ago he had behaved in front of her completely confused. But not even a week later, he had played along with her in front of William without any problems. Angela was suddenly surprised to think that she had to admit she had indeed been a bit seduced. Meanwhile, David replied that it was okay, after all, she was his sister's close friend. He added that his parents seemed to have misunderstood everything, but assured the girl that he would explain everything to them later. But in the meantime, when he said that, Angela said that his parents had been pretty nice. David then averted his gaze again to the apples, saying that the girl didn't seem to be confused by anything. So he thought of nothing better than to just continue peeling the apple, this time for himself. Angela, however, noticed that the way he peeled it was quite unique and could not be achieved with just normal skills. David quickly handled the apple and took a bite. It was a real dessert for him during the war. After all, there were hardly any apples on Mars, so he wouldn't even mind a basket of rotten ones if he could get them there. Angela, meanwhile, quickly finished her apples and set her plate on the table, drawing attention to herself. The girl said that she had actually come today to ask him for a favor. Still, when it came down to it, she didn't like to think about what words were best to use. And David seemed to understand what she was talking about, and asked if she wanted him to take a part-time job as her shield. Then the girl said that she was Dina's friend, and they were studying together so he would be able to help her. She added that she would agree to any reasonable conditions, because the next competition was very important for her. Then suddenly David had the courage to ask her, without much hope, why then she would not give him a permanent job. When Angela heard this, she was embarrassed and blushed at such a sudden and blatant question. She finally answered that she couldn't promise that, but who knows, maybe she would in the future. Angela thought that she had made a little mistake today. She had a feeling that she was not keeping up with the rhythm of communication. Then David decided to get up and, clearing his throat, said that it was all a joke, but it was better that those words didn't reach his mom. He also added that a simple thank you would be enough and the girl could treat him to a meal once in a while. Angela liked this offer already more, and she answered him with a handshake, saying that she was fine with it. David didn't understand why, but he wanted to fool around, because he could see Angela again. In fact, he had long ago lost his youthful impulsiveness, so it was more just nostalgia for his youth. Meanwhile, Dina stood outside the door and listened to the sounds from the room, but it was quiet. She figured that this was such a rare opportunity, and if she messed it up, there wouldn't be another time. So she decided to just go in and see how her brother was doing. Dina opened the door. She cautiously peeked out from behind the edge of the wall, except she saw David and Angela in front of her, discussing something. It was a little embarrassing for the girl, because her brother had such a chance to make Angela feel comfortable, but he was busy with something else. The guy and the girl were discussing a strategic analysis of the affairs of their elite club, which was not romantic at all. Dina thought that now her brother would embarrass himself, because their training course was much more complicated than his. However, it turned out to be a little different, because Angela thought the same. But contrary to her expectations, David understood everything. She noticed that he quickly identified the key points and clues to resolve the entire strategic plan, except that it did not match the image of the David who had confessed his love to her a week ago. However, the girl did not understand how it could be, because Dina said that her brother's academic performance was low. And then Angela thought that maybe he just didn't know how to use his power properly. David, meanwhile, noticed that she was thinking and asked if he was wrong or made a mistake. But the girl answered in the negative, a little embarrassed. She said that everything he had said was right. And then Angela hurriedly changed the subject, saying that they needed to discuss something else. She showed him a familiar video, saying that a recording of a Mars battlefield walkthrough had recently appeared online. It was perpetrated by an anonymous expert, and the girl asked if David had heard of it. He replied positively. Angela added that his actions alone on the Mars battlefield can be used as a textbook. Someone from the journalism department had captured the video and posted it on the forum, so David could find it and take a look himself. She added that he should pay attention to this expert's reactions, habits, and way of thinking. After all, human genes have dominant heredity, so he is as talented as his sister. So Angela was sure that David could also become very strong. She even winked at him. And he was a little embarrassed by such praise, because she had never said it so openly before. Then she asked him if he was hurt, and David said that he would take it as a compliment. Angela nodded and then said that it was getting late and she should go home. And the boy thought for a moment. The next moment, he suddenly said he would walk her out, and the girl smiled at him, thanking him for his concern. They left their house, but Angela lived in a dormitory that was close to the subway, so they didn't have to walk long. David waved at her, telling her to come back again when she had free time. After making sure she got on the subway, the guy headed back home, thinking about the whole situation. And when he opened the doors, he saw Dean, who, judging by the look on her face, was very unhappy about something. She asked if all he'd done was walk her to the subway and come back, when he'd had such a great opportunity. She said that her brother didn't understand anything at all, because it was so hard to go to the dormitory with her. David answered that time on the weekend was precious, and he wanted to play a game of chess with his father. Dina was very surprised by his answer. She didn't understand how David could be so calm when Angela basically let him be her boyfriend. However, David didn't think so. He said that he would merely act as a shield from time to time. He added that he wouldn't become more than a friend to her, so his sister had nothing to worry about. And then he turned the subject to Dina herself, saying that she had lost weight again, and at this rate, her ribs would soon be visible. The girl pounced on him, telling her brother not to change the subject and to stop smiling so mischievously. She said she'd arranged all this to help him, but David suddenly put his hand on her head, telling her she shouldn't worry about him. And then he suddenly added that, truth be told, Angela wasn't his type, and Dina realized that he wasn't kidding. She asked why he hadn't told her who he liked then, wanting to know who his brother was interested in after all. But David abruptly replied that a man should pursue a career and said he was determined to reach the 800 mark. Dinah, however, decided that her brother had a fever and said she could introduce him to a good psychiatrist. At this point, his parents came home, and Dina didn't miss the opportunity to set him up with his mom again. They sat for a while longer, and then David said that he should go to class already too. His father looked surprised, for he could usually defeat his son blindly in chess. This time, however, was the first time he had lost to him, and he must have noticed that the boy's maneuvers had improved. His mother also noticed the change in her son, because usually he became dull when she started talking. But now he listened to all her grumblings with a smile. Dima also shared the general opinion, because usually 2 or 3 words were enough for her to intimidate her brother. His parents thought that this sudden change of his was definitely because of love, but it was quite drastic. They even thought what would happen if their Dinah also got a lover and stared at her in awe. But the girl only stuck out her tongue, saying that she didn't want that because she wasn't interested in personal relationships yet. The next day, they had an observational lecture at the college, which she and Magnus usually slept in. This time, however, only Fatty continued the tradition, while David listened attentively to the teacher. The screen showed the USS Iron Eagle, which had been Catherine's dream to fly. It was one of the newest ship models in the Army that had come out less than a decade ago. David was well acquainted with it, for he had even been aboard it once in the war. However, this particular specimen that was being shown at the lecture was quite badly damaged. Professor Cabrillo noted that this model was one of the 3 destroyers that had been sent to explore Pluto 6 months ago. However, the entire fleet and their connection to the base had mysteriously disappeared then, and the case was still unsolved. That's what they're going to talk about today, because this ship was accidentally spotted by the military outside the solar system. Reports of these sightings have been very numerous. The battleship that disappeared 6 months ago has turned into a ghost ship. Suddenly, David realized that the signs of this decay reminded him very much of something. They couldn't have come from the wormholes, let alone a temporary tunnel, so most likely. The cause was the bodily fluids produced by the aliens, after all, any machinery or equipment in war. That got hit by this fluid also corroded, and it seemed to be the same with this destroyer. It was still 5 years before the aliens attacked, but they had already discovered the existence of humans. David didn't even notice how he was speculating about it out loud, which made Fatty wake up and the professor pay attention to him. The guy thought that if it was like this, it confirms that the sudden attack from the outsiders was carefully prepared. In addition, it shows that the intelligence of the aliens is not lacking, but also equal or even superior to human intelligence. His train of thought, however, was interrupted by Professor Cabrillo, who called out to David. He said that, judging by the look on his face, the boy had something to say, and he was the only one who had failed last semester. The professor commanded him to stand up and share his thoughts with the rest of the students. However, to his surprise, David decided to actually do as the man said. Magnus turned to him, saying that his friend should have at least pretended to listen to him, since he was already like an eyesore. The other students laughed quietly at David, for they all remembered him as the guy who had confessed his love to Angela. However, to everyone's surprise, David did rise from his seat, as if he really had something to say. Suddenly, he turned to the professor, saying that he thought all 3 theories with the destroyer were nonsense. Hearing this, Cabrillo was surprised, for he didn't expect the guy to stand up and say anything at all. The students laughed now without hiding it, saying that this David questioned the words of the professor. He himself thought that the guy just couldn't wait to stop him from giving a lecture. That's why he was saying such things. Then he replied that in that case, they would all listen to what he had to say about it. Cabrillo added that it would be great to hear some rational thoughts, not childish theories about aliens. Catherine, who was standing at the bottom of the lectern, wondered if this guy couldn't stay out of trouble. But David only smiled. He was going to earn the professor's respect by surprising him with his knowledge. He started by saying, though the primitive wormhole is destructive, but in the second picture, you can clearly see signs of biological corrosion in the form of rust stains, which has nothing to do with the wormhole. As for temporary tunnels, that's a bit of a fantasy, and in that case, the degree of destruction would be much higher. And as they saw in picture number 6, the hull of the destroyer even still had some performance. As for the mirage theory, it is already more probable, but it is also wrong, David said so confidently that even everyone fell silent. The professor thought that based on various situations, the mirage theory was indeed the most plausible. However, this guy had averted it as well, so he wondered how he himself was going to explain it all. Usually no one paid attention to such details, but David mentioned it too. And he went on to say that, if you look at the geographical location in the 5th picture, you can see that this area is on the edge of the solar system, and a battleship, as you know, can't operate far from it. So where could the mirages come from, since there are no areas near the solar system with such functionality. Other students were skeptical of his words, asking how he knew the theory of multidimensional projections. David just waved his hands because he really didn't know any of this stuff, but was just going by experience. Suddenly, one of the other students noticed that his words, however, made sense. And Professor Cabrillo said that they would come back to this question later because they did not have much time left. They moved on to the next topic, which ended 15 minutes later when the bell rang. The students poured out of the lecture hall. David was about to leave as well, when suddenly the professor called out to him. He asked where the boy had heard what he had said in the lecture, and David asked him if he thought there was a creature on that ship. Cabrillo noticed that David had stood out once, but now seemed to be going back to fantasizing about aliens. Besides, the kid had answered so thoughtfully that it was possible, and then the professor decided to taunt him. He tapped David on the head, telling him not to forget his head with these thoughts, but rather to get on with his course. But David thought it was pretty hard for people living in peacetime to imagine an alien invasion. And there was no telling where exactly the aliens had come from. Perhaps they had created wormholes leading directly into the solar system. David wondered if it was possible that something had helped the aliens determine their coordinates. With these thoughts, he was about to head back to the main building when he was suddenly stopped by Catherine, telling him not to bother the professor. At that moment, Magnus joined them, reminding them that it was getting close to lunchtime. The friends went to the dining hall, where David had picked up a lot of food for his new habit of practicing. Magnus wondered if his friend was still gorging himself on food, and there was money to be spent on everything. The fat man, who was always short of money, felt uncomfortable at the thought of David spending so much. He said that at this rate he would be broke before the semester was over, but David didn't know what he was talking about. Catherine also wondered how he could fit so much in, since he ate 3 times the ration of a normal person. David awkwardly replied that his workouts had recently tripled. He wanted to say something else so his friends wouldn't think he was doing it out of bitterness of rejection, but he didn't have time. They noticed the commotion at the entrance to the dining room. It was because of Angela, who had also come in for lunch. All 3 at their table were staring at the girl, and each had a different look in their eyes. But David's was no longer a look of love. Catherine thought that this was the same girl who was in the top 10 in the Earth Federation with over 2,000 points. Although she was only in her 3rd year, but her authority in the school had already become very great. Angela, meanwhile, saw David and smiled, heading towards their table. The rest of the students watched this with interest, waiting for something to happen now. Catherine also thought that the girl was coming here to cause trouble for David, and she didn't like it. Angela, on the other hand, walked over to their table and politely asked Fatty if she could sit here. This was rather unexpected. The students were starting to get more and more curious about what kind of drama was going on there. David decided that now he should play along with the girl and asked his friend if he would give his seat to the younger one. He quickly assessed the situation and moved to Catherine's side, and Angela took his seat next to David. She asked Catherine what they'd been talking about, and Magnus thought it sounded like fun. Angela thought she would need the cooperation of small figures to make David her shield. And that girl Catherine was clearly the key, and she looked at David with disbelief. Magnus then decided to seize the initiative by saying that something amazing had just recently happened. He embellished the incident at the lecture a bit, describing David at his best as he defended his position. Catherine, however, decided that he was already crossing the line and told Fatty to stop making things up. But Angela said that she thought the older man's words made perfect sense, which surprised Catherine. She added that a great many Earth and Moon ships had crashed over the years. It was unexpected, however, that David was studying such specialized drills. It was obvious praise, but the guy with a bun in his mouth said that Junior was a good actress. He wondered if she couldn't have warned him in advance if she wanted to put on a show here. And couldn't she have chosen a less crowded place rather than this huge dining room and even at lunchtime? But he answered her simply that his knowledge was rather superficial, for he had not studied anything in depth. Suddenly, he asked if the boys thought that aliens might be to blame. But no one answered him. Catherine and Angela were already discussing the video of a certain expert passing the Mars battlefield. Fatty was fired up about it too, since Angela had a lot of connections, so they hoped that she already knew who it was. Magnus added that whoever it was, he was definitely some kind of pervert, since he was being so cruel to himself. At that moment, David sneezed. It was commonly said that people sneeze when someone remembers them, even though it was only a saying. The guy apologized for that and asked his friends to continue, while Magnus and Angela handed him tissues. The latter said she had dealt with people from Earth's top 20, but this expert style didn't sound like any of them. Fatty then speculated if it could be that this guy just had 10 years of training in just this test. Angela replied that she doesn't know that because there is too little information about him, but either way, he is worthy of praise. The girl also added that his real strength, however, will be shown only in a real fight because it is a different matter. At that moment, David felt Fatty step on his foot, drawing attention to himself. He didn't like his friend's behavior. Who could eat so carelessly when such a goddess was sitting next to him? He told David about it, but he just shrugged and smiled. He knew the truth about him and Angela. The girl meanwhile turned to Catherine, saying that she would like to practice with her in the afternoon. She agreed, and then Angela asked David why he and Magnus shouldn't go with them. When David heard that, he wanted to object because in fact he already had some plans for the day. He had to go collect scores, time was short, so there was no time to practice with everyone. However, before he could say that, Fatty answered for the two of them and agreed with Angela's suggestion. They agreed to meet at the training ground at 2 o'clock. Then the girls left, and Magnus asked his friend if he would go with him because it would be a good experience. He added that he could probably spare some of his time after lunch. Besides, Fatty simply didn't understand why David resisted going to the training together. But the man, as expected, said that he had plans of his own in the afternoon, so they should have gone without him. He added that he hadn't agreed to it anyway, and that's when Magnus realized that his friend was serious. He made one last attempt to talk him down, asking if his friend couldn't put his business on hold. But David was adamant, saying that he couldn't help because he had his own training. This made Magnus a little angry, but he realized that if David didn't go, he couldn't go either. So he counterattacked, saying that if his friend didn't go, he would wear his underwear. However, David immediately broke his threat, saying that if he did so, he would throw him out of his Lulu. Magnus realized that nothing was working. So he had one last trump card left. He decided to go for blackmail. The fat man said that David might not believe it, but if he doesn't go with them, he'll put up a post on the campus local network. And in that post, he would officially declare that he were two homos, that is, the boy kind. Magnus only wanted to get to know Angela, because who knew? Maybe by the end of the semester, he'd have a girlfriend from his junior year. David, on the other hand, didn't want his friend to carry out his threat, so he couldn't stand it and said he agreed. Magnus was glad he agreed, saying he knew he wouldn't leave him, but David still didn't like it. He told Fatty to never blackmail him with such nonsense again. He couldn't get angry at his friend, though. Seeing him smile, he thought he was glad to have such a comrade. And if this change would allow him to lead a better life in the school, that would be great too. So after an hour, they arrived at the meeting place, which was the fire training ground. Catherine and Angela were already there, the former asking why they were late, telling them to get here sooner. She added that the guys didn't seem to know how rude it was to keep two beautiful ladies waiting. To this, Fatty replied that the headman would never get a boyfriend if he kept nagging like that all the time. Angela, meanwhile, turned to them, asking the elders if they wanted to take a couple shots. Magnus immediately protested, saying he couldn't, but David decided to help his friend this time. He pushed him forward, telling him not to be shy and to show his Lulu what he could do. The girls were surprised to ask each other who Lulu was, but none of them could know that. David then replied that it was some sort of mantra or self-hypnosis to make his friend a better shot. Magnus walked over to the weapon and took aim, and then fired at the targets, which were not very close. But despite this, he managed to score a full 92 points, which was very good, and the girls praised him. David remarked that he was still nervous, and if you take away the excitement, which has no place at the front, Fatty would have scored 100. Catherine then said it was her and Angela's turn to show off their skills and winked at the guys. She and Angela then took their positions and prepared to fire, choosing the best angle. The girls opened fire, and David had to admit that they shot wonderfully and without misses. In the end, Angela scored a full 98 points and Catherine scored 95, both impressive results. Catherine then turned to David, saying it was his turn, but he reminded her that he was a melee fighter. The girl then said that even if he fights in close combat, he should have the technique of fighting at a distance. Some students who were standing nearby watching the process looked at him with disdain. Then David replied that he would definitely make more effort in the future and master the long-range shooting technique. But the seniors still disdainfully said that he was boring and turned around to leave. That's when Catherine stepped in and shouted, "Wasn't David a real man?" She also turned to the high schooler who called him boring, asking if he was getting into trouble. The girl also didn't like his tone, telling the guy to address her as a senior, not as a friend. The senior then asked her not to get angry, once again saying that he didn't mean it at all. He turned to his friend William, saying that if he had known that this Catherine would be here too, there was no way he would have come. William replied that his friend just looked pathetic, because a man who relied on a woman for everything wasn't a man at all. He added that this seemed to apply to David too, since he refused to shoot, taking it as his weakness. He knew that David was just a shield, but he wished Angela had been able to find someone better. With that thought in mind, he spoke forward, turning to Angela and suggesting that she practice together this afternoon. He added that he felt he was the only one here qualified to do so, and the girl frowned. Seeing that, David thought, he knew he shouldn't have come here, since he didn't have time to mess around with all this. Besides, now was not the right moment to touch a battle weapon. Meanwhile, William continued, saying that Fatty should lose weight, because if he went into the army with such a body, he would only be a cook. David knew how hurtful that sounded to his friend, so he couldn't take it anymore and turned to William. He said that he was trying for his own good, since even he wasn't competent enough to fight Angela. He added that she was the hope of their entire school, so the boy didn't need to force her. William was a little surprised by his words, asking if David thought he wasn't good enough. In that case, he asked how about himself, and Catherine wondered when David had time to get so boastful. Students began to approach them, as everyone sensed the tension and hoped to see something interesting. Instead of answering William, David only silently walked over to the shooting area and put on his protective gear. Then he tucked in his gun and prepared to shoot, hoping not to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Pressing the special button that activated the targets, the guy adopted a shooter's stance. In the next instant, 100 targets appeared, some of which were even moving and hard to reach. William's friend, whose name was Justin, noticed that the guy chose the double bullet challenge. Angela and Catherine were also surprised by this, as it was the most difficult test on this range. As if on cue, all the targets started moving in different directions, and it was really hard. Magnus was worried about his friend, and the students behind him started to shout at him to shoot, asking why he was frozen. But David didn't freeze. He just concentrated on the targets, memorizing the trajectory of each one. And then he opened fire and immediately hit the first target, breaking it in half, which surprised everyone. The guy continued shooting, even though he specialized in close range, but shooting was on the list of mandatory skills in the Army, so David had mastered it perfectly. The targets on the range fell one after another. All the students were amazed by David's technique. Soon he finished and put the gun aside, mentally telling himself to relax. The gun was fuming from firing so many shots so cleanly without stopping, but what was most amazing was the result. For all the students froze in shock when they saw how many points this underclassman had scored in such a test. David thought that such a score should have been enough to make William treat him with respect. Needless to say, everyone, without exception, was amazed that he had completely passed the most difficult test. After all, he had hit all the targets, and he had hit every one of them in the top 10, which was incredible and amazing. David, meanwhile, turned to William, saying that he was not yet fully trained for this test. He added that he had learned this kind of point shooting from Lulu Fatty, as she was a master of long-range shooting. William and Justin looked at each other awkwardly. This was the first time they had heard of such a person, but it was not surprising. William also had nothing but praise for the younger man. He said he was a good shot. He told Angela that he had some business to attend to, so he needed to get back, but he would contact her later. The students who had gathered around them shouted happily, congratulating David on such a great result. And he thanked William for his support, saying that he would remember this praise for the rest of his life and wished him good luck. Fatty looked at his friend with admiration. He couldn't even think that David would turn out to be so cool. Angela couldn't hide her joy for the guy because he really shot so well. After a while, they said goodbye when they finished their training together and went home. David headed towards his dormitory when suddenly Fatty caught up with him, saying that now he would be his brother. He grabbed him by his jacket and added that from now on he would try to be like him in everything. David asked what he'd been to his friend before, to which he replied that he'd just been his oldest. He added that if his friend didn't think he was dumb, then please let him teach him his tactics. After all, he wanted to learn to shoot as cool as he did, but David didn't like that wording. He said that if even Fatty was dumb, then those who could be called smart in this world would be very few at all. After all, this point shooting from the wrong position and offsets was actually invented by Magnus. In the future, he would become the king of guns, But for now, he was just a regular, happy-go-lucky homebody. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the Dragon Writing School, Angela sat and thought. She thought that David had seemed unserious at first, but he had been so reserved lately. His sister used to complain to her about David's lack of smarts, but today's shooting showed otherwise. His pistol shooting style today was extraordinary, but she didn't understand how he could change so quickly. However, if William hadn't started ridiculing Magnus, David wouldn't have done anything about it. In other words, in her case, he wanted to really help her, not take the opportunity to pick on her. However, remembering his confession, the girl smiled and wondered if it was the same person. She wasn't the only one who noticed it. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory in the other room, Catherine was lying down. The girl wondered if David was already so strong. After all, he had seemed so carefree before. She realized that perhaps she had underestimated him, and he could really keep Angela company. At that moment, her phone vibrated, alerting her to new messages, and Catherine opened the chat room. It turned out that David had asked for a day off because of his stomach, but Catherine knew that it was just an excuse. Still, the guy insisted, so she had no choice but to agree. The girl was even pleased with his last words when David wrote that she could always be relied on. In fact, she and Fatty had something in mind, and David signaled to him that he had successfully excused himself for the day. In the Battle of Sun Lake, the battleship Catherine had been in charge of supporting the ground troops, however. Due to the fact that that battle was already all but lost, headquarters ordered the fleet to retreat. In the end, he and Fatty managed to retreat with the troops, but Catherine died because of him. If he hadn't been so lazy, untalented, and willful in his past life, this wouldn't have happened. As soon as he thought that, he literally immediately felt a rather intense pain in his chest area. David grabbed the place, not realizing what was happening. However, the pain eventually stopped. The guy was left standing with his hand on his chest. He didn't realize what it had just been. Unzipping his sweatshirt, he suddenly saw a scar on the spot where he had felt the pain a moment ago. But David didn't know when it had been left, because the guy hadn't even noticed it all this time, and that was strange. Besides, it looked like a tattoo, and to the touch it was like some kind of soft metal. It was clearly not a hallucination, but something inexplicable. But there were a lot of things like that lately. The only good thing was that the 5YO's body didn't react strongly to this scar, otherwise he would have had a hard time. It happened to David in the restroom, and apparently Magnus heard him screaming because he asked if he was okay. He added that he'd call an ambulance if something serious happened, but David didn't need that. He quickly zipped his sweatshirt back on, thinking he couldn't let Fatty know about this incident. The guy quickly finished his business in the restroom and came out, asking if his friend was sure he wanted to learn how to shoot. He answered in the affirmative and looked hopefully at David, who nodded approvingly. The next day they went to the sports ground together, where David made his friend run laps. The fat man was exhausted, he was tired, for they had been running for an hour, or rather, he had been the only one running. Magnus was beginning to regret it, saying that he'd better keep watching the space beauties. When David heard that, he hissed, saying he was giving his friend 10 more laps for disrespect. The guy thought to himself that it was all about stimulating his genetic power, so it wasn't in vain. David thought it would be safer for Magnus in the future if he got stronger now. Now that he was back in the past, he needed to find a way to prevent disaster. He thought about it for the remaining 3 hours, and then Fatty collapsed right on the track, saying he couldn't take it anymore. David told him that it was a push to start, as the intensity of his training would increase. He added that now Magnus could rest while he ran 30 laps on his own, and then they'd get back to him. Fatty thought that David had lost his mind, for this way of physical training was worse than death. Meanwhile, they were being watched by some students who noticed that these guys had been pulling tires for more than a day. This had indeed been going on for almost a week now, and soon Fatty was running almost on par with David. He was saying that if he couldn't even stand it, how could he be his little brother? It gave him motivation. David praised him, telling his friend to keep this momentum going. He added that after 10 laps, they would go eat meat. After some more time, they tiredly headed to the college cafeteria, going to be full for the week ahead. The girl at the order counter asked what they were going to eat, and the guys simultaneously exhaled the word meat. They pulled out their cards and said they were taking all the chops they could find on the counter. It ended up with both of them having full trays of meat and the rest of the students being left with only vegetables. Magnus thought it was great to train with his best friend in progress after all, but he spent most of his time practicing and watching the news, and even turned down a couple of girls when they called him. Meanwhile, David thought that if he summarized all the available information about strangers and humans, there were only two assumptions. First, the aliens and the people of the moon were not related. Secondly, the alien attacks had a certain foresight, so it's possible that the outsiders have some sort of foresight ability. That is, the existence of more advanced outsiders is possible. And under these circumstances, he should get as close to the leadership as possible so that his words would carry weight. That would be best, for the reason humanity lost would only lie in a lack of strength and preparation. As for the screaming coming from the base, it was likely that the rebels had just appeared there. David also admitted that the aliens and the moon's people were connected after all. Then the problem was more serious. The moon's space technology had completely surpassed Earth's, and almost 90% of all expeditions were conducted by them. During the 3-year war, the moon lost 40% of its troops, but compared to Earth losing 90%, it's not that much. In that case, the moon must have had a way to communicate with outsiders, but spread among its citizens that it was impossible. However, if Earth was left without the support of Luna's air force, her army would be quickly annihilated. In that case, David would have to access the moon's information rather than Earth's leadership. However, this would require even more effort. The situation was quite complicated because all these theories had their own flaws. The first was too naive and simple, and the third had a considerable number of paradoxes. However, no matter how things really went down there, David would need more investigations. He said out loud that he should blow off some steam, and this was heard by Fatty, who said he could lend him his disc. But David pounced on him, asking what kind of twisted thoughts his friend had in his head. He added that they had another workout waiting for them. When they were done with that one too, David said he had to go to the main building and his friend could lie down for now. The guy knew that he now had a 458 score, so there was still a lot of work to be done. He had gotten an epic rank grade last time, but he wasn't happy about it. David logged into his course chat room and noticed that it was quite lively tonight. Angela was ranked 5th in the Earth Federation rankings. Right now, she was going through a battle simulation. It was called the virtual battlefield of our city, in which the girl was to fight a duel. His opponent was a certain Andrew. The guy was a student of the Pacific School and ranked 9th in the Earth rankings. Both participants prepared for the battle. Angela concentrated on defense. From the screens in the main building, it was possible to watch their fight in real time. That was where David headed, who noticed that this test was a shootout in the city. Angela was strong with her sniper shooting. Her elegant footsteps terrified the enemies. As for her opponent Andrew, he was well versed in dual Thunder Eagles brand pistols. Although this weapon was slightly behind in accuracy, it had more firepower. So even though Angela was ranked higher than Andrew, the guy was not to be underestimated. In such fights, it is always worth paying attention to the condition of the opponent, the environment of the fight, and a number of other factors. This was a duel between people with more than 2,000 points. Among them, the one who would be the first to reveal his opponent's flaw would win. Andrew seemed to be serious and didn't plan to leave the challenge as a loser at all. He attacked Angela non-stop, using different types of attacks, but the girl managed to block everything so far. She deftly dodged every bullet flying in her direction and was ready to counterattack. Suddenly, one of the Americans' attacks hit her, and she felt a part of her equipment break off. This surprised Angela because usually such things did not happen, so this Andrew was a master of his craft. The one meanwhile continued to attack, firing a line of homing projectiles at her. The girl was able to hide behind a wall, but thought that if this continued, her situation would get worse. However, luckily for her, the guy stopped firing at her for a moment, all because he was out of ammunition. Andrew realized that he had to reload his weapon as quickly as possible. It took him no more than 5 seconds. But this time was quite enough for Angela. She realized that this was her chance and she should use it. So the girl reached down and adopted a sniper stance and then took a shot. Andrew barely noticed it the moment the attack was already near his neck. He managed to bounce back in time. Just a little more, and it could have been over, which was to be expected from the 5th place, the guy thought. However, he thought that he had gotten close enough, so the initiative was on his side. With that thought, he ran out of his hiding place and headed straight for the wall behind which Angela was hiding. However, she was ready for such a maneuver and was already waiting for him in a new position, asking where he was in a hurry. The girl opened aim fire, but Andrew also had a good reaction and dodged all attacks. He even managed to shoot back, which only made Angela's job more difficult because she had to aim well. The girl decided that she shouldn't let him get any closer because it would mean defeat for her. So she fired again at the approaching guy, but the guy could see it coming. He twirled the pistols in his hands, and then suddenly there was a big explosion that blocked the view of both of them. Angela realized that he was going to try to attack her from the sneaky side, so she got ready. However, because of the smoke from the explosion, nothing was visible, and the girl could not see Andrew's attack in time. He kicked her in the stomach and pulled out a melee weapon, which was a sharp blade. The guy swung it at the girl, who could barely contain the pressure of his leg, and he pressed harder and harder. The students watching the broadcast shouted for Angela not to give up or back down. But David thought that as frustrating as it sounded, it looked like Angela was about to lose. It was true that she had good sword skills, but she was up against Andrew, a master of non-lethal combat. At first glance, he wasn't a fan of resorting to weapons, but this guy was proficient in many types of weapons. Usually in fights of this level, there was a free choice of the battlefield, and that was what influenced the outcome. Of course, it was a test for both sides because it was easier to learn in a thankless situation than in war. As expected, Angela lost, but David had already left the main building, and now he was thinking about Magnus, because he still needed to train his friend in shooting. With that thought, the guy activated the test system, choosing this time the level called Vertigo. He lay down in the special cylinder that dressed him in the right equipment, and thought he would make a recording for Fatty. This time he mentally guaranteed him that he would be one step ahead, which he would be very happy about. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the journalism faculty, Group 12 went to rest on Michael's command. The guy commanded his classmates. Together, they were on duty all the cameras in the testing areas. After all, according to Michael's analysis, so this mysterious man had to reappear, because otherwise he would have revealed his identity long ago. It was for this reason that Michael organized shift surveillance, excluding only the moon and popular zones. He also left only the high-ranking trials, which they would immediately start monitoring when someone chose them. This operation had the code name Demon Hunt, because considering that atmosphere, it wasn't an exaggeration. Except that there were plenty of people challenging these trials and failing them. Each of them was unpleasant to watch, and they had been doing it for days without any results. On the other hand, Michael wondered if this person could have challenged the low-level tests on purpose. After all, for a monster like him, any difficulty should be equally boring, and the thought made sense. Michael decided to test his theory and opened the list of non-Skorung trials and saw Vertigo among them. Usually only freshmen were interested in it, but this student had taken it anonymously for some reason. Michael decided that he should check it out anyway and opened the observation of the passage. When he saw the guy who was taking it, he was incredibly happy because it was the same expert. And although there were many anonymous students with a similar physique, he was sure that this was the right person. Michael was also surprised that the guy used paired Euroxes for his shooting. As it was known, it was not the best weapon, but he thought that the expert decided to intentionally make it harder for himself. Besides, he had compacted the barrels quite a lot, which also surprised Michael because it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. David, on the other hand, thought that the setting of the regular version of the gyro was too loose, so he compressed it tighter. That way he could deal damage continuously. Conventionally speaking, his recoil would also increase. It was a good opportunity to test the results of his recent training, and Michael thought with horror that a normal person would not be able to withstand such a recoil because it would be too strong. The expert's method of adjustment was quite unusual, but what was most impressive was that somehow he had prepared for it. Michael did not even want to imagine what kind of training it was worth going through to achieve the same result. The boy quickly contacted teacher Saipan, saying that he wanted to start a live broadcast at the school. He asked if the guy could help him with that, and the guy asked back if he had anything impressive to say. Michael said that the teacher himself knew what kind of flair he had, adding that the material would be more than impressive. Saipan agreed, but warned that if the broadcast was boring, he would give him a grade of rank 3 on his report card. In the next instant, the screens of the entire school displayed the live broadcast of David's battle. However, the students started to become indignant. They didn't understand why Michael had launched a Vertigo on the air. Some even left the main building, saying that they thought this one was going to be a battle of some stars. But they were only shown some guy who pretended to adjust the guns. They called him a regular showman. Catherine and Angela also came to look at this expert. They agreed that his tuning method was good. Teacher Saipan awkwardly wondered if his student had decided to make fun of him by setting up the usual Vertigo. Meanwhile, David concentrated on the test. After all, he was doing it for his friend. Therefore, the guy could not make a mistake, and with this thought, he began to pass the test. In Vertigo, the targets were moving, and each one flew straight at the guy. It would seem that nothing complicated, just shoot at them, that's all. But David had other plans. He opened fire and immediately felt a strong recoil, but kept the weapon in his hands. Explosions rang out, indicating successful hits on the targets, and it was impressive. But the students said it was just the basics, and they would be better off going to watch a movie in the dorms. Angela, on the other hand, thought their view was too superficial because you could find the skill in this guy's movements. There was definitely a lot to learn from him, but he hit every target perfectly, so the girl didn't understand why he suddenly decided to choose this particular basic test for training if he passed it with such ease. However, David did not even suspect that he was being watched. He was practicing the techniques of the future Magnus. After all, the latter would become an unrivaled marksman and his best partner, so there was nothing wrong with that. To hurry things along a bit, and Michael realized that this was really just an ordinary basic test. And after all, he had been so eager to get a high plus ranking grade this semester, but now it looked like he was only going to get a 3 bars. David continued to hit the targets, using more and more weapon techniques. After all, he had his own fighting style, which was a bit different from Magnus. So he kept practicing it, increasing the difficulty by going longer distances. When he hit another target, it was accompanied by an explosion, which he stayed away from. Angela suddenly turned to Catherine, standing next to her, asking if the girl understood the same things she did. And the latter replied positively, saying that this Vertigo was not like theirs at all. Soon it was to be noticed by others, but David thought of nothing but the challenge. He continued on his way. The condition for successfully passing the Vertigo was the extermination of all targets. However, in addition to this, David also had robot snipers present at the location who were also shooting at the guy. David had to dodge them too, which made this challenge many times harder than the basic one. Plus, he was using 2 guns at once, and holding both barrels with that kind of recoil was extremely difficult. But David was well trained. He held the gun tightly and controlled the trajectory of his shots perfectly. With 2 precise attacks, he killed 2 robots, hitting them in the head, earning him extra points. Angela could see from his movements that he was already a first-class marksman and could easily score 1,500 points. This was confirmed by his defensive move for dodging and firing 2 pistols at the same time. However, on the other hand, this was just a Vertigo test, nothing more than a regular appetizer. But already the other students were beginning to notice that there was something wrong with this test, for there were not supposed to be any shooters there. David had noticed the camouflage shooters himself, but he couldn't waste time on them now. The guy decided to finish off all his opponents with 1 attack and stop for a moment, opening himself up for shots. As expected, they followed and David was able to pinpoint exactly where they were fired from. This allowed him to quickly spot his opponent, despite the fact that he was camouflaged. The guy counterattacked with both of his pistols, aiming at the locations from where the shots were fired at him. He focused on his surroundings, for any mistake could have ended quite tragically. But fortunately, the robot shooters didn't have lightning speed, so they didn't have time to escape. His attacks hit the target, some even hit the heads of enemies again, for which the guy got extra points. When this section of the map was finished, David ran further towards the finish line, looking for new targets. Michael noticed that everything seemed to be more interesting now, because his shooting was quite accurate. But it still wasn't enough to keep him on the air for long. His teacher thought the same. Angela, meanwhile, was shocked that this guy was able to maintain such an intimidating hit rate. This was despite the fact that he had to adjust to the ever-changing speed of his footsteps. David, on the other hand, noticed that the enemy now had an alpha laser rifle in his arsenal. It was held by 4 shooters at once, mixed in with the hostage, which was not good at all. The hostage's item couldn't be attacked, and even if hit accidentally, it would still count as a failure. Aguila thought that she herself could probably react properly, but her pace would definitely be slowed down. Catherine agreed with her, saying that if one stopped at that point, one could only end up in a dead end. But David did something unexpected for all of them. He didn't slow down and open fire. While dodging the last volleys of laser fire, he killed all 4 shooters. At the same time, he managed not to damage the hostage dummy, for which he also received extra points. The students who had stayed behind to watch him said that this guy was quite perky and accurate. Angela noticed that he now had a 6-7 meter dash in front of him, where it was fashionable to take a little break. But this man was not going to give up the pace. He was already preparing to fight back the next wave of opponents. This surprised the girl, and David, meanwhile, saw new targets in front of him. Without thinking long, he opened fire on them and immediately hit all the targets that were there. There were explosions. But literally at once, new opponents fired at them, and David hurried to hide from the attacks. He moved very precisely and carefully, not allowing one of the attacks to hit him. He ran for a while until he saw a cliff in front of him, and jumped there, thinking of a plan. According to it, he would lure the enemy into this ravine, where he would kill him at close range. Such a plan seemed flawless to the guy, so he thought that there would be no problems with its realization. And so far it really looked like that. He ran further down the gorge, but David was not happy for long. Angela and Catherine, meanwhile, were amazed by his shooting technique, marveling at the ingenuity and skill of the guy. And David suddenly saw a new obstacle in front of him in the form of an 8-barrel fragmentation fugitive. Pa-2 Raptor large-caliber machine gun, which has the highest firepower in the Earth Federation. In addition, there were several other gunners standing near the machine gun, who were the first to open fire on David. And then the machine gun itself turned on. Its shots were in 4 directions at once, and it was very difficult to dodge them. The students thought that this was definitely not vertigo at all, because there was no way a human being could go through such a thing. And not just one person, even a small squad would be destroyed in front of such an intense barrage. But David thought that at last he got something interesting, because he was tired of shooting at targets. It was almost impossible to dodge the laser machine gun volleys, so he had to come up with a plan. First of all, the guy decided to move to a safe place, where he could think about everything in detail. So he ran out of his hiding place and ran in the direction of the nearest rocks, shooting in parallel. He managed to kill 2 of the gunners in flight and even hit the body of the machine gun. David landed in the ravine, but literally immediately realized that he had to get out of here again. All because the barrel of a machine gun was already pointed at him, which was preparing for a line of powerful shots. It did, but because the guy was ready for it, he was able to get away from the attack in time, avoiding damage. David bounced off a rather large rock, intending to test one theory on weapon types. It consisted of finding out if a setup like this one had a weak zone 3 meters up. To his surprise, even a high-level weapon like this had one, so David was able to aim better at that distance. And then he returned fire, hitting not only the rig itself, but also the target shooter standing nearby. It was quite uncomfortable, but the guy kept shooting. He knew that the ordeal was coming to an end. After a moment, several more targets appeared nearby, which he also hit, causing explosions. David could see that there were almost no shooters left, and he was used to fighting with a machine gun. Another difficulty was that the targets were falling from the sky, and if they were not shot before they touched the ground, the test would be a failure. Angela and the others knew that too. Right now, all the students thought that David would fail because several targets were almost touching the ground. Besides, there was no way a guy could break through such a barrage. But what David did surprised them all. The guys saw the characteristic explosions that said that somehow he had managed to hit the targets. And then they all saw how David had taken a sniper position right under the barrage of their machine gun fire. It was the setup's temporary blind spot, and he'd made it just in time. But now it was worth ending it all. He got ready and made a sharp dash, aiming towards the machine gun as it continued to fire. And then the guy only took one shot, however it was a shot with a set trajectory. The laser bullet went past the machine gun's cue and went sideways right where the rig's power supply was. The last gunner was sitting there, controlling the machine gun with a special panel. He didn't react in time, and David's attack cut off his head, causing him to lose control of the machine gun. Everyone present in the main building marveled at this turnaround, as did David's skill. Catherine and Angela concluded that this expert was very dangerous if he used such techniques. After all, the ability to give bullets a directional trajectory was something truly amazing. David, meanwhile, jumped on the hull of the already inoperable machine gun, but the last wave was waiting for him. He suddenly saw many targets in front of him, which appeared one after another with great speed. Michael noticed that the same aura was now emanating from this mysterious guy as last time. He was rooting for him because the other viewers must have felt it, so the broadcast would be a success. Meanwhile, in the North American school, a certain Harry Parker was also watching the trial. He was very interested to see what David would do now, because his spirit should have been broken by now. Not even a human, not even a robot would have been able to stop them all right after the fight with the gunman. But David seemed to think differently. He just concentrated as he usually did and clenched his gyroxes tightly, and then opened fire on the sacks. From the outside, it might even seem a bit useless. However, the guy had chosen the machine gun as his stronghold for a reason, because from here, he could take aim in all directions. And indeed, so far he had managed to hit all the targets without letting a single one touch the ground. All the students were cheering him on, counting every target he knocked down. Now he only had 8 left. Catherine and Angela counted along with everyone else. They said there were only 3 left, but here David shot the last one as well. A large number of explosions formed in the sky above him, which made him even surprised himself. But still he did it. The last downed target fell to earth, and the test was done. For a moment there was silence in the main building of the school. Everyone was just in shock. And then everyone began to shout and rejoice that the guy had succeeded, admiring his abilities. David himself, seeing that the explosions did not stop, decided to make one last one, to definitely end everything. Now he could go back to the finish line, where he would go back to the school and look at his result. But whatever it was, David was glad that he could pass this test. After all, it was for his friend. He headed for the gate that would take him back to the room where he had started the test. Meanwhile, the students froze in shock as they looked at the score this guy had managed to get. It was truly astounding, and what was also impressive was that David took only 1 minute and 58 seconds. It was also said that he successfully passed the hidden epic level of vertigo with 120% difficulty. His grade was also unusual as he received an epic rank with 2 pluses, which was not usually the case. All the students were defeated by such skill, with many admitting that they wouldn't want to fight against this guy. And Angela thought that there were no coincidences here, because the whole trial process was even scarier than they had seen. Catherine thought the same thing. In the beginning, she could still keep up, but what happened at the end was clearly not in her sphere. Harry Parker, on the contrary, laughed at the end of the broadcast, that there was such a monster in the world now. And David thought that he could have finished faster, but there was no need. However, the pace and content of the trials were fixed, so these small changes had no effect on the experts. If one could get a maximum of 10 points for passing just now, his score was somewhere around 7 or 8. The thing was that he wasn't really excited about this test. It was too boring to shoot 100 targets. After all, in his past life on the alien side, there were these things called poison flies. Upon contact with a human body, they would instantly drill a hole in it, so when they gathered in groups, they could only be dealt with a flamethrower. However, in the 3rd year of the war, they underwent a change and became immune to fire. The ability to evolve in outsiders is really something beyond the realm of possibility, but David decided that it would be best to stop thinking about it for now and look back on the past, because he was going to change things. In his case, the best outcome is to find and cut off the roots of the outsiders, because if the war starts again, no matter how people fight, the outcome will be the same as last time, and even if 2 major battles are won, mankind would inevitably suffer huge losses. David didn't want to let that happen. He was awarded 300 points as a bonus. He was very happy. After all, he had tried a little and got extra points. It was motivation to keep going. However, the next moment his stomach rumbled and he realized that he had to eat immediately. He rushed to the mess hall because dinner can't be delayed, and now was the time to treat himself to a meal. Meanwhile, in the cavalry school held a meeting, which raised an important issue. The headmaster was going through the list of selected students who would represent their school. This time he was satisfied with the team he had made up and was already starting to think about the next competition. Suddenly, someone from the staff burst into the office, disrupting an important meeting on the upcoming competitions. The other professors indignantly remarked that it was very rude, but the rector was rather surprised. After all, the boy had said he had to see it with his own eyes, so the man stood up. He told the others that he would be gone for a while, and their meeting could be considered over for the day. As he disappeared out the door with the guy, he showed him the tape of the broadcast with David, which surprised the rector even more. Meanwhile, in the strategic laboratory in Central Europe, Dr. Kalasadin had a visitor. The old man immediately warned the man that he hoped he had something important to tell him, otherwise he wouldn't listen to him. The man said he had come about his recent research topic on arc firing. A certain someone had confirmed it, though at the moment his identity had yet to be revealed, but they had already pulled in all the connections. It was about a mysterious guy who had used this type of shooting in a vertigo test. David himself, meanwhile, was sitting in his room with Magnus, who was as impressed with his skill as everyone else. He was imagining shooting exactly the same way, only with love bullets and hitting his Lulu. It looked strange. David asked if he had met his training standards for today, to which Fatty replied in the affirmative. He added that it wasn't that hard and that his friend just doesn't have taste, so he doesn't understand the world of Lulu. But David thought about the fact that Magnus was really quite talented because his training was actually not easy. So it only showed that this guy was an unusual slacker, and there was still potential in him that was worth unlocking. So David decided that he couldn't be merciful in such a case. He woke his friend up very early the next morning. They started by dragging tires around the stadium again. This time there were a lot more of them, and the guys increased the pace. The same went for the barbell workouts. David spared no expense in putting extra weight on his friend. It was not easy for Magnus, but he tried to do everything, and, strangely enough, he really succeeded. After another 100 laps around the stadium, they went to breakfast, or rather, only David ran. Fatty didn't even have the energy to walk. That day, his morning didn't start with coffee, and he didn't like such changes. In the dining hall, the boys ate for 4. The other students were surprised at their appetite, for it was a little strange. David noticed that his friend had already fully adapted to the past amount of training, so it was time to increase them. And Magnus asked if they two fools were really going to compete. David agreed, adding that although it might have gotten harder lately, life had become more enjoyable. Magnus didn't share his enthusiasm, however, and then Catherine came to them, saying that he was just too lazy. But the girl added that it was fixable, so she felt obliged to look after him as head girl. And Magnus folded his hands in prayer, saying that she was indeed a person with a big heart, but she shouldn't do it. Then his gaze fell to Catherine's plate, and Magnus was a little surprised, asking if she was on a diet. Catherine replied that she had recently increased her training and had even reached 1,700 points. Magnus was horrified to hear that, but David smiled because he and his friend had been working out too. The scores had their own distinguishing points, with the first starting at 500, the second at 800, and the third at 1,600 points. And then there was the top-class expert boundary with 2,000 plus points, which is where their headman was aiming for. David said that he and Fatty already had almost 800 points each, so they would definitely participate. But Magnus was the only one who didn't like the idea, so Catherine said she'd give him a Lulu figure. When he heard that it was a limited edition figure of his idol, Fatty said he would take part too. However, he quickly came to his senses and said that the head girl was probably just bluffing, because how could she have such an item? But the girl just showed him the certificate for the figurine in her phone, and that was more than enough. Medjus rushed to her, saying that he was doubling his training from now on. He added that Madam Headmistress could be assured that the task would be completed, and David felt a little uneasy. That was the end of it, and they finally got down to eating, for a new pair was due to start soon behind the schedule. After a while, they were already sitting in the lecture hall, where David and Magnus were approached by someone. The boy asked why they were in the back rows again, and Catherine thought that the two of them had gotten into something again. But Magnus just smiled and explained that the lecture here was quite interesting. Just at that moment, Professor Wyoming himself, who had been teaching here for over 20 years, entered the lecture hall. He looked a little out of place, however, and the students couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with him. Some thought he had decided to make a joke like that before entering, but the professor didn't look like a joker. He went to the blackboard and picked up the chalk and then wrote something. All the while, the students watched him in surprise. The words he wrote were that God descended on earth yesterday, which made everyone very excited. After all, the students realized that today they would be analyzing yesterday's speech of that expert. However, many were skeptical, not believing that someone could get a grade of epic rank with 2 pluses. The professor, meanwhile, pointed to the board and said that some people might have already seen it, and if some hadn't seen it yet, there was nothing wrong with that, as they would look it over again now. Pressing a button on his desk, 6 large screens appeared in front of the students at once for a better picture. Those students who had left yesterday because of the boring broadcast now realized that they had missed a lot of things. And those who had already seen the video of the walkthrough still got goosebumps watching it again. Justin thought he was discovering something new about this guy's behavior each time he watched it. After all, he was actually a really good example for learning the patterns of battle tactics. That was why the professor had decided to choose him for today's class. He stopped the video and looked at the students. He briefly talked about this man, who had also become famous for passing the Mars battlefield before. After yesterday's test, it was also clear that fighters who reached the epic rank grade could pass 120% difficulty. However, today the professor said that he wanted to talk not about the results or the small tricks of the planners. He said the challenge showcased many combat skills that are now unavailable. Suddenly, Wyoming pointed at Catherine, asking what the girl thought about it. This surprised her a little, but she stood up and said that she had been in the main building yesterday and had seen everything with her own eyes. And the interpretation was that this was the 26th time she had watched the tape, but there were still moments that she couldn't explain. The professor nodded approvingly and then called over Justin, who was sitting nearby, asking what about him. He admitted that he'd watched the video 56 times and was about to lose his confidence if this expert did anything again. Wyoming then said that the students he had just questioned had scores over 600. He added that their marksmanship was at a level even higher than 2,000, which caused a wave of excitement among the students. And then he said that he would now analyze everything from God's point of view, so they should listen to him well. The professor took the chalk and wrote something on the blackboard again, and everyone realized that it was going to be about guns. Wyoming tossed the chalk and looked at the students with a satisfied look, expecting questions, but there were none. So he began to talk about what is called accurate suppressive fire assessment. It took place before the object's trajectory was fully extended. It is quite easy to do this with one object, but when there are 10 of them at once and each has its own trajectory, it is much more difficult. The professor then asked those who could do it to raise their hands, and Catherine and Justin raised theirs. Next, however, the man added to have those who could do the same thing raise theirs, only with interference. This time, not only did no one else do it, but those who had raised first also lowered their hands. Next, the professor said that they would move on to hand positions, shooting skills, and expert movements. Chalcedon's enhanced combination shooting was known for its arcing bullets. The time it took for a target to fly for a certain amount of time was determined within a fixed range. That was the theory, and though it didn't involve such a large span of space, but this man, i.e. David, created its improved version with 2 Xerox guns. And the professor also noticed to himself that there was no hesitation in the guy's eyes, despite the complicated movements. The next item was the frequency move. It was a king-level move when it came to range combat. However, its difficulty lay in the training itself, in getting the body to adapt. David had been watching Magnus' reaction the whole time. Obviously, the friend was interested in his passing. David thought that if he continued to get a little more into it, he would definitely wake up much sooner. Finally, the professor moved on to the most exciting part, arc shooting, which was also used by the expert. Of course, there were some fighters who did such a thing by accident, but this man did it easily, as if he was already used to such a thing. After all, the professor himself also couldn't believe that such a shot straight to the head was an accident. And he also suggested that no more than 10 people on both Earth and the Moon could achieve such a level. But then he said that the hardest part was not that at all, because the expert's last move was the one that shocked even experienced shooters. It was because of him that the guy was nicknamed God. The professor reeled off a video fragment with 100 targets at the end of the test. He also slowed down the footage 50 times, saying that the expert was using a group shooting technique here. It turned out that the designer of this level had not planned from the beginning to be able to pass it. After all, he had designed it to test not just one person, but an entire team. Hearing this made the students a bit downhearted. Then Wyoming hurriedly reassured them, telling them not to be discouraged, because one day these skills might be possessed by everyone. David, meanwhile, thought that when he was destroying those flying targets, he got a familiar feeling. After all, during one of the battles on the Mars battlefield, they had encountered an attack by a group of a flying species of aliens, and their method of attack was very similar to this. Suddenly, the guy wondered if the aliens really have something to do with humans, and just at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest area. It had happened once before, and now he experienced it again. David grabbed the place that hurt. However, this time the pain was even worse than last time, and he couldn't bear it. So he quietly ran out of the lecture hall. The guy found the nearest restroom in a flash and went in, intending to take off his sweatshirt and check the scar. He stood in front of the mirror, not sure why it was happening again, but his chest still hurt. As he unbuttoned his sweatshirt, he was surprised because he saw that another scar like that had appeared. The guy wondered if those scars were trying to tell him something, because the first time was when he thought Catherine had died because of him. But in the end, it all came down to the points he had to earn in time for the competition. After all, if he could get into the core of the elite circle through those points, he would be able to get more accurate information. David left the restroom and walked back up to the lecture hall, where he saw Magnus animatedly nodding to the professor. As he entered the lecture hall, David sensed that the atmosphere was already more cheerful than before. He also thought that Fatty would be able to accomplish something in time, and that time would come very soon. The pair ended and the students headed for the exit, saying that the professor had delayed the lesson again, but it had been interesting. Magnus was especially interested, as he wondered who the warrior was that almost personified a god. Catherine's friend said that she had something to take, so the girl didn't have to wait for her. The headmistress nodded, and they said goodbye. And then she saw David and Magnus, who were just on their way to lunch. The girl caught up with them and offered to have lunch together today, saying she was buying them a treat. The fat man awkwardly remarked that Mrs. Hedman had been paying them a lot of attention lately. But when Catherine asked if there was something wrong with it, he hastened to answer in the negative. Then the girl turned to David, asking if he thought that the shooting technique of that expert was something similar to his. Then David suddenly stated that he was in fact the mysterious man from the rumors. However, understandably, the guys didn't believe him, and the guy thought that the truth was often difficult to accept. Catherine noticed that he must have been making good progress on his points lately. She said that it was evident by the progress he and Fatty were making with their training, and the guys felt good about it. Magnus added that he was the one who hadn't worked in earnest yet, and Catherine looked at him then and said she'd be looking forward to it. Such a sincere statement from the head girl, as well as her rather sweet look, embarrassed Magnus a little. He even blushed and turned away so that it wouldn't be noticeable, but everyone could see that he liked the praise. David thought that in the future, Fatty was really on the same level as he was now as an expert. Catherine heard someone say that the School of the Far North had already started conducting targeted simulation battles. Then the talk went on about the mysterious expert. The students shared their thoughts that he was surely from Earth. This atmosphere was passed on to his friends as well. Catherine and Magnus were determined to go right away to train. After lunch, the boys stayed true to their word and went to train together, while David decided to look somewhere else. It turned out to be a library. He thought there must be some literature on the subject of space and time. He read that in just 200 years, mankind had evolved so much that it had completely transformed the moon. It had also begun to explore Mars and send interstellar expeditions, with Saran da Vinci, Ph.D., playing a key role. David figured that whether it was Earth or the moon, he was being objectified as a god, and his kind were also the largest kind on the moon. It was thanks to them that the moon, despite its meager resources, had been able to overtake the Earth in development. By the way, the last stages of his life, this great scientist devoted to the study of space and time. Thanks to his research, people have made long-term progress in space physics and made a breakthrough. In short, people had quite extravagant hopes of controlling time. David thought that there must be some kind of intermediary that triggers under certain circumstances. And this intermediary is able to pass through time, a spirit or soul, to put it in general terms. However, with current technology, it was impossible to create a suitable environment for this, so space had already provided a clue. It was a molehole in the center of a molehole, a world beyond the 4 dimensions. And the so-called coordinates are, in fact, the most attractive point in the long river of time. In this case, it would be easier for the spirit to enter the body, and there would be no rejection reaction, and that would be the end of it. But although all this seemed reasonable, there were still unresolved questions, such as whether David had ever been in contact with a black hole. He wondered if the power of a nuclear explosion from the self-destruct effect could have formed such a possibility. Da Vinci's theory was that different temporal and spatial ramifications are interconnected. Accordingly, they influence each other. So his inspirations in this space were supposed to change the future. David was thinking so much that he didn't even notice Angela, who approached him and asked if he was interested in it too. The guy smiled awkwardly, saying that he just decided to flip through some books on the subject of space. But the girl noticed that excessive modesty could also be mistaken for arrogance. She added that David had been leafing through those few books for more than an hour. Then she completely unmasked him. The guy then asked if she believed in the possibility of going back in time. To that, Angela replied that instead of thinking about the past, she preferred to look to the future. And then she said that she heard he would take part in the competition and offered to train together. The girl added that it could be organized on the weekend, and David did not understand why suddenly this invitation. After all, he was only supposed to act as a shield, but Angela hastened to immediately add that it was his sister's request. At that, the girl looked embarrassed, and David replied that he didn't mind learning from each other. He'd really been itching to get his hands dirty lately, and Angela was considered #1 at the school. Plus, with her, he could appreciate the real fighting power of people with scores of 2,000 plus. and that was where they said goodbye. Throughout the night, he never found anything else. He'll likely encounter more astounding conspiracies in the future. But for some reason, it seemed to him more and more that the appearance of the strangers had to do with humans. With this thought, he finally left the library, because it was not good to dwell on one thing. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning when the guy was leaving the library building. At that moment, someone else approached it. He entered his information of interest, wanting to wield the right books. But this David could no longer see. And so the end of the week approached. Fatty was glad that the head teacher had really bought him a Lulu figurine. It was because they had actually managed to get 800 points. But David was still going to practice with Angela. He invited Magnus, but he said he didn't want to be a third party and interfere with their relationship. In addition, this Saturday, there will be a group event of Lulu's fan club, and he wanted to show his new figure. In that case, David invited him to come to his place for dinner, which Fatty decided not to refuse. When Saturday came, David came to the special club training ground. Angela was already there and was practicing her punches on the punching bag, testing her physical strength. Noticing the guy, she stopped and decided to take a little break. Now they had a GRPP exercise. David noticed that the girl was already in full uniform, and the girl said that he had come after all. She asked him to wait another minute while she practiced another combination of punches. Meanwhile, he remarked that he didn't think that the girl would come here so early because it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. But Angela replied that it was a matter of course, as she had to get ready to spar with him. She started up the training system, which began projecting special exercise models. The girl, meanwhile, adopted a fighting stance, about to try a new combination of punches. She concentrated and prepared to attack. Interestingly enough, her eyes were closed at this time. And when she opened them, there were already several models of soldiers surrounding Angela. However, this was what she had hoped for, because what the girl wanted to try was just meant for such occasions. When a person is backed into a corner, they tend to get lost and make mistakes, so here you have to attack first. With this thought, Angela pounced on the first soldier standing near her, or rather, his created model. She turned on one leg, and with the other she kicked him in the stomach, which made him shatter into pieces. Next, Angela backed up a bit and took the place where he was standing. Now she was able to break out of the ring. This pleased the girl, but she should not relax. She noticed a new approaching opponent. However, the same fate awaited him as the model before. This time, Angela was kicked right in the head. David, who was watching the whole thing, thought that she was really an outstanding student. The power of her genetic strength had already reached a good level, and her control was also excellent. In her movements, she always left herself room to maneuver, and each movement was connected to the previous one. This way, she kept herself safe while increasing her killing power at the same time. This was exactly what was called micro-control of top-level experts. Angela, meanwhile, had almost dealt with all the soldier models. She only had 3 fighters left, but now she swung her leg in a leap and brought it down on the last one, making it shatter. After that, the girl finally landed and took a breath. The physical attacks were exhausting after all. But there was a hidden agenda here. She had actually come here before David for a reason. Angela tossed her hair back, as girls usually did, and at this moment she was especially beautiful. That was what she was counting on to get the guy's attention, and he clapped her unexpectedly. Angela looked at him and smiled, and David said it was great. Thinking of training as a real fight was something familiar to number 1 of their school. Hearing this, the girl lowered her eyes in embarrassment and said that David could see right through her, admitting that she did. She added that she'd always thought Dina Hayden's brother couldn't be as untalented as he'd been described. Now, already embarrassed, David said that he was just having a bit of hormones at play, so it couldn't be helped. However, the girl added that she thinks sometimes he's just pretending to be bad at something. However, if he does that for too long, he will forget his true nature. Having said that, she even smiled. Why Angela stated that she would have targeted joint training sessions with him before the competition. She was sure that if the guy tried his best with his shooting, he would have a good chance of making it to the second round. David took it as a compliment and said that he really appreciated it. He added that in that case, offering her an official match for 3 rounds to 2 wins, which surprised Angela a bit. She asked if he was sure, saying that she always fights seriously, so then he should take full responsibility. But David assured her that he could take any blow, and the only exception was the failure in his first confession. He added that since the girl would be serious, he could ask for a small wager and asked if Angela was okay with it. She was even interested and looked at him playfully, asking what the guy wanted. And he said that if he won, she would come to their house for dinner tomorrow, where this time it would also be fatty. Angela asked if that was the whole thing, and David nodded, asking if she was going to be his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Angela prostrated herself and said that she wouldn't mind trying his father's cooking again. She then winked at David and added that she would therefore do a little indulgence by changing the rules a little. She said that if he won even one round, he could consider that he had won the bet. If he lost all three, he would continue to be her shield. After listening carefully, David gave her a thumbs up, saying he understood her and was ready to get down to business. That was it, and after a while, the guys were standing in the real arena from the school. Both were in special combat equipment. Angela was so focused that she didn't notice a small nuance. After all, in this form, David very much resembled that mysterious expert, only without a helmet. The girl pointed to the stand with weapons, saying that the guy could take any of them, because she didn't care. And he thought that the training weapons were not sharpened, but even so, they posed a lot of danger. So after looking at them, he reasoned that it was still better not to take anything, because even if it was blunt, one could easily get into trouble with it, especially since that often happens in the heat of battle as a rule. So he told Angela that he would fight with his bare hands, which surprised the girl. At first she smiled, thinking that David was, as always, on his wavelength, but then she suddenly didn't like it. In an instant, the girl became serious and looked at him with a different look that made the guy uncomfortable. She prepared herself by taking a stand and saying that in that case, they would see where he got his confidence and arrogance from. Both fighters were ready and took their positions. They were only waiting for the system's signal, which followed a couple seconds later. Literally immediately, Angela used some sort of technique, and David was surprised to realize that she was using an aura. Pushing herself off the floor, which was equipped with a special coating, the girl went on the attack. Following her habit, she pounced on the guy in a leap, putting her foot out for a kick, for she had her reasons. After all, the striking power of the leg was much greater than that of the arm. It depended on the area of the body part. However, when her foot was almost in front of David's eyes, he easily dodged and grabbed it. It was so unexpected that Angela was even a little confused, marveling at his reflexes. After all, the speed of her attack was quite fast, but he still stopped her and even brought his hand to her throat. Angela had no more than 2 seconds to react, otherwise victory was immediately on his side. She swung with her other hand, and when David wanted to block, she made a dash and bounced away from him. Angela thought that even though this punch was only 70% force, the counterattack was completely sudden. But then the girl thought that David was known for being blunt-headed, so maybe she should attack more aggressively. Meanwhile, the man showed one finger, saying that they already had a score that was 1.0 in his favor. Instead of answering, Angela took the counter again, preparing for another attack, intending this time to even the score. This time she used exchange moves and ran in a circle, and David didn't understand why she was doing it. Angela, meanwhile, approached him from behind as her boyfriend was ready to attack. She swung for a punch, about to hit him with more force than she had used before. This time the attack was again a kick to the head, but to her surprise, David easily dodged it and counterattacked again. He grabbed the girl's supporting leg and pulled her toward him, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the floor. Angela had only one emotion, and that was shock, which she couldn't hide looking at David. Meanwhile, he bounced back at her, saying that their score was already 2-0 and still in his favor. He told Angela that she should get to know herself during training, and in battle she should pay attention to studying her opponent. He added that she shouldn't think of him as a modeled projection, that she is unable to respond instantly. Angela had never felt like that before. She didn't even know why she was losing to him. Also, for some reason, at one point she had the feeling that her opponent had disappeared. Plus, when he grabs her leg, the momentum should cause him to roll back a bit, and at that point you can usually break free. But when David grabbed her, it felt like her body had been taken away. The girl had never been in a situation like this before. She tried to calm down. It was the first time for her, but she had to get her condition in order. Looking at the guy, she thought that it was still very difficult to accept it. But as they say, you lose, you pay. Besides, the girl couldn't help but admit that he was clearly better than her at the moment, though it was unclear how it happened. Therefore, she did not continue the fight any further and said that the elder David was hiding well. She had lost. However, the latter suddenly interrupted her, saying that it was not the end, which puzzled Angela a little. David then showed 3 fingers on his hand, saying that since they had agreed on 3 rounds, they should finish. After all, whatever the outcome, it would still be a rewarding experience for both of them. He smiled at the girl. Angela thought for a while and said that in that case she wouldn't refuse, but this time she would use a weapon. With those words, she pulled out two rather sharp blades that were clearly not from the system's arsenal. They were her own swords, which came with the girl's equipment, and she wielded them perfectly. Angela took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. This time, her gaze was full of determination. David noticed, too, that the atmosphere changed instantly, and Angela cleaned up her state of mind in one go. To be able to consciously bring oneself to such a state in such a heated environment was rare indeed. But another from number one was not expected. The girl asked for guidance from the older man. David prepared himself as well, taking up a melee stance that he was also confident in, even against armed opponents. He nodded to Angela's request, and the girl was at his side in no time with her attack. She was a masterful swordswoman, and David had to admit it, though he hadn't been hit by any of her blows yet. But Angela was confident in her skills. She twirled her blades in preparation for her cleaving cut. It was a unique technique that not everyone could dodge, so she wanted to try it out on David. As expected, the guy was able to jump up at the last moment and avoid injury. He himself thought she had completely blocked the directions of travel, but she couldn't hit yet. It was completely useless, and Angela wondered if she lacked speed, seeing how the guy dodged. On the other hand, the moment he landed was her chance to throw him off, so she pounced on David. When he landed, she was already looming over him in a leap, swinging for another overhead attack. By then, several students who were cheering for Angela had approached the court, saying that this attack would be successful. They added that the girl had really practiced the ultimatum technique, and David was interested. He saw Angela suddenly change the trajectory of her attack right in the air and use two blades at once. This was her technique called 100 acrylic spiral slash, which she used skillfully. David quickly realized that in such a situation, he should only calmly dodge her attacks with his swords. He did so and then did it again. Because the girl didn't retreat, she even crowded him. Every swing of her weapon was pretty close to his body, but David managed to dodge everything. He was even starting to get a little amused that Angela couldn't hit him in any way, so he decided to counterattack. Waiting for her to attack him with her left hand again, he quickly grabbed her with his dead grip. This left the girl unable to use both hands, and it took her by surprise. And then something happened that she had never imagined. David knocked the weapon out of her hand with one precise blow. It was so unexpected that Angela was a little confused at first, but she recovered quickly. She still had one more blade, which was enough if used wisely. She attacked the guy again. But he, just like the first time, by some unknown techniques, intercepted her arm and pulled the sword. After that, he pressed the girl against the wall and put the blade to her throat, which said that she was clearly defeated. Angela was shocked and even a little scared. She did not understand why David suddenly became so serious. He told her that her attack would not lead to anything but death on the battlefield, which surprised Angela even more. But soon he realized that he had been pinning her down for too long, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable about it. For that reason, he hurriedly let go of the girl and said that it had been a pretty good fight. At the end, he summarized their score, which was already 3-0, and apologized for maybe overdoing it at the end. Angela, meanwhile, thought that she had struggled so hard to learn an ultimatum-level skill, and the guy had repelled it so easily. Even though she wasn't in the top 10 in terms of melee level, but she still had a level of around 2,000 points. Therefore, she didn't understand how this could happen, so she quietly asked David about it. And he thought that he was foolish again, because he shouldn't have fought a girl like that. He had the advantage. She didn't know that he was the commander of an elite group of blood wolves, so the guy replied that he was just lucky. He added whether she herself did not succumb to him on purpose, which made the girl a little embarrassed. But she told David not to try to change the subject, because today she was in good shape. She added that she had never seen anyone able to stop an ultimatum skill with their bare hands before. Plus then, he acclimated that first-class skill, but David said he didn't recall such a thing. Angela, on the other hand, remembered it perfectly. She said he had just said that nothing but death would result. She asked if he didn't know that it could be used to win any group in a point competition. Then David told her to think about how exhausting it was, because her attention span was dropping. And she could be guarded by a sniper rifle in battle, or there could be 100 opponents and she would be dead tired. She didn't think about it, but their fight was over and now it was time to clear the area. Outside, they were waiting for the students who had also come to try their hand. But when they saw these two, some of them were very jealous. For Angela suddenly took Michael under her arm like a guy's girlfriend, and asked her what she should wear for dinner tomorrow night. They looked at each other, and David realized that they were now playing to the audience, and he must be doing a good job of acting as her shield. The students, meanwhile, screamed with joy at what they saw. They didn't expect to see the two of them together again. Angela asked what gifts David's mom and dad liked, adding that it would be more formal this time. As they walked out of the school, all eyes were on them, as everyone wanted to see Angela's boyfriend. The guy himself wondered if he was really her shield, and if the joke turned out to be true, that would be a good thing. When Sunday came, David's parents' house was welcoming guests again, and this time Fatty came as well. It also didn't please Dina, who complained that she was back home, but she wasn't being looked after like that. Magnus, meanwhile, asked his friend what potion he'd drugged Angela with, and Dina said she didn't like Magnus's company. Then he told her that if she was so sarcastic, no one would ever marry her. David backed up his friend, saying that he was leading too, was basically her fat older brother. After that, everyone went back to David and Angela, with Magnus asking again how he'd done it. He added that Angela had rejected his friend after all, so everyone wondered why they were together now. Angela blushed but said that they had gotten it all wrong because she had come here because she had lost the bet. Then Dina thought that her friend was a bit of a storyteller and said that she shouldn't have lost on purpose. Magnus quietly pitied his friend, saying that his sister was really doing everything to make his life difficult. But Angela replied that it wasn't like that at all, and she had tried her best. But even so, she hadn't won more than one round. The girl then turned to David, saying that he had been at the school for 3 years, so he could already tell them everything. Angela thought that she had even looked through the records of the best students for the last 10 years, but the guy wasn't there. However, yesterday, he had easily reflected and criticized 100 acrylic spiral dissections. Suddenly, his sister came up to David and grabbed her brother's cheeks, saying those didn't look like a mask. So she said she would ask him one more question and asked him to answer seriously because if he made a mistake, he would either be court-martialed or sent to a laboratory for autopsy. It was a clear threat. Then came the most explicit questions, the answers to which only the real David would know. Some of the questions were a little personal, but the girl was not embarrassed. It seemed that only Angela looked embarrassed. David threatened her that Dina was called for trouble, but she only loudly announced it to her mom. Still, all the same, Dina became convinced that her brother was really real, except he couldn't be that cool. She asked Fatty if he noticed anything strange in his behavior, but he only said that his friend began to train hard. Then David couldn't take it anymore and reminded her that they weren't here to criticize him. Besides, he turned to Fatty, they shouldn't talk about each other in such a fiery way. When everyone had finally calmed down, Angela suddenly spoke up, thinking that his words of yesterday made sense. She agreed that her 100 acrylic spiral dissection might not be particularly effective in real combat. David nodded, saying that in fact, once that technique started, you could already find mistakes in it. And if you concentrate hard enough, you can catch a tempo where her hand is faster than her opponent's. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Dina, who said that he was forgetting that this technique happens very fast. So she added that her brother should stop blowing smoke in their eyes, or she would tell her mom everything. This really displeased David, so he reached for the apples, saying he would show everything by example. He said that the speed of the knife is quite important, but speed alone is not necessarily effective. It's more important to catch the right pace. That's what comes first. With those words, he tossed the apple. And then in the blink of an eye, he applied something similar to the technique of 100 acrylic spiral splits. Thus, when the apple landed on his dolon, it was cut into many dolons. All three of his friends looked at him with astonishment and undisguised admiration, and the lad smiled contentedly. He continued, saying that in cutting techniques, the spread is important, but in 100 slashes, it's too big. Because of that, you get the usual chopping blows. But in battles, it's not so much the brute force that matters, but the techniques and their details. And then slowness, on the contrary, helps to achieve higher limits. The guys were shocked. Angela thought he made 58 cuts, 13 of them at an angle, but the slowing down wasn't even felt here. And Fatty thought the friend had made 48 cuts, 10 of which didn't seem to have been interrupted, just a change of pace. Dina looked at David skeptically and said that now she doubted he was her brother again. Then the guy suddenly said that she shouldn't doubt, because he was really her brother, just back from the future. But the sister did not appreciate such humor, as she thought, so she kicked him on the leg, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Just then, their parents called them over for dinner, saying that the students could continue their debate afterward. They sat down at the table, and David's mom and dad started urging Angela to try different dishes. The girl's eyes were really going wild with so many choices, from the usual curry and ending with stewed chicken with chestnuts. In a word, the assortment was really impressive. Angela was a little embarrassed to accept her portion, which had already had a lot of stuff in it. Meanwhile, the mother suddenly asked directly what such a nice girl found in their son. And David even became a little uncomfortable. He thought, was he really that bad in the eyes of his parents? So he didn't let the girl answer, telling everyone to start eating and not to embarrass each other. They spent the rest of the dinner chatting about neutral topics, and when it was over, David got up to see Angela off. They went outside again and found themselves alone, but the guy was still hesitant about where best to walk her. Unexpectedly, Angela said that he really did love his family very much, but he asked if that wasn't characteristic of everyone. To this, Angela replied that she meant something else, for perhaps he hadn't been paying attention to his gaze. But he looked at his parents and Dina with such tenderness and warmth that she thought he would die for them. It was not the look of a bright young boy, but rather of a mature man who had experienced a lot of things. The girl thought that before he had been young and mischievous. It even seemed to her that the guy might have such a way of expressing himself, with different patterns of behavior. At her remark, David only laughed awkwardly, saying that he should look out for that in the future then. Angela smiled and then said that her car wasn't far away, so he could go back. But David said that Dina had told him to escort her straight to her car, so he wouldn't piss his little sister off. After some more time, they arrived at the car and Angela thanked them all again for their welcome. She asked if they could see each other again next week, and David awkwardly said yes. The girl left, and he thought that now, as he returned his thoughts to that day, he realized that she had done the right thing. After all, by turning him down, she had saved herself from losing someone who could have been something closer to her than just a shield. And Angela herself thought there was a trace of unspeakable sadness in David's smile lately. But Davy thought that he wouldn't want to cause more pain to the people around him, and even if it couldn't be avoided, he would look at this world with a smile, and it didn't matter who was in front of him, his family, Fatty, Dina, Edie, Angela. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of Earth's Central Intelligence Agency, the competition was being considered. Some of them were complaining to the MP, saying that he was taking his time instead of doing something useful. But soon he couldn't stand it any longer and pounded his fist on the table, urging everyone to calm down and saying that enough was enough. After all, Luna has a pretty good rationale for this. It's a plan to appoint humanity's best fighters. Strength is the only criterion in decision-making, because any flaw can lead to the failure of the whole plan. Although gene modifications were discovered on the Moon and Earth at the same time, the Moon has achieved better results. And now that it has surpassed the Earth in all parameters, the Earth always loses the right to vote during decision-making. So if this time they also fail in the points competition, their disgrace will lead to a widening gap. General Marshall's train of thought was interrupted by a girl in special glasses who was sitting across from the man. She asked if he was sure of the candidates recommended by the war ministries. The man replied that they could only hope that they would do their best. After all, there were age restrictions here. There were many other representatives from the Earth districts at the meeting, and they were all beginning to doubt this competition. The girl wondered if the Marshal General was suggesting that they hope for luck again, for she recalled that last time there were none of their men in the top 4, so it was pointless to participate in the competition. The representative of the other district also pounded his fist on the table, saying that they should face the truth. After all, if they sent their top 50 as usual after the selection method was announced, they would have no chance of success. The other representatives didn't really like this and started arguing among themselves. Another girl said that the chairman's words were not undercut by anything because she knew that the performance in Asia. The other girl said that the chairman's words were not undermined because she knew that the academic performance in Asia, to which he was assigned, was not quite satisfactory, and he in turn pointed out to his colleague the problems with its structure. All in all, everyone was saying that it was too risky to use the new method and they couldn't afford it. At the end of the meeting, the old general thought that Luna had been behaving strangely in recent years, but their intelligence services had revealed nothing. At that moment, his aide came up to him and asked why the general had not shown that tape. After all, with its help, his words would have seemed more convincing, and he would not be in such a difficult position. The man replied that now he needs protection, not disclosure, and the pressure on them would not have been less. He added that he would leave the matter to his assistant, and the latter thought that this young man gave the Earth some hope, albeit small. The man smiled, however, for at least this time a new method of selection had been chosen. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the professor announced the start of a new week, saying that the scoring competition was about to begin. He added that this year Earth had gotten 58 spots and Moon had gotten 70, so the competition would be fierce. A total of 120 of the best fighters from the two federations will gather in Luna's capital of Casablanca to fight for their honor. To participate in the selection, it was necessary to have a minimum of 800 points. But to enter the finals, it will clearly not be enough. So this time, the first stage of the selection process will start with the top 10 students with an epic rank score getting direct entry into the finals. And getting this grade means that this person has absolute dominance on the battlefield. There was also the possibility of special recommendations, which of course was a great honor for the student. And if the quota of candidates after all this is not filled, then the second stage of selection, competitions will begin. Fighters with scores above 1600 or who had received a rank 1 rating in the trials would participate there. David thought that he hadn't really seen the point of this selection before, but now it was giving basic combat effectiveness. This was done to weed out fighters with high scores but low combat effectiveness. However, it seemed to the boy that there was something strange about these competitions, and perhaps it was in them that he would find the key to the future. After class, all the students went to the dining hall for tradition, but David didn't expect what happened there. He was called again by Angela, who saw him come in with Magnus and Catherine and waved them over. The girl invited them all to sit at the table next to her, and the friends felt awkward to refuse. Catherine remarked that it was surprising that the guys could eat after the professor's words about the new selection. But Magnus said that he wouldn't have any strength without food, and he'd been working out with David recently, that he'd starved himself. David said that he could just answer that he had been practicing hard, and that made the girls smile. But then Catherine thought that in these competitions it was assumed that Angela would directly enter the finals. But after all, she herself had already scored over 1,800 points and should be eligible to participate in the qualifying competition. However, the conditions for passing the first stage were too harsh, and it is unlikely that there will be many people with special recommendations. And even if they recommended her in this way, Catherine didn't think she could overpower Luna's key figures. Then suddenly David turned to her, telling her not to worry so much about the headman, for she would do well. He remembered that Catherine had performed brilliantly in the elite point competition in his past life. And the head girl, noticing his strange look, thought that he was a little upset about his only 800 points. So the girl told the guys not to worry because when she became captain, she would definitely hire them. Angela supported her friend, saying that her words made sense because with David's strength, he would definitely have a chance. This, however, surprised Catherine, and she looked at Angela, wondering how she knew how strong David was. She saw her look and explained that she had sparred with him over the weekend and had noticed his unusual fighting skills. David nodded contentedly and then suddenly said that he was actually going to be the winner of the competition. However, the guy said that he couldn't seem to live a day without bragging about his fictional successes. Suddenly, one of the students put one foot on the table, telling Catherine to just hammer on this kid. This student's friends, whose name was Peter, and who wanted to get Catherine's attention, backed him up. But the girl turned to them, telling them to stop making a mess, and she told Peter that she was giving the same chance as everyone else. She added that if he could make it to the finals, she would be his girlfriend, adding that she vouches for her words. And the guy thought with annoyance that he stopped at 1560 points and couldn't go any further up. So he just said that he knew he didn't deserve her. But after all, this David was so much worse than him. He added that the one wasn't as handsome as him, and he had nothing but fatty eating everything. Peter Ming's friends again supported him, saying that David's boyfriend didn't deserve that kind of attention. Also, his words hurt Magnus, who was made to look like a burden for doing nothing but eating all the time. And of course, David didn't stand for it. He stood up, thinking that he's faced this guy before. But whether Catherine liked this guy or not was of no concern to him. All he realized was that it was worth waiting away from him. And all because during the battle on Mars, this guy had fought pretty bravely as captain of one of the squads. During an important battle, he could have retreated, but because all of his team members were dead, he didn't want to do that. So after activating the self-destruct effect, he exploded with the aliens. It was said that he was very fond of Catherine. Meanwhile, Peter turned to him, asking why he was just looking at him and not speaking. The boy thought that David's look didn't even express anger or cowardice, but rather sympathy, which pissed him off even more. Then Angela came to their rescue, saying that the guys seemed to have gotten it all wrong, since David already had a girlfriend. She added that he was just good friends with Catherine, and also if a girl didn't want a relationship, she shouldn't be pestered about it. Peter then asked her to be honest if this David used any of his tricks on her. He didn't have time to finish his sentence because at that moment, William entered the dining room and said that they should behave more modestly. Seeing the older man's appearance, Peter tisked his lips and turned away from David. Meanwhile, William turned to Angela, saying that there was no need for her to play this game, because associating with this guy would lower her status. But Peter didn't like that he was treating the younger Angela like that, so he told him to watch his status better. William irritatedly compared him to a rabid dog. However, he further responded with Angela as well. The girl said that she didn't think she should have to clarify her relationship between her and David to him. David joined her in saying that he, William, was a military man after all, so he shouldn't be hanging around women. He remembered from his past life that this William Lee had escaped during a major battle, leaving his comrades behind. He didn't know what methods had been used back then, but this guy had never been court-martialed. Fortunately, he also didn't succeed with Angela, because otherwise David would have definitely lost his temper. Meanwhile, Peter liked the fact that this David allowed himself to say such things to William Lee. Then he attacked David with claims, saying that he at least got the right to participate in the qualifiers. However, this is where Catherine entered the fray, saying that the older man should not cross the line. And David replied that he really won't participate in the qualifiers, and this pleased William. However, the lad then added that he had grander plans as he would be competing in the finals. William had not expected to hear such a thing. He was a little confused, not even knowing what to say. Catherine also thought that David should choose his words better, because it was not a joke, but for some reason, he looked confident. The next moment, William came to his senses and said that someone like David could not even dream of the final. After all, he wouldn't even get into the top 50 from the Earth rankings. But the guy thought otherwise and suddenly took out his phone. He put it on the table and opened something. And then something amazing appeared in front of all present. It was a photo of the right to participate in the finals of the competition, but such a thing was not possible for anyone. William especially didn't understand this, because he had put in so much effort, but in the end he had only been allowed to participate in the preliminaries. Therefore, he did not understand how such a scum like this guy could go straight to the final, because he was clearly inferior to him. Meanwhile, David said that he had satisfied their curiosity, so now they could all leave. They stood still for a while, not believing what they had just seen. Then suddenly David felt someone stepping hard on his foot, causing him pain. As it turned out, it was the head man, and he told Catherine that she could leave someone without a leg like that. But the girl did not care. She asked if he had been hiding all this time, that he had immediately selected for the finals. But David hastened to justify himself, saying that he had just received the notification where he had learned about it. Angela wondered how he had gained admission to the finals and concluded that it was through an epic ranking assessment. Then an unsure hand was raised by Fatty, who said that he too had gotten the right to participate in the qualifiers. Although he wasn't sure if he could make it to the finals, he had essentially already accomplished his task. Hearing that even Magnus had made it to the sectionals, the students were buzzing around like bees, checking each of their notices. And then suddenly it was announced over the loudspeaker for David, Magnus, Angela, and Catherine to report to the rector's office. There was also the good news that some students had made it directly into the finals. David Hayden was among them, and some were watching it all from the sidelines and thought contentedly that everything was going according to plan. A short time later, David, Angela, and Catherine arrived in the rector's office, along with William and Michael. The rector remarked that he had expected only 2 promising talents, but there was a whole team of them. The most important thing was that 2 students from their school had directly qualified for the finals. It was something they could only dream of, so the rector said that David and Angela were the pride of their school. He added that he had heard it said before that David had poor grades, but the current situation spoke for itself. The man also told the boys to try to achieve the best results, not only for themselves, but for all Earthlings. David thought that during his studies in his past life, he had thought the rector was an incompetent bureaucrat. However, with the outbreak of war, he had instantly transformed into a military man, bravely performing his duties on the battlefield of Mars. It was sad that in the Battle of Sun Lake, Rector Zhang was unable to resist and died with his army. Meanwhile, the rector didn't understand why. Looking at David, he felt like he was already used to the battlefields. Apparently, he was getting delirious because he was too busy in his office, since the guy was still a student. Then he turned to those who had made it to the qualifiers, saying that they should not relax. After all, this time all the big colleges would come out of their holes to take as many of their students as possible. William thought that the rector was just a useless old man, incapable of cunning plans. When the reception was over, they left their office and headed home, and the students were already discussing them as experts. Some thought the guys must have cheated, but David wasn't listening to them. His phone suddenly rang. He took the call. It was his sister Dina who, as usual, shouted loudly right in his ear. She said she was finally starting to feel like he was family to her, which made David a little angry. He asked if that was how one talked to their brother and what made her think he might not be related at all. But Dina replied that she'd learned that he'd started to change after he'd gotten close to Angela. She added that she wanted him to keep it up and she would always have his back. David thought warmly of his sister. He then turned to Fatty, telling him not to chicken out either and get through the preliminaries. But Magnus replied that it was impossible, for getting into them was already his limit. David then said that the friend was able to get a 1+ ranking for his shooting, so he had a chance. The guy added that from now on he would live his life practicing, getting up early and ignoring the aches and pains. That was the end of it, saying that now he had to look in the library, and left his surprised friend behind. And Magnus thought that he was able to achieve a rank 1 grade, thanks to that mysterious man's entry. It seemed to him that it was the blessing of his Lulu. David had come to the North Library building by him in time. He knew that the first wave of strikes during the alien invasion had been directed at the largest cities of the Moon and Earth. At that time, there was such aversion that the aliens chose Hume-populated areas as points of attack, which was quite logical. But now David realized that there must have been reasons for that, which he would be able to find out only in the control center. After spending another evening in the library, he finally headed home, with someone still following him. After a while, the guy walked out of the library building and headed towards the school's exit through a small forest. However, as he walked there, it seemed to him as if someone was following him and sneaking up on him. In fact, it was. Some guy in a jacket with their school's crest was sneaking right behind David. And then he suddenly heard a voice behind him asking if he was looking for him, and it was David's. And his pursuer was Michael, who tried to get out of it by saying that he just had to pee. But David noticed that lately it seemed to him that someone was following him, and now he realized everything. So next he told the Dragon Writings guy to tell him why he was being followed. David even threatened to beat him up, and Michael suggested that they could do without a fight if they were from the same school. David, however, instead of answering, kicked a tree near Michael's head, saying that he had a bad temper. Then Michael, scared out of his wits, asked uncertainly if David was the antinomian. The guy didn't understand what the guy meant and asked if it was some kind of joke, so Michael had to explain. He told him that he had figured it out by the fact that an unknown student had suddenly made it to the finals. Such a thing was only possible with the epic rank grade he must have gotten in the past tests. However, David didn't appreciate his observation, for he didn't need anyone else to know his secret at all. Besides, he said that the boy was mistaken, because even though he really got that grade, it was only for close combat. David then asked if that was the reason he'd been following him all this time. And Michael thought that this guy was really incredibly strong, because he had long ago realized that he was being watched. So Michael said that being a journalist, he had to scrutinize everything. And that's how he came to the conclusion that the anonymous expert is probably a student from his school, and then the method of elimination worked. After all, Angela was not the right gender, and William and Justin were not so modest as to hide. Then the only option left was that it was a hidden expert of the college who suddenly decided to shine in the scores. David thought that if the guy was referring to his sensational confession to Angela, then he had just hit the target crookedly. Still, David decided to hear him out to the end and asked him to continue, saying that his story was interesting. Michael then continued, saying that he really did have a very strong sense of forethought. He even thought it was his talent. This was also enhanced by his high IQ. He revealed that he had singled out several people, David being one of them. And seeing the way he shot at the range, Michael thought that this style was almost the same as the one he had seen at the test. David suddenly thought, did that mean that anyone could come out at him so easily? Or this guy really is a genius? He turned to him, asking for his name, and it was obvious that Michael liked his interest in him. He introduced himself, saying that he was also the man who was to become famous all over the earth. Now all he had to do was wait for this expert to be recognized, for what else could be more pleasing to a journalist? The initial hunch, which he confirmed step by step, finally led to the discovery of the mysterious man. The guy thought that at this rate, he would be able to earn fame quite soon, and David looked shocked. All because he recognized this guy's name, because in the future, he became famous for his statements about the origin of strangers. However, soon after that, he disappeared without a trace, and rumors began to spread that he was just crazy. At that moment, his chest jabbed again with a strong sensation of pain, which knocked David a little out of the colic. He bent down and told Michael that he really was incredibly smart, except now he should be rid of him. Hearing this, Michael rushed to assure him that he could keep it all a secret and wouldn't tell anyone. But David replied that he, being from the journalism department, should know that only dead people can keep secrets. David also thought that the pain in his chest could be related to things that could affect the future. The guy didn't know why or how, but it seems Catherine's team and this Michael's team had something to do with detecting strangers. David asked Michael if he had any unfinished business, and he was completely scared to death. He asked that if David was exposed one day, have him tell everyone that he was the one who first found out about it. The guy added that even if he died here, he didn't want his efforts to be in vain. David laughed out loud at that. And then he suddenly held out his hand to him, saying that he thought the truth was well hidden, but he was so easily exposed. He introduced himself, asking if Michael thought he was stupid enough to kill such a talented guy. Upon hearing that he would live, Michael asked why he was saying that then, and David replied that he was just a little pissed off by his showing off. Though he added that if it had been some cute girl instead, things might have been different. Michael then decided that he could afford something and asked David to let him follow him. He said he wasn't bragging, but his hunch was as matchless and accurate as a woman's intuition. He was a little confused when he said that the comparison was a bit of a stretch, but that wasn't the point. He'd always had a premonition of strange things since childhood, and his data-gathering abilities were top-notch as well. Besides, this way, they would be connected and whatever David said in the future would be kept top secret. Finally, Michael asked him not to doubt his words, seeing David make a pitchfork of thought. He added that he could gather intelligence to spot enemies, and he could also wash, cook, and dry socks. In short, he was quite useful, and David had been thinking of ways to persuade him to help him, and this was it. So he said he was glad they were sharing a secret, but he'd asked the boy to hold on to it for a little while longer. Michael straightened up and said he would always obey him from now on, and if David told him to go east, he would never turn west. David nodded at him and then with a smile ordered the boy to go back, for they still had a lot of important things to do behind them. As Michael ran to the dormitory, David thought that perhaps God himself was sending him strangers. But whether it was good or bad, only time would tell. And after a little more time, he was already in his room. There he got an unpleasant surprise in the form of Fatty, who put his pants back on and went to bed. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, no one was sleeping. The girls were talking about different topics, one of which was Angela's boyfriend. They asked if she and Angela were serious, but the girl answered that she really didn't know about his talent until today, but there was nothing between them. Her classmates lit up when they heard that her friend didn't need such a senior, saying that then they would take him themselves. Angela embarrassedly replied that they could do whatever they wanted, since it would be nothing to her. As morning came, in the other room of the girls' dormitory where Catherine lived, the girls were having the same discussion about David and Magnus. They were saying that the two of them used to be regular goofballs, but now one of them had made it to sectionals and the other to the finals. Catherine also thought that she never thought David and Magnus were completely hopeless. They just didn't put in enough effort. And the fact that they were both talented couldn't be denied, because she had felt it in her freshman year. So she too, as the head of their group, should make more effort to keep up. At this time, David was standing in the restroom looking at his scar. He noticed that the texture of the skin was completely different in one place. It was unlike anything he knew, but when he touched there, he felt something strange. After Michael joined, he became even more certain that the genetically modified soldiers had special genes. It was said that Earth had much better research in this area, but it had no practical effect. And since Michael might have been involved in the events with the aliens, his help could very well be one of the turning points. Then David thought that in the past, the top 8 had consisted of only Luna's people, and that was a bit of a shame. And the abilities of the top 3 moon experts were simply impossible to describe. It was said that they were super geniuses, 3 innovators, that capable of leading humanity. These 3 had performed well on the battlefield. However, in his past life, even in the late stages of the Mars War, David was unable to stand up to these three. Except now, he finally had the opportunity to test how good these three really were. David thought about it for a while, and then suddenly felt a strange coldness. A second later, he realized that he was on Mars and he was still in his military gear. He wondered if it had all been a dream and he was still on Mars, wounded. In favor of that was the fact that his body was real, and this was the exact spot where he had exploded. There was even a crater left from the explosion, but that didn't explain why the guy was still alive, even though he was wounded. Blood was streaming from his face, his armor was half shattered, and he didn't understand what was going on. David even thought it might be a divination of God, who first gave him hope and then took it all away. But as he thought this, he suddenly noticed one significant difference that he hadn't before. It was his three scars that he still had from his time on Earth as a rebirth. The guy looked around, seeing many strangers who still hadn't disappeared anywhere and were still walking around Mars. However, this kind of aliens were a little different from the ones he had fought. They were cleaning up the battlefield for some reason. Suddenly, one of them noticed David, and you could see how surprised he was, for he didn't expect to see a living person here. He then attacked the guy with some special echolocation skill that he used against him. When the wave reached David, he felt a terrible pain. His whole body was as if under the influence of a magnetic storm. He felt himself slowly being torn apart, but then he suddenly woke up and realized that it was only a dream. The first thing he saw was Fatty, who looked awkwardly at his friend and said that his clothes weren't dry yet. David replied that it was fine and he would put something else on so Magnus could take it easy. Then Fatty noticed that the guy had a bit of a strange look on his face and said that he could not worry either. But David didn't listen to him. He thought it all seemed too realistic, so he realized one thing. In the clash with the outsiders, he must give his best. Otherwise, the past tragedy would just repeat itself. So David turned to Magnus, saying that he needed him in the finals, so he should definitely go there. Of course, this stumped Fatty a bit, but literally immediately he smiled and said he would do it. The next day, however, he regretted having agreed so readily because he didn't think he'd have to get hit over the head. They started the next morning with a practice sparring session in which Magnus couldn't even hurt his friend at all yet. He even thought that he was being purposely so hard on him because he hadn't returned his clothes. However, David had said that his friend could already take it back, since it would now be his clothes as a reward. But Magnus was no longer able to train further. He fell down and said that the friend could beat. He would not resist. Then David offered another option, saying that if he could withstand 5 minutes of the onslaught of his attacks, he could consider them finished. Except that didn't work either. Fatty said his friend might as well not even try to say anything to him. Finally, David stated that he had recently heard Magnus muttering in his sleep about liking Catherine. As soon as David added that he would tell the headman about it, Magnus immediately jumped up and said that he was ready to continue. He added that his friend must have misheard him, for he had only just prostrated himself. And David noticed that whenever he talked to Magnus on Mars, he often asked about Catherine's affairs. The fat man wasn't well aware of the news from the front lines, but when he'd learned that Catherine was dead, he'd lost his motivation to live. Magnus, meanwhile, gently asked if he was really saying these things in his sleep. Then David, to his surprise, answered in the negative, adding that it didn't matter since he'd confessed anyway. When Magnus heard that, he shouted that he would beat his friend personally and rushed after him, and he thought it had worked. So they practiced for a week on David's special versatile training, which Magnus had to agree to. All of the qualifiers had already arrived at the special building where qualifying was about to begin. Magnus, Catherine, William, and Justin took their seats, while David and Angela agreed to wait in the hallway. The qualifying matches weren't televised anyway. Angela figured she hadn't seen David this week. And the guy thought that that weird dream hadn't come up again this week, and it was getting more and more convenient to use that body. Angela even admired the fact that he knew how to prioritize, because he must have been preparing hard all this time. At first glance, he didn't seem to have changed in any way, but in fact there were changes, not in appearance, but in character. The girl had heard that success makes a man shine, but David's shine was too intense. She turned to the lad, asking how he thought they wanted more, speaking of Magnus and Catherine. David replied that unless something unforeseen happened, both Fatty and Catherine could definitely make it to the finals. In the past, Catherine has made it without a problem, but this time there was a new variable, Fatty. Half an hour into the competition, Justin's capsule opened and the guy was able to get out of it, which meant he was defeated. He thought he definitely wasn't losing to his opponent in pure strength, but the guy turned out to be much better than him in advanced strength. An hour later, he saw his friend William Lee, who was also eliminated only in the second round. William wondered why he had a South American opponent, for he was as fierce as a barbarian. Then he saw that Justin's capsule was also empty, but Catherine and Magnus had apparently not been knocked out yet. He walked out of the capsule room and saw Angela and David sitting in the hallway, which only spoiled his mood. William thought that with this defeat he had, in a way, failed the last stage of his senior year at the school. There in time, the third round of preliminaries began. Angela and David stood up, watching their friends' pods. Fatty didn't even notice how he was in the third round. He thought that compared to David, the first two opponents were nothing. The fighting style extracted from the anime looked relatively cheesy, but his moves were quite effective. Although the guy had originally planned to lose on purpose, but David had threatened him with the headman, so now he just had to win. The system reported the completion of loading the virtual battlefield for the qualifying round. Round 3 was declared started, and Fatty saw his new opponent, who was quite famous. His name was Chris Thompson, a renowned expert from the Alpha Military School in North America. He was a close combat expert and ranked in the top 59 in the world rankings, so the fight was not going to be easy. Chris had already prepared his weapon. He was smart, so he immediately analyzed his new opponent. At first, he was even surprised that a man with just over 800 points was able to get to the third round of the qualifiers. By luck alone, he definitely couldn't do it, so even though the fat made the guy look pathetic, but apparently, he had some special individual ability, and he was worth being careful with. Magnus, as if to confirm his thoughts, opened fire with his pistols, and the American began to dodge. The fat man made such a sharp maneuver because he realized that he couldn't let him get close to him. And Chris thought that this kind of hand speed, not shooting accuracy was quite rare. If the situation wasn't so convenient for him, this guy could really finish him off right away. It was lucky that he wasn't moving fast enough, and the layout of their combat zone map also played into the Americans' hands. Waiting for a good moment, Chris came out of his hiding place for a moment and counterattacked Fatty. He unleashed a multitude of kunai towards Magnus, who didn't expect it and even panicked a bit. He turned his back, dodging the attacks and protecting his head, but some of the knives hit the armor on his butt. Magnus figured that complex Q-firing techniques wouldn't work in this kind of terrain. Every movement here was a convenient opportunity for his opponent, and if it went on like this, he would lose. So Magnus found a convenient position from which he again fired at the American. But Chris noticed that it was not the best position for the shooter, because the distance between them was close to 10 meters. He thought that if the fat man failed in his next attack, he could finish him off. Magnus, on the other hand, thought that there was no turning back since Sonny he couldn't fight in close combat. Chris decided to use a false lunge to force him to shoot and appeared for a moment for Magnus. He then immediately dropped back down, seeing that his fat opponent had indeed fired at him. However, what happened next still made the American flinch at Magnus's name. His body was suddenly pierced by a bullet from a large caliber pistol that had hit him from a spin. A moment before, Magnus had thought to himself that he wished he could be as light, jumping and galloping as this guy. On the other hand, it pissed him off, Fatty thought to himself, wondering where the American was lurking among these slabs. He had nowhere to retreat, for he had reached the edge of the competition zone. It was then that Magnus noticed his opponent's false lunge, which gave away his location. Just what Fatty needed, he prepared to use the same technique as the mysterious expert. It was a sideways bullet, Magnus shouted, so the guy wouldn't even think he could hide behind the wall. He fired in the right trajectory, giving the bullet its own path, where it followed an arcing line. It happened just so, and the bullet of the heavy caliber of his pistols hit the target behind the wall. It was then that Chris was surprised that he could get him from such a distance and also hit important organs. The American clutched his stomach, unable to understand how it had happened, and Magnus was already aiming for another attack. They had all the physical pain in the competition area, but dying here was impossible. So when Magnus fired again and blew Chris's head off, he simply came back to reality and stepped out of his pod. The system announced that the winner of the third round of the preliminaries was Magnus from the Dragon Riding School. When Fatty stepped out of his pod and headed down the hallway, all three of his friends were already waiting for him there. Catherine was the first to ask how it went, looking at him with some hope and even a little admiration. Magnus scratched his head awkwardly, saying that he'd been lucky and had made it to the finals, which made his friends very excited. David even hugged him and lifted him up, saying that he knew his friend could do it, and the girls thought the same. The students who were watching all this said that now even pigs should learn to fly. Magnus, meanwhile, turned to David, telling him to let him go because he wasn't that easy. David did so, saying that he really should lose weight, even though he knew it was impossible. Angela suggested that they all take some time off and celebrate, and Fatty embarrassedly said he hadn't done anything of the sort. Then Catherine spoke up, saying that actually the celebration would be in her honor, at which point Magnus happily agreed. Meanwhile, their rector thought they had 4 finalists at once for the first time in the history of the school. Still, this new reform of selection by score was proving to be quite effective for them. The guys were celebrating their successful passage to the finals in David and Magnus's dorm room, but there was one other person with him. David introduced Michael to his friends, saying that he would be going to the moon with them. Michael was thrilled to meet the finalists and politely wished everyone good luck in the rounds. Then his chortle suddenly went dry and he grabbed a glass of juice, drinking it completely in a second. And Magnus was incredibly happy, for it was the first time he had been named senior by students from another department. Then David hurried to draw Michael's attention to what they didn't know, interrupting their greetings. He figured that although he had some snippets of information from his past life, he wanted to find out everything now. Michael replied that he could take it easy and began to report what he had learned about the current competition. Namely, its special significance because the fighters who became the top 4 will get the right to perform a special task. It might even affect the future of the whole mankind. And though it might be just gossip, sometimes they are true too. Angela was surprised to think that this guy really knew a lot despite being an ordinary student. And David said that Michael had intrigued them and then asked what the special assignment was. The guy replied that he really doesn't know that, but he is in a hacker alliance whose specialty is creating fake news. However, some of them are very reliable. For example, this case extracted by a hacker from the moon. David thought about it. Even though his past life in the news was not specific, the top 4 were never shown in public. He asked Michael to get to the main point, and he continued, saying that they and the Luna Federation are doing their best this time. According to the latest reports, both sides are reinforcing their strongest cards, and so far Luna's overall level is much higher. Michael added that this year, because of the dominance of the 3 musketeers, the difference could become even stronger. Magnus heard the guy say 3 minors, and he muttered something, but Catherine told Fatty to be quiet. She added that he watches too much anime, but luckily there were only people here who knew each other well. Artiste, Alan Doyle, Holy Celestial, Chrissy Da Vinci, and Heavenly Light, Floyd Cooper. These 3 referred to themselves as the 3 Musketeers, but in fact, little is known about them on Earth or even on the moon. At this, Michael ended his story for a moment, and Angela became serious, thinking about these guys. Then Michael continued, going on to characterize each member of the group. The first was Alan Doyle. This guy had just incredible long-range fighting skills. It was rumored that he belonged to an evolutionary type. However, one couldn't help but talk about Floyd Cooper, who was considered the first moon expert and had never lost. Fatty then asked who would win out of those 2, but Angela replied that at that level, it was a matter of probability. She added that she had already seen what he was capable of a year ago, and she found it hard to believe. David was just as surprised. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that another universally recognized beauty and Luna expert was Chrissy Da Vinci. She was the heiress of the greatest family and was known as the person with the most outstanding genes and blood. Suddenly, Magnus said that he didn't really believe it. He added that their Angela and the head girl were prettier than her. However, Catherine said that the moon people were naturally gifted, so Chrissy must really be beautiful. David then said that there was no arguing about tastes, and besides, in the eyes of everyone who loved him, his beloved seemed to be the most beautiful. After threats in his direction from Fatty, David smiled imperceptibly and asked Michael to continue. And the man said that these 3 are basically the strongest and are on a whole different level. The fighting style on the moon is not like the one on Earth, because there they fight not for points, but for battles. So when it comes to the actual battles, they are even more horrible. So the situation on Earth is not simple. As much as they don't want it to be, it's going to be very difficult to accomplish anything serious. And Catherine asks if they're doomed. Michael replied that although it was unpleasant to hear those words, it was the reality. And the top 10 of Earth also understood it. To make things look better on the outside, the military even sends soldiers of the right age to participate. But to be honest, having a lot of combat experience didn't necessarily mean high power in one-on-one duels. David thought that Luna probably didn't pay attention to that, because she was sure that she would win anyway. So he only asked Michael which of their men was more competitive for the competition. After all, he thought that although Earth's overall level left much to be desired, but they also had capable experts. In fact, during the battles on Mars, many powerful soldiers had come out of the Earth army, which was strange. After all, their troops were lagging behind the lunar troops for years, but many more heroes have emerged than from the lunar troops. The Moon's genetic warriors are much easier to get results, and their training system is better too. Meanwhile, in response to his question, Michael replied that Sister Angela should know this better than he did. After all, she is very different from the others with her social standing and is in the top 10 for a reason. There is no reason why she always stays in the top 10 and does not give up her place to anyone else. Angela finally replied that she thought there were a few people on their side who had a chance to make the top 8. She began listing all of these people, naming the names of Iron Man Austin, Robotech Sibylla, as well as Blade Master Phoenix, Shadow Jordan, and Golden Lion Peter. They were the ones who were their hope. Michael added that there were actually more hidden experts on Earth who could also work a miracle. But Angela noted that the selection had been optimized this time, and those who specialized in one thing wouldn't get through. Luna's tactical system was much better. The girl had already seen experts get crushed by tactics alone. Luna's fighters were indeed too good at tactical execution, and it was foolish to deny that. David then addressed everyone, telling them that they shouldn't be sad, as this wasn't something they should worry about. He added that in their case, they should just enjoy this competition. Catherine supported her friend, saying that he had finally said something sensible, and saying that she wouldn't even be afraid to die. Meanwhile, Angela told Magnus to say something, because she thought he had more inner qualities. And Magnus, hearing the compliment, raised his glass of juice and made a pretty toast to which they all drank. So they spent the rest of the day without talking anymore about the coming final of the competition on the moon. The next day, the officer made sure that the ship to land the finalists on the moon was ready. He hurriedly reported this to the general. He was responsible for the competition. He nodded silently, giving the order to proceed as planned, and his car left the runway. David felt a little awkward as he saw his entire family seeing him off. It reminded him of the war. His family had asked him to also bring them souvenirs in the form of tobacco and cosmetics, which puzzled the guy a bit. He thought that since it was his first time participating in a scoring competition, his parents would be worried. Only in the end, they will be even calmer than he was. Besides, Dina shouted that he showed everyone. Dina shouted for him to show everyone what he was capable of, and remembered that the main thing was participation. Her sister looked a little chafed, and David made one of his sincere smiles and gave her a thumbs up, as if to say that everything would be cool. Moving the finalists to the Earth-Moon space station took another day, but soon David and Magnus were walking down the corridor, trying to find the right station number for them on the moon. They spotted Angela and Catherine, who were already here, and waved them over to greet them. Angela had arrived with her guards, who the girl, however, had given orders to go back. Her parents were getting too tense. She had never heard of Chrissy being accompanied by bodyguards. At that moment, David came up to her and said hello. The guy suggested she go to the restroom for now. It turned out to be a spacious room inside the space transportation vehicle itself. It was the one that was supposed to take them to the moon, but when the guys went into the lounge, Angela saw someone. It was a guy she'd met before. She'd forgotten his name, but she remembered him. Dark-haired, green-eyed, and well-groomed, he too noticed the girl and looked right at her. Catherine was surprised to say that the man was Asia's #1 blade master, Jordan Octavian. Magnus, on the other hand, was happy, rather because the video in front of him wasn't a celebrity, but a lot of free food. What not to say, but the buffet here was indeed huge, and David confirmed that his friend could eat as much as he wanted. Except that Fatty's joy was interrupted by someone's rough voice, and everyone saw another elite fighter. A guy with high-up hair said he didn't know how Magnus got here, but he should remember his position. He added that he didn't want Fatty to embarrass the Earthlings, and he was just about to bring some more buns with him. David, meanwhile, thought that the man must be a teacher at a military school in China. However, he answered him that whether or not it was a disgrace would only be decided on the battlefield, and besides, all people don't care about such things. Then Jordan put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that although it was unpleasant to hear, David was telling the truth. Then he reached out to David and introduced himself and said that he hoped he could help. They shook hands, but David thought this guy was acting like a kid, which was a little ridiculous. For that reason, it wasn't surprising that Earth hadn't had high grades for the past few years. He turned away and joined Magnus running around the hall picking up food, while Jordan turned to Angela. They talked for a while and ended up wishing each other good luck. Lastly, Angela asked the guy for advice. Magnus and David didn't hear any of this. They ate everything on the tables as if the Earth had run out of food. Catherine even wondered if they had come to compete or just to eat. Meanwhile, the ship's system announced that they were departing Casablanca for the moon in 10 minutes. This was followed by a request for all passengers to get ready, and the spacecraft began its journey. This caused a slight shaking in the cabin, which Magnus suffered the most from, having eaten to excess. Even so, he thought about the food and asked if they would have another opportunity on their return trip. 3 hours later, when they finally arrived, Magnus had fallen asleep, and David had to wake him himself. But he barely mumbled that he couldn't take it anymore, and that he would have to replace him at the competition. Then Catherine took care of the situation and reminded him that they were in Casablanca, where Lulu must be waiting for him. The architecture and planning of the buildings on the moon was impressive in its beauty and practicality. The finalists moved to the city dock where they were to be met and the rules explained. As it happened, a girl of extraordinary lunar appearance greeted them inside, telling them to follow her. Seeing such a beauty, Magnus said that Casablanca had very high standards indeed. Jordan remarked that Fatty might be strong, but he had no self-control at all. His friend agreed, but in fact, he didn't mind getting a room with one of the girls here. The moon itself was a place created by man. It had long ago ceased to be just a satellite of the Earth. Humans had reorganized it into an entire planet, and the environment here was even better than on Earth. David felt it well, however, he suddenly had a different, already familiar feeling. It was the same one he had felt in his previous life when he had first traveled to the moon. And this time he felt it again, so it certainly couldn't be a coincidence. The trip promised to be fruitful. He stepped out to take in the fresh moon air, but he was already being called back to the ship, which had a little more flying to do. The boy walked back aboard and took his seat. For some reason, he had a feeling that today was going to be a great day. In the dining room, the finalists continued to indulge in various goodies, and some just stared into the illuminators. His friend liked this place as well. Fatty had said he'd like to go to Lulu's live concert here in the fall. Jordan quietly remarked that it had nothing to do with the competition, but he didn't realize that Magnus was a big fan of the idol. David stood there thinking that this was what Casablanca looked like in peacetime, because when he'd first flown here, the war had already happened. The guy thought that if it was connected to the people of the moon, then who was the crazy person who was ready to destroy this place? At this time, Catherine came up to him, who thought David just couldn't handle the excitement. She agreed that it felt distinctly different from how they lived here on Earth. David said that the moon was another level after all. He added that it would be nice to be greeted noisily as they entered the arena. Catherine thought that now the guy was back to being the same as he had always been, which meant that there was no need to worry. Jordan, sitting nearby watching the scene, quietly muttered something inaudible, calling David a show-off. Then the system announced to the participants to pay attention that the ship would soon be docking with the Milky Way Military School. That meant everyone should have returned to their seats and fastened their seatbelts, just like on an airplane. Their ship went from normal speed to light speed and soon emerged in the docking tunnel of the military school. And a short time later, boarding was authorized and the guys slowly began to walk outside. David came out with Angela, and a group of escorts for the finalists from Luna were already waiting for them outside. Some girl pointed to a sculpture, saying it was made in honor of Dr. Da Vinci, who opened the New Age. He was also known as the light messenger of the moon, and near this statue was their dormitory. The moon girl added that the map also marked all the free places to visit, and the guys could take advantage of that. Finally, she wished them all a pleasant vacation and success in the competition, and then she departed with her group. Jordan's friend waved her goodbye, telling her sister mentor to call him when she had time. Catherine remarked that it would be a little difficult to give her best under that kind of pressure right from the start. Angela approached her then, suggesting a shopping trip to relieve stress. Catherine was satisfied with this proposal, and the girls left their luggage to Fatty, telling him to keep an eye on it. David did the same, saying that he too needed to step away to meet Michael, so he should go. The guys went off in different directions, and Magnus stated that they were bullying an honest man any way they could. David thought that in his past life, he had been in Casablanca for 6 months, a month of which he had spent in the training center of the school. Luna was indeed very open about it, which was the reason he found it hard to believe she was involved with strangers. From what he could see, the Milky Way school was still the same, providing its graduates with a good future. Of course, there was always a special case, but back here again, he couldn't help but notice that 80% of all these students would become a major force in all walks of life, that only 10% could become regular people for some reason. David thought that back then, he had also made a few lunar friends during the special training period. Right now, however, he didn't even know what this place where he had his training camp would look like. Therefore, he decided to check out the place while it was still there, and immediately noted that it still had a familiar look. However, although the things were still the same, the people were not. In other words, he had arrived here earlier than he should have. Then David suddenly noticed something else that wasn't there in his previous life when he arrived here. Namely, it turns out that there was now a gravity gym here, which had been modified at the time. David didn't know what the password was here, but he entered the combination he had memorized from his last visit. To his surprise, the password matched and the doors opened, and the guy thought that the moon people were too careless. Then he decided to stretch a bit. Still, the environmental conditions of this hall were not comparable to the environmental conditions outside. For a hall like this, one would need to maintain a stable gravity level at all times, which was done here. And at the same time, it also needed to be equipped with comprehensive security controls. This was much harder to provide, which was why some schools didn't provide such halls at all. David took off his jacket and walked into the training area, immediately feeling his whole body revitalized. Such an unfathomable state usually only appeared in real combat, but it was also awakened here. Under the pressure of this tenfold gravity zone, he felt completely different. If he had a good opponent, he would be able to go wild, but now it was nothing more than just a thought. At least that's what David thought, but the next moment he heard someone's voice. And then the guy saw a girl who was practicing on the pear tree and looked pretty strong. David didn't know her, but the girl had white hair, which is usually attributed to the characteristics of moon people. She was also incredibly strong physically, perhaps even stronger than Angela, which also spoke volumes. The girl continued to deliver blow after blow, mostly emphasizing her footwork. And then she suddenly kicked backward, and David thought that even he would not have been able to block such a blow. However, it also affected the punching bag the girl was using. It suddenly went off the chain, and the moon student took aim and guessed the moment when the inventory would come close to eye level. Then she used some special power that David could only dream of in his past life. He wondered if the level in Milky Way School had already reached such a level of strength. After all, if even the students here possessed such power, then the Earth could really return home immediately. At this moment, the girl finally felt someone's presence and turned around to where David was standing. Seeing the guy, she smiled a little and then pointed him somewhere to the side, telling him that he should go that way. In doing so, she called him a classmate, which surprised David, but he decided to go where she was pointing. The two of them walked out of the training area and met in person. Now they could get a better look at each other. The girl asked if he had gotten lost, and David noted to himself that the beauty of the moon girls was not bypassed either. The student meanwhile realized he was an Earthman, though she didn't know where the guy had come from. David then apologized for interrupting her training and asked where exactly they were now. The girl replied that it was a special training area that was closed to students. Hearing this, David said that in that case he should leave, but he got confused and went to the locker room. The girl told him about it, and to get out of it, the guy said that the doors here were indistinguishable. Then the girl said that the open gym was in the daytime area. She added that the campus land was navigable, and David said she had a great body. Then he really realized that sounded a little weird, and clarified that he meant her kicking attack she had just performed. The girl just looked at him silently with her bright green eyes in which David read nothing. He thought that after returning from the battlefield, Marsa had indeed become a bit arrogant. But really, combat experience aside, his horizons are very limited. But as long as you live, you can always meet eye-catching people. 2 days later, they were gathered in a large conference room that was made in the shape of a star. Inside, all of the Earth finalists who were to participate in the competition were gathered. Among them were also famous Earthlings who represented their federation and their continent. Angela asked Catherine why she hadn't seen David and Magnus among the others, and she said that they must be in the last row. They were, and Fatty noticed that despite the crowd, it was pretty quiet, which was a bit surprising. Magnus also said that since arriving on the moon, his friend had been using his girlfriend constantly, and he was also interested in Michael. But David replied that he was just keeping in touch with him, and this time it was entirely up to him to provide them with intelligence. Right now, Michael was making inquiries about the new changes to the match distribution. This time it would be mixed. In other words, it was possible to run into both our own and Moon's people. This pleased Fatty, for he had said that with Luna's men, he had less chance of advancement. But David did not agree with him. Everyone would probably breathe a sigh of relief and even feel some sympathy for Luna. However, David knew that on the battlefield of Mars, many brave warriors of Earth had not been afraid even in the face of terrible strangers. The current so-called elite, on the other hand, were afraid of the Moon's lewds, which made him feel a little sad. But there was no need to think about it further, because everyone suddenly fell silent at the appearance of General Hugo. He saluted, and all the finalists present did the same, including David and Magnus. Then the general cleared his throat and said they could sit down, and he was to make the opening remarks. When he saw the applicants from Earth, he smiled faintly, which no one else in the room noticed. He looked at Angela and Catherine a little, because he knew them well. Finally, he noticed Magnus and David, who were standing proudly like everyone else, waiting to hear what they had to say. And then suddenly the general turned to them, saying that they had shamefully lost last time, so now they would not ceremonize. He added that they had shown him almost nothing at the last competition, and even the competition before that. The general also said that he heard some people were happy with the way the matches were distributed, except that as their leader, he was ashamed of them, and he said so with a special exclamation. Fatty, who was among the people who were excited, felt very embarrassed after saying this. The other students also quietly said that they just wanted to take a higher seat, and there was no need to make things so complicated. The general, meanwhile, continued, saying that perhaps their strength wasn't that good and inferior to the current Moon people. Then he suddenly banged his fist on the table where he was standing, proclaiming his opening statement. After that, he clenched his fist, and all the applicants realized that the general was about to say something motivational. So he did. The man extended his hand and said a few more sentences that inspired everyone. After some more time, the lecture came to an end, and the finalists went on to do their business. Catherine noticed that after the conference, there were queues at the simulators, so that the speech was very effective. Meanwhile, Andre thought that everyone who could come here probably did it having some dreams. And that was why they were not going to lose, which meant only one thing: the fights would be hard. Besides, hundreds of television and internet media from Earth and the Moon are now gathered at the Milky Way School. So the journalists, climbing into every crevice, also provoked some worries. After all, their goal was to compare the combat effectiveness of the two stars in these competitions. Catherine said that she would not want to be left out of the ranks of those about whom the media would write, so they decided to try their best. David, meanwhile, finally found Michael at the coffee shop where he had invited him for a cup of coffee an hour ago. When David saw his friend, he asked what was wrong with him, because he looked stiff and had bags under his eyes. And Michael answered that since his arrival here, he had started having nightmares, although before that, he had always slept well. David told him to tell his nightmares, and he would help him in any way he could, and Michael liked it. He said that in all his dreams, he was just covered by a boundless blanket of darkness, and he could not see anything in it. It was strange that this could happen several times a night, after which the guy woke up in fright. Pouring boiling water over his tea, he remarked that it looked like this competition was going to be a problem. Michael added that he had received reliable information that said that Luna's powers would be the highest this time. But David said that he shouldn't dwell on that, because the only thing he'd come in to know was the other goals of all this. David knew that Michael and his group were very special and could be called the free hacker group of this era. So looking at Michael's surprised face, he thought he could use them to get closer to the truth. The guy, meanwhile, said that he thought he would have to search for information about the contestants already. However, the hidden agenda of it all was much more interesting, and Michael even became eager to get to work sooner. David added that apparently this time it would not be just a competition, because there was some special feature with quotas. Luna must have some grand plan, but Michael didn't really understand it yet. He wondered if they had better worry about the upcoming elimination matches, since it didn't make much difference to their goals. David thought that the current Michael seemed to be more concerned with the honor before him than with gossip. He replied that materials on the combat aspects were usually severely limited, so they wouldn't get much benefit. He added that based on that, they would still only have to rely on their experience, so Michael could help with what he had asked for earlier. The guy thought for a bit and then said that David could leave it up to him and he would try to find out something. Then he said he should be on his way. And David thought that all these days he had been thinking only about the connection between the strangers and Luna. Something suddenly became a little clearer, namely the current situation on the Moon, which is controlled by several families. For example, one of them is the Da Vinci family, meaning the moon as a planet cannot betray humanity. However, there was still an option where a motive could arise from one or more of the families. Due to the convergence of several coincidences, it seemed inevitable as Earth was completely defeated. However, the moon had been repeatedly defeated in battle too, and had not shown proper strength at all. That was the problem. Therefore, if there was a traitor, he must be hiding on the moon, this enlightenment he had received after meeting that girl. More precisely, it was the celestial saintess Chrissy Da Vinci, though he didn't recognize her at that moment. The most perhaps obvious thing about this situation was that the problem could be among these three clans: Alan Doyle of the Doyle family, Chrissy Da Vinci of the Da Vinci family, and Landers Walter of the Walter family. The three main clans influenced the military and political state of affairs of Luna. Something may have gone wrong in one of these families. Looking at the character and politics of these three families, the Doyle family favored the unification of Earth and the moon. The Da Vinci family favored preserving each other's distinctive features and developing together. And the Walter family believed that the people of the moon were better, a rather cardinal but reasonable position. And any increase in customs duties for Earth and policies to cut aid always came from the Walter family. The ruling class of the moon was quite young by virtue of the fact that the outstanding young men from the three families had learned how to run things from an early age. However, right now, David thought that he should concentrate on Chrissy, the enforcer Alain, and the Prince of Darkness Landers. 3 days later, the elimination matches of the competition began with a very large crowd. The top 8 contenders from Earth waited patiently for their turn, all a little nervous. According to the rules, they were divided into 9 seeded players of players who would not face each other in the first 3 rounds. Then the top 5 seeded players on Earth were announced, including Austin, Sevilla, Phoenix, Jordan, and Peter. The top 5 seeded moon players were Chrissy Da Vinci, Floyd Cooper, Alan Doyle, Landers, and Olivia. David thought that these 10 individuals were the strongest representatives of the solar system. Tiffany Da Vinci, the rector of Milky Way College, was invited to give the opening speech. Some participants were randomly given serial numbers, and these people were asked to come on stage to draw an opponent. The students chimed in that getting a suitable opponent was a surefire way to get further. It was Chrissy Da Vinci who was the first to take the stage to everyone's shouts of admiration and applause. Next up was Alan Doyle, who was also greeted with cheers from his fans. After a while, Angela appeared on the stage and approached the ball that was selecting her opponents. She got a person with Luna's average rating score, and the girl thought that she could save her strength a little. Catherine came right after her friend. She got an opponent with almost the same level as Angela. Not far away from Catherine was Fatty, who was praying to God to pick a weak opponent. Magnus put his hand on the ball, and it gave the result of his choice of opponent to Fatty. He was shocked to see whose name was there, for the initials of Erwin Doolan were in front of his eyes. This guy was from the moon, but he liked to visit the nubs in the battle stations of the Earth. He was constantly organizing one massacre after another, so he was on the list of the most unwanted on Earth. Whenever 2 regions joined, he was always there. And for his deeds, the guy was nicknamed the Executioner. Magnus felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and wished him luck. It was Catherine. But Magnus asked if it would be better to give up right away, because he didn't want to be disgraced for the whole space. Then the headman warned him that in that case the general would send him to Mars to cultivate the land. She asked him why Fatty was afraid, because he just had to fight the bastard who was disgracing their soldiers. But Magnus didn't see how he should do it, adding that he knew he shouldn't have come here. At this point, the other students were surprised to see that 4 people had come through from Dragon Writings at once this time. Except it was only thought of David and Fatty that they must have gotten here out of pure chance. These students were spectators who had also come from Dragon Writings and who were hoping for at least a spot. At this time, David himself also approached the balloon. He thought that his friend had gotten a good opponent and hoped for the same. When he looked at the name of his opponent, the reaction of those around him was mixed, but the guy was happy. His opponent was a practitioner named Harry Lundberg, who was ranked top 19, having managed to achieve such a thing in just his first year. He possessed the largest fighting style on the moon, formed by a fusion of ancient Earth martial arts and moon tactics. The ultimate goal of practicing this art was to turn every part of the body into a weapon, as well as being able to use any object as a weapon. Meanwhile, Harry Lundberg took the stage. He greeted the audience, but it was an obvious slight to David, who said that character improves with age. Upon hearing this, the guy looked at him with a cold stare, saying that tomorrow he would show him what a real martial art was. To his surprise, David reacted calmly. The guy didn't feel any fear from him, and that made him a little wary. And David thought that today's youth had a complete lack of manners, because now the guy was just pretending to leave. When the Moon Karate Kid left the stage, David joined his friends, and Fatty said that he wanted to beat up that Kritten. And Angela said that's the way it is in these competitions, the taunts and heated atmosphere. But Catherine thought it was not normal at all. Mages supported her, saying that such characters should be disqualified. He also suddenly realized that it would be better to find such a way for himself than to disgrace himself in a duel. But Catherine told him not to even think about it, because if he didn't fight at least once, she wouldn't even consider him a human being. In the meantime, it was announced that the distribution of pairs had been completed, and then there was a small show on the program. It was to encourage the cadets a little and wish them good luck for tomorrow's competition. The small show was a performance by Lulu, who Fatty immediately lost his head when he saw her, and even David recognized her beauty. The guys began to sing along to the famous idol, and Catherine remarked that they were now not worried at all. Angela agreed, saying that it was for the best. After all, at the competition it is better not to be nervous. In the evening, when all the events were over, the Earth contenders rested in the dormitory of the Milky Way school. Some of them got information about their contenders from Michael, who had been working on it all afternoon. The topic then turned to Lulu's next show, for which Fatty was already rounding up people willing to split the money for tickets. So they talked carefree all evening, and after a good night's sleep, they gathered for the elimination matches the next morning. Magnus noticed that the head girl didn't look so good, and Angela seemed a little nervous too. The friends looked at each other, saying that luckily their matches would start tomorrow, so they would just observe today. In this competition, the point system would be used until the quarterfinals, and then the live battles would begin. The sensitivity of the system here was higher than on Earth, so Angela and Catherine should have stepped up the adjustments. The headmistress thought about it very seriously, but was distracted by extraneous sounds, which were the guys chugging. Finally, she couldn't stand it and pounced on them, asking how they could eat so happily at a time like this. But Magnus said that there was golden foie gras from the Moon Farm, and there was a special on breakfast here. David added that there were also cheese and beef sandwiches made with meat from the ranch's Cosmo cows. The girls looked at each other a little confused, not knowing what to say to that, so they just remained silent. The rest of Earth's challengers noticed that the guys from Dragon Writings were too relaxed, and Fatty suddenly felt that they were all staring at them intently all of a sudden, as if they were doubting their skills. Magnus awkwardly remarked that the gazes of the seated players were a bit tense, but fortunately, he didn't need to be afraid to perform today. Junior Angela's match would be in the morning, and his and Catherine's in the afternoon. Devley's match was left for the evening. To himself, Fatty thought he was going to lose either way, so he didn't like his match being delayed like this. Jordan noticed that these two were too lighthearted, and he didn't even have a thought to the contrary. His English counterpart said that a permanently serious face didn't look any better, clearly referring to Jordan. And the latter replied that a man who doesn't show his face even while eating has nothing to say. In other words, there was some disagreement and a little fight among the seated contenders. Peter said that since Jordan was the youngest here, he should have tempered his ardor a bit. The boy didn't like it much and said that he would figure out what to do, especially since the competition would show everything. After a while, the presenters welcomed again all the inhabitants of the Earth and the Moon. The main presenter was the Moon Girl Mila, who today had the honor of introducing the two PhDs of the Alliance. The men were present as commentators. One of them was named Clemens Verdius. The other doctor was the famous Rick Yankee, who, however, looked a little shy. The challengers clapped them softly, showing their respects, but it didn't make much difference to them. David thought that this Mila was now 21 years old and was the vice president of the student council. The men she introduced, on the other hand, had their own clear position and would oppose each other accordingly. Rick Yankee actually didn't want to come here at all, as Earth had failed to make the top 4 last time. The final and semifinals were Clemens' personal performances then, and he was sitting on like a nail. This time, Earth would do their best to make the semifinals and even the finals. Somehow he was sure of that. The way General Hugo had been selected had been suggested by Rick himself, but whether that would make a difference was yet to be seen. Meanwhile, he was approached by Dr. Clemens, who said that he really missed his colleague a lot. It was an obvious tease on his part, especially when the man added that he wouldn't have to overwork himself again this time. Dr. Rick replied that the wheel of fate was always turning, and soon there would be a holiday on their street. Finally, Mila took the floor again and introduced the first finalist from the Memphis Earth School. His name was Andrew Dickens, and his opponent was the favorite idol of the lunar audience, Alan Doyle. Earth participants thought that this handsome man was clearly on his field, so it remained to hope that their student will not fail. The situation did not bode well for each of the opponents, but many already realized whose victory would be the end. Angela knew that Alan Doyle was the first warlord of the moon and chairman of the Milky Way Studcom. David, on the other hand, had cross-referenced Michael's data and concluded that this guy outperformed his earthly opponent by 91%. The degree of popularity of this Alan was astounding, especially to Magnus. The latter didn't even pay attention to the threats of the headman, who told them to make sure to watch his fight. Then Magnus hesitantly turned to Catherine, as if he was hiding something behind his body, and he was. He suddenly pulled out a glass of juice, saying that the moon guys are really extravagant in terms of squeezing. The fat man added that one only had strength when one was fed up, so he had every right to drink this. It is noteworthy that the Earth students spoke about Magnus and David as if they were some chumps who would be kicked out right away. Everyone was happy only for Catherine and Angela, who had some good opponents, but David said that the fight was not worth watching. As if to prove his point, Mila announced that the match was finished by Alan Doyle in just over a minute. The commentators didn't miss the opportunity to mock each other, or rather, it was about Dr. Clemens. The 5 Earth-seeded players didn't expect to lose 5 matches in a row either, as morale was plummeting at this rate. Dr. Clemens said that Dr. Rick should pay more attention to the mental training of his players, and he replied that the moon guys were on their own field, unlike them, the guests, who needed time to gather themselves. He added that Jordan was coming from their side next, which meant that Luna's winning streak had come to an end. Mila allowed everything with her silky voice, saying that in that case, they would wait and see. It was the start of the 6th match already, with Earth's seeded competitor Jordan. When he came out, he heard a lot of cheers for him, including requests to bring Earth their first win. However, the guy said that they didn't even need to talk about it, as he would surely do it anyway. Fatty told David that they were being completely ignored, and the friend couldn't disagree. Jordan thought, looking at them, that the sight of those two really pissed him off because they were all seriously worried, unlike them. The two of them were just eating and hanging around the school, and they didn't even know what was going on. The guy also thought that he himself was completely different from these morons, because he had carefully prepared for everything. Therefore, for the sake of his team, for the sake of his guys and the glory of the Earth, he was ready to fight not for life, but for death. The girls thought that if it weren't for Jordan's reputation, they would have been isolated even more. David, on the other hand, looked at his friend and thought that his heart was actually very fragile. It was just that the tension manifested itself differently for everyone. To support his friend, David asked him to bring him 2 glasses of grape juice too. He realized that there was no point now in trying to change their minds with words to prove to everyone. Therefore, all they had to do was show their strength. Meanwhile, Mila declared that Jordan had a high chance of winning. His pre-fight approval rating was already as high as 80%, which was a pretty high popularity rate. His opponent, Luna's top 18 rating, clearly lacked experience, as he was facing a Blade Master. The lunar representative took the initiative to fight in close combat, though he used a pistol. Mila remarked that it looked like Dr. Rick Yankee was right. They were indeed at a turning point. Dr. Clemens puzzledly asked Mila what side she was even on, to which the girl replied that she was on the side of humanity. Rick Yankee thought that in a way, this victory would be good for Earth's morale, but the problem was that the Milky Way representative was surprisingly not particularly intelligent or arrogant. Meanwhile, Catherine yelled at the boys to watch the fight closely. After all, this wasn't just a competition. A lot of these people would become the backbone of Earth in the future, its ruling class. However, David noticed that Jordan was in a lot of trouble right now, so he didn't see much else to watch there. When Catherine heard this, she was shocked as usual, because she had never expected something like this about one of the seeded players. In addition, Fatty also said that he was watching the match, and so far he thought that something was wrong. Jordan's opponent was Moon Guy Antonio Baloo, who remarked with a smile that his mentor from Earth was a little too tough. However, Jordan seriously told him to cut the crap. He still didn't understand his tactics. But this guy was also daring to smile, so Jordan thought that he was going to make the Moon people pay now. He rushed to attack. The trajectory of his movements was very unpredictable, but Antonio managed to block everything. It was even a little strange, because Jordan's speed was quite high, but for all that, The representative of the moon had time to avoid collision with his blade, deftly dodging. But here he miscalculated and did not notice how Jordan swung his leg and then sent the guy flying. The Earthman thought it was a good chance to end it all, so he prepared for one last attack. His sword glowed an unusual turquoise hue, indicating a concentration of quite a bit of power. However, then something happened that no one expected to see, much less Jordan. Catherine, who had been watching the fight closely, rejoiced when Jordan kicked her opponent. David, on the other hand, thought that Moon's fighter, who had a top 18 in the points ranking, just couldn't lose so easily. Dr. Rick was also surprised at this. A bad feeling was not leaving him, even though everything was going smoothly so far. This Antonio had left himself at a disadvantage throughout the match, which was not at all like his level. However, it wasn't long before everyone saw why he was doing that, because when Jordan pounced on him with a final attack, the guy smiled again, saying that he had fallen into his trap that he had planned from the beginning. When Jordan was almost beside him, Antonio suddenly turned around in flight and drew his gun. He aimed it directly at the Earthman, saying that this was probably where they would say goodbye, then pulled the trigger. The shot of his gun was unusual, a ball shape that engulfed Jordan. Though he put his blade out to block it, it was all in vain. Antonio smiled at him one last time, telling him that Earth never got any good players during this time. Then came an explosion that left Jordan no chance to continue the battle or dodge. Dr. Rick thought with annoyance that what they most feared had happened. The Moon people were well prepared. Jordan's teammates, the other four-seeded players, looked on in amazement, amazed at the guy's loss. Phoenix thought that his opponent had purposely pretended to be weak, making Jordan believe that he would win easily. Angela also thought that the power of the Moon people was never limited to hard power. They were also expert tacticians. When it was over, the victorious Antonio waved to his new fans, and Jordan grudgingly hesitated to even stand up. Dr. Clemens remarked that they had won this fight after all, even though it was very embarrassing for Earth. He thought to himself that such tactics could still be useful, for the Earthlings had the vice of complacency. Dr. Rick thought that this Antonio was not so easy, for to win such a victory was an art. However, then he suddenly smiled, and Dr. Clemens, seeing his smile, turned to him. He added that it looked like Earth was still behind him, but Rick replied that it was too soon to relax, since Asia was their weakest continent. Clemens, however, didn't want to hear such confidence in his colleague's words, so he started the argument again. He added that he was ready to conclude that the 8 strongest in this blue will completely monopolize the moon. Mila, who was forced to listen to all this, hoped that there would be no problems at the broadcast. She finally decided to end the argument, saying that she would witness their bet, and in the meantime, they would move on to the next fight. Dr. Rick thought that his colleague was intentionally angering the Earth participants so that there would be more blood. Meanwhile, there was a change of address to Jordan, who turned back to his comrades. The guy himself thought he had trained hard for this day, but ended up not only losing, but becoming a bad example for others. Emotions of despair overwhelmed him, and Jordan started pounding the floor, wanting to vent his bitterness. However, Peter turned to him, telling him that the boy should control his emotions. Jordan, on the other hand, thought that he shouldn't have wasted the seeded contestant quota on the Asian region after all. But the real test for the guy was David, who also said that he had become an embarrassment to Asia. This pissed the guy off completely. He told David to shut up because the situation was not good without him. He also told the fat guy that he could continue to play with his idol toy and eat all day long. However, David replied that the guy shouldn't run away from his responsibility because if he had been a little prudent, he wouldn't have lost. To this, Jordan said that even though he had lost, David and Magnus were still more hopeless. David remarked with a smile that he thought the two of them would be the ones to bring Earth 2 wins. Peter said that the Asian guys were really quite funny, referring to Jordan. Angela then intervened in the conflict, telling them all to calm down since everyone was an Earth resident. The girl thought that the situation was out of control, and if this continued, there could be big problems. Jordan replied to her that it had nothing to do with her, so she could consider the conflict settled. Catherine noted that Jordan wanted to vent his anger in the current situation, but who would have thought that David would respond to him? The headmistress thought that now it looked like the boys would have to rely on themselves and their own strength. Meanwhile, one of the main leaders in Luna was raising the morale of his players even more. In the 7th and 6th bouts, Moon won again, and it wasn't until the 8th round that Earth finally won. At the end of the day, 32 battles had been fought, of which Earth only managed to win 3. In the comments below the live broadcasts, people mocked the Earthlings, saying that they wouldn't get a single victory tomorrow. Catherine grabbed David by the sleeve, saying that they should go and that the guys shouldn't pay attention to this news. And David thought that this Marco really was a professional because he got the records from the training sites of the opponents. Humanity was slowly slipping into darkness, the students of Luna being a prime example. Also, the boy Walter was one of the most likely traitors so far. The family must have already recognized him as the head. David smiled, and Catherine, watching him, wondered if he could still smile in such a situation. She wasn't sure now if this was the David Gaydon she knew, for it seemed less and less so to her now. The night in the dormitory had gone differently for everyone, but all the Earthlings were definitely not getting a good night's sleep. Angela was watching Michael's information on Luna's adversaries on her phone, and Catherine just couldn't sleep. One of the few who managed to do so was David, but his sleep was similar to the previous ones. The boy lay covered in sweat from what he had experienced in the dream, for he was back in his adult soldier body. This time his armor was intact, but that didn't make it any easier, for there were many strangers lined up right in front of him. They were doing something, but David could not understand what they were doing. He could see only a big sphere in front of him. He thought with annoyance that he had to fight tomorrow, and this dream was happening now. Besides, he didn't understand anything from this dream, because he had never been so close to strangers that they didn't attack him. Apparently, it was an unusual kind of strangers, because they even, you could say, looked at him with surprise. David decided to get closer to the mysterious sphere, which had grown even larger and now resembled a portal. But then a silhouette emerged from the portal, and David was surprised. Not only was it human, but it resembled his friend Magnus, who was supposed to be dead. David was more than certain that this disaster was indeed the fault of some people. So when he saw Magnus in front of him, David suddenly thought that his friend might have been the traitor. He pounced on him, or rather on the silhouette, asking him who he was and why he had to organize all this. David really wanted to know why all this had happened. After all, he should have prevented it. His hand was about to touch the silhouette's throat when it suddenly changed and took the form of his living friend. But at that moment, David froze in place, because his whole body was suddenly gripped by an intense pain. He almost cried out from it, but it was at that moment that he woke up. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. It was night outside the window, but his sleep was ruined, and David realized that now he was unlikely to fall asleep again. He looked at his hands and noticed that they were scratched with something, as if he really wore his armor. He couldn't explain it, but one thing was clear to him. These dreams were definitely not just for nothing. Deciding that he wasn't going to sleep anyway, David got out of bed and headed for the shower, wanting to wash away those memories. What those dreams really meant was that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, and the guy realized that. Besides, now he had more than just hatred, because the events he had experienced in his dreams looked too real. This peculiarity should definitely have a connection with his traveling to the past, and the catastrophe was definitely connected with people. There was a traitor among humanity. One could come to this conclusion just by seeing the calmness of that silhouette in the circle of strangers. It seemed that the position of this traitor among them was quite high. David would even say that it was dominant. Also from this, we can conclude that the attack of the aliens on the largest cities of the Earth and the Moon were clearly not accidental. Everything was decided long before the war started, and David thought that he was right when he thought that some organization was involved. Some other structures would simply not have enough resources to organize such a large conspiracy. And right now, he had the most suspicions about the Walter family. But first, he had to get close to their leader. Right now, in the eyes of the ruling elite, David was like dirt underfoot, so the guy didn't know how he could do it. At this point, he could only prove himself in the competition to elevate himself in their eyes. It was said that the competition was organized to determine 4 winners who would go on a space expedition. And David realized that if he wanted to find out the truth, he would definitely have to become one of those people. He finished with his shower and left the bathroom. However, to his surprise, David saw Magnus on his way. He noticed that he didn't seem to have gotten a good night's sleep either, and he felt sorry for his friend. In fact, he thought that running around naked was too humiliating because he would be dishonored by the whole school. Still, his worries were not in vain because his opponent liked to make fun of Earthlings. The next morning, the boys met the girls, who noticed that they seemed to have slept badly too. Angela figured David had good skills as it was, but psychological and mental state was important too. She just hoped that this bet would not affect his inner confidence in any way. Catherine interrupted them then, saying that she wanted the boys to temporarily forget about their bet. She added that now they should just show the best they can. Viewers meanwhile discussed that dark days were coming for Earth, as the score was 10.3 in favor of Moon so far. People said that these losers should be sent to Mars, where they would also be of some use. The second stage of the competition began, and by the middle of it, Earth had lost 3 more matches. David thought that defeat in this tournament was a prelude to the beginning of the Moon's dominance in the solar system. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in applause when Chrissy Da Vinci brought a 6th straight win for Moon. David, by the way, remarked that he had actually met Chrissy then on the training ground. But here Mila announced the start of the next bout, in which Earth was represented by Angela. The girl was a little nervous. She felt like a mountain was pressing down on her, but she had to go on stage. Besides, she had been encouraged to do so by David, who said that this was a great chance for her. He added that she should have hurried up and shown everyone what the Earth Federation could do. And Angela adopted his fervor, telling them to just watch her power be recognized not only by the people of the Moon, but by all of humanity. The duel began. Both participants were girls, but Angela immediately assessed her opponent and understood his intent. The girl fought at a long distance, not coming close to the lunar student. For this, she used many weapons. However, this arrangement suited Angela completely because she wanted to win with her tactics. The Moon Girl also seemed to notice that she wasn't fighting up close and even told her sister from Earth not to be afraid. She asked if her close combat skills were so bad that she didn't dare to use them. With those words, she lunged at Angela, telling her to show her all her skills. This time, the attack came from the Moon Challenger, who was going to finish everything at once. The girl rather said that this was the moment of death for Angela and applied some technique. She was quite skillful in throwing her knives that normal rank 1 students wouldn't be able to dodge. But Angela succeeded. She was even glad, because everything worked out exactly as she had planned. After all, that crazy Moon Girl had really decided to use such a hackneyed trick against her. Angela couldn't stand it. She was ready to defend herself, so she used laser pistols. Thanks to that, each of her opponent's attacks was broken, and then the girl went on a counterattack. Moon Player couldn't react in time, amazed that none of her attacks did any damage. Meanwhile, Angela was already near her opponent's face and kicked him with all her might. The blow was really incredibly strong. Her opponent didn't even believe that she was a dugout. Angela wondered if she still had the strength to open her mouth, about to finish her off completely. The next technique was 100 acrylic spiral dissection, which the girl couldn't help but apply. Seconds later, Mila congratulated Angela on winning this match, which was also Earth's first win of the day. Dr. Rick was happy about it as well, and the girl herself was coming back from the stage completely pleased with herself. Coming over to her guys in the waiting room, she smiled and everyone congratulated her again on such an important victory. Catherine said that it was just great, and she was amazed at how beautifully her friend was able to finish the fight. Peter also added that he hoped that some Earth players could learn something from her. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the 16 bout, saying that Earth would be represented this time by the head teacher of the school. Dr. Clemens remarked that at least on paper, her performance left a lot to be desired. However, Dr. Rick advised him not to jump to conclusions based on human performance alone. He added that a real fight was always harder than any exam, and the men looked at each other angrily again. Angela wished Catherine luck, telling her friend not to care about other people's prejudices against her. Magnus wished her luck too, saying that he was confident that she would win this fight flawlessly. And Catherine was a little surprised that the guys could still smile, even though there was such a big bet at stake. When the girl passed David, he beckoned her and whispered something in her ear that no one else could hear. Catherine looked at him in surprise, as if asking if he was sure, but the guy calmly asked her to trust him. The location of the battlefield was the same for everyone, but inside everything felt completely different. So far, Catherine wasn't at her best. She was defending herself, but she was doing it quite successfully. Her opponent said that the girl's end was inevitable and she could just keep running like a rat. Catherine thought that he was pushing too hard and she couldn't even find a moment to respond. She had reviewed the footage of this Moon Guy's battles dozens of times, and yet it was all to no avail. After all, the opponent was a head stronger than her, and now he was just overwhelming her with his technique. Suddenly, the guy released a powerful charge towards Catherine, saying that he had finally driven her where he had planned. Everyone, including Catherine herself, was greatly surprised, for this guy had just used zigzag shooting. He used the landscape of the arena to make the projectiles ricochet, which was quite clever. It seemed to the girl that with each bounce, the projectile's final impact power would only increase. In addition, this moon jelly could even penetrate the wall of her hiding place, and Catherine was sure that she was safely hidden. The guy didn't stop firing. He fired a series of shells, and his weapon was like a hunting weapon. The girl felt her hiding place collapsing, a little more, and the bullets would reach her. There was no way this could be allowed, but her colleagues from Earth already thought that they seemed to be in for another defeat. It seemed that only her friends were genuinely rooting for Catherine, and Angela was worried about her friend. But David thought that he had given Catherine a full report on the strengths and weaknesses of her opponent. So winning or losing this fight depended solely on her, but the headmistress realized that herself. She remembered David whispering to her that this man's shooting skills depended on inertia. That was why he sometimes had to put the gun down, and it was this window between using his skill that was Catherine's chance. The guy, meanwhile, said that he had already almost destroyed her hideout, and his next shot would destroy the girl. Of this, he was completely sure. However, he didn't calculate that the enemy knew more about him than even himself. The guy used zigzag shooting again, and this time his threat seemed very real to everyone. Angela, Magnus, David, and even Catherine realized that if she had a chance to win, it had just come. She waited for the projectile to hit her shelter, but at the last minute she bounced upwards. Peter noticed that this was very unreasonable, for the girl had just jumped out of her barricade. Seeing this, her lunar opponent was glad that they were working together again and added that now he would definitely finish her off. As if to confirm his words, he changed the laser's charge, and the power, on the contrary, increased. He said that this time the bullets would be smaller and there would be more of them, so the girl should be prepared. The guy even equated their situation to the movie The Matrix, where the main character faced the same problem. Except that in the movie he did it in slow motion, otherwise no man could do it. And Catherine understood this. She caught the moment when the guy lowered his weapon and used it for her attack. Such agility in the moment was marveled and envied by everyone in Earth's waiting room. The doctors and Mila were also shocked at the skill of both participants, but Dr. Clemens only looked at Catherine's wounded face. The girl had indeed failed to dodge one bullet, and it had grazed her stomach, but her attack had blown her opponent's head off. Catherine leveled off and landed safely. She immediately looked at the moon guy, but he didn't move, and soon the system reported the confirmation of the death of the lunar representative, which spoke of Catherine's victory. The girl was glad that the victory was once again awarded to Earth, although she was still a little hurt in the process. The three representatives from the ruling families of the moon looked surprised for the first time in the competition. They didn't understand how such a thing could happen, but the Earth team rejoiced greatly. From that moment on, more and more spectators in the audience began to support Earth thanks to these two girls. Meanwhile, Alan Doyle even contacted his subordinate, telling her to find information about this Catherine. Alan analyzed the girl and noticed that she needed to open up completely to counterattack. And her way of avoiding a lot of damage from her opponent's shot is very ingenious. But no matter how she dodged, avoiding the fatal damage from the next shot would be impossible. So there was only one way to explain the reason for her victory in this fight, and the guy brought the picture closer to the girl's ear. A small scratch was visible there too, which told that Catherine had been analyzing her opponent all this time. That was what helped her to win. Alan noticed that. Camping, and on the side of Earth, there were still experienced soldiers. Only Chrissy asked, did he think that in this battle was the merit of only Catherine? Parn was interested in her words. Then the girl continued, saying that it seemed to her that to notice such a small habit of the enemy, few people would have been able to. Harry Lundberg, who sat beside them, said that he could only hope that their judgment would be confirmed. However, Alain said that they were still in the lead on the score, so the fights were now more interesting to watch. The three representatives from the ruling families of the moon realized that Earth also had guys who could fight back against their students. Meanwhile, Catherine shouted happily as she returned to the waiting area with her friends. The remaining of the seated players also congratulated her on such a memorable and colorful victory for Earth. And Catherine, looking at David, thought that this guy was really amazing, since he was the one who had helped her. The fat man turned to his friend, begging him to tell him what he had told the headman if it would help him win. But instead, David suddenly put his hands on his shoulders and asked if Magnus knew he was the greatest marksman in history. But Fatty didn't understand what his friend was trying to tell him. He thought he was hypnotizing him, but he knew that would be weird. David was still saying that all Magnus needed to do to win was to induce the hidden power to win, when suddenly his phone rang. Magnus looked away from him and ran down the hallway, saying that he had an important call to take right away. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, David thought. It was just that Catherine's situation was different. Magnus was on the verge of awakening his genes and to take the final step. He would have to rely on himself to realize his power, even if it was only partially awakened. It turned out that Magnus had gotten calls from his friends at the orphanage, all of whom were supportive and wished him luck. He even saw his caretaker, who said that she had asked the children to make everything beautiful, but as always, she had failed. But Magnus replied that right now he just hoped that she wouldn't let the kids watch him fight. The woman then said that he didn't need to downplay his accomplishments, because all the LGs were very proud of him. She added that Magnus had already become an idol to his little friends, who now considered him for a brother. Then they all wished him good luck and said goodbye, because Magnus also had to get ready. Hearing kids call you the best was one of the most rewarding things in Fatty's life, and he made his decision. Upon returning back, he was immediately caught by the headman, telling Fatty to get ready, for his fight was coming next. Jordan didn't miss a moment to taunt him, saying that he already thought their cowardly chicken had escaped. He added that he only hoped they didn't have to watch the guy run naked around the arena. Hearing that made Magnus a little embarrassed, and Catherine was angry that Jordan had said that right before the fight. She wanted to go over to Magnus and cheer him up, but suddenly David stopped her, letting her know that he would do it himself. He walked over to his friend and smiled, then leaned over a little and whispered a testament. When Magnus heard it, he was very surprised, just like Catherine had been last time, because he had certainly not expected such a decision. After that, Fatty immediately ran off to get ready, and Catherine asked him what he had told him, to which David only smiled. Then he simply replied that he told his friend that he would receive 100,000 yen from the War Council for winning. Angela and Catherine thought that it was even kind of not normal that such a person was allowed to compete. The remaining seeded players were of the same opinion, because for them, such a reward wasn't worth being humiliated. But Magnus just had a different view of the whole thing. He was looking forward to getting his money. Dr. Clemens asked Dr. Rick if Earth had such a significant difference in regions. However, he added that whatever it was, they on the moon had long since surpassed all regions of humanity in development. Dr. Rick replied that even if one does not look at the ignorance of his colleague, modern science is still developing, and with it, humanity. Now he added that it was useless to rant to someone who wouldn't listen to his wise words anyway. The next match was to be held just before lunch, and many hoped that the fight would end quickly. The boys from the Dragon Writings were also watching the broadcast, especially now that Magnus was scheduled to speak. Various things were said about him, but all the comments were mostly criticism, so it was a good thing Magnus hadn't seen them. His opponent was also looking at him mockingly, anticipating a quick victory, but Magnus wasn't about to give it up without a fight either. He'd been analyzing his opponent all night, which was why he couldn't sleep, so now he knew how to proceed. Angela and Catherine were surprised that Magnus's opponent was armed with a heavy sniper rifle. Peter remarked that if Fatty fought at medium or close range, a humiliating defeat awaited him. Phoenix agreed, saying that the brave man wins on the narrow path, so if the right action is taken, it's fashionable to win. Jordan, on the other hand, was having fun, saying he had already made a bet that Maneus would lose in the opening minutes of the match. And it seemed that David was the only one who smiled and believed in his friend, because he only saw him as a winner. This did not please Catherine a little. The girl asked how he could even smile in such a situation. Meanwhile, the famous lunar expert aimed his weapon at Magnus, waiting for the fight to begin. The fat man, unlike his opponent, was armed with a less cool rifle, and he only had one. The two opponents opened fire at each other, and the projectiles flew in all directions. But so far, none of them had hit the players. The moon guy dodged a fairly accurate charge from Magnus, asking if that was all he could do. He added that Fatty didn't need to be so nervous, since he wouldn't be able to hit him at all. Finally, he told him to just freeze and wait to die, because he would lose anyway. But Magnus shouted back that he was completely relaxed, even though it was more of a self-delusion. Fatty's system specs left a lot to be desired, and the most annoying thing was that they were broadcasting too. The guys from the Dragon Writing School couldn't believe that their classmate had made it to the competition. After all, with such data, it looked ridiculous, and now they all wanted to know how he had managed to do it. All the guys agreed that Magnus would have found it easier to give up right away, and now he wouldn't be hiding from his opponent. In fact, Magnus was just waiting, he mentally reassured himself, saying that if he got nervous, all his money would just burn up, and it would be enough to feed the shelter for 6 months. So he just had to win for the sake of all the kids in the orphanage and for the sake of 100,000 yen. With that thought, Magnus suddenly revealed himself from his hiding place and returned fire at the enemy. He fired one powerful projectile again, saying that it was the result of his special training. The blonde saw nothing good in this attack, intending to dodge it like all the others. The only thing that Fatty emphasized was the speed of the attack, but his opponent was not deterred by it. The guy suddenly used his special, perfect evasion technique that allowed him to dodge almost any attack. Angela, Catherine, and David were surprised to see this in practice, for it was rare to have the opportunity. Seeing someone with such a technique, Magnus thought the same. He panicked again. Meanwhile, Mila decided to tell a little more about the opponent who represented Luna in this fight. His name was Buster Da Vinci. In modern warfare, the physical performance of shooters had to be at its best. This was so that they would have enough reaction time to dodge their opponent's shots in an instant. And when a person reached such a level, they would have an absolute advantage on the battlefield. To achieve this, all 5 senses had to be maximally developed. But Alain thought Mila was dramatizing things a bit. Harry chimed in behind his back, saying that apparently the regular spectators from the lower classes liked it. Meanwhile, Buster spread his arms out, telling Magus to feel free to shoot him all he wants. The Earthlings, of course, didn't like it. They all wanted to go out and shoot this insolent man from the moon. But the lunar audience was delighted with their representative, awarding him a quick victory in the match. Magnus himself thought he'd never heard of such a skill as perfect evasion, but it didn't matter. After all, no matter what skills his opponent adopted, he must die for the sake of the 100 Washin yuan that Fatty was fighting for. With that thought, he gripped his rifle tighter and continued shooting, trying to hit his opponent. Buster thought that he had to admit that the fat guy was better than he thought. Only he lacked cold-bloodedness, which was a prerequisite for a good sniper. In an instant, the guy was behind Magnus' back, telling him it was time for him to embarrass himself in front of everyone. It was the first time the moon expert had ever faced such an opponent, but now it was over. At least that's what he thought, as did the rest of the audience, saying that the difference between them really was too great. Peter said it would be better if this farce was over soon, for right now they were losing their reputation again. The fat man, meanwhile, managed to hide behind another barricade, gathering his strength to continue the battle. He ran around, navigating the arena map in his head, as he had memorized it well from the beginning. However, Buster followed him implacably, telling Fatty to keep running in fear. He added that the lads shouldn't have stirred up the anthill, and Magnus was only thinking of avoiding a fatal wound. David's endurance training did come in handy, or he would have been hit by a barrage of projectiles long ago. But one of them did hit Fatty, and he realized with great surprise that he felt quite a lot of pain. He collapsed in surprise, wondering what to do next, as his situation was only getting worse. Magnus inhaled to get more air, because it was getting harder and more painful to breathe. He quickly realized that he had been shot in the stomach, most likely damaging important organs. But his opponent didn't stop there, and Magnus was already being hit by another projectile. This time the guy barely managed to move his head away, but he was still hit a little, and the wound was much more serious. He actually almost lost his right eye because it was bleeding, which made it hard to see. Buster said mockingly that Fatty shouldn't have twisted his head around like that because he didn't want to shoot him in the eye. He advised Magnus not to delay the inevitable, for he knew what awaited him. Magnus himself thought that this wasn't what he wanted to accomplish, and he was sickened by his own uselessness. Catherine shouted for the boy to cheer up, for now was not the time to give up, though he couldn't hear her. Buster, meanwhile, added that this would be the case with every lowly earthling in the last few bouts. Finally, he said it was time for Magnus to go back to his squalid orphanage. Except that was a mistake. When Magnus heard the mention of the orphanage, he immediately changed his thinking. He told Buster that he could say anything he wanted about him, but he would never let him insult the orphanage. After saying that, he looked at his opponent, and now it was a completely different person. The children from the orphanage were also watching the broadcast of the fight. They were telling Brother Magnus to get up and kick that moon fool sooner rather than later. The youngest of the girls, the teacher, closed her eyes because, even though the match was virtual, but the injuries were not toy-like, and the woman was very worried about Magnus, and her eyes were filled with sadness. The fat man, meanwhile, was energized by the thought that he was now fighting for his juniors. Rising from his knees and standing firmly on his feet again, he loaded his rifle again and prepared to go out. Now it was his turn to attack. The first thing Magnus did was go behind the wall, making his opponent think. that he was trying to escape again, and Buster noticed that the guy seemed to have finally given up and decided to accept his death. He was so sure of it that he didn't see the flame of hatred that appeared in Magnus's eyes. In reality, Fatty was waiting for his opponent to appear in front of him to shoot him. He already had his rifle at the ready, and Buster, quite unsuspecting, rushed after him. He fired at the wall behind which he had observed the fat fellow must be hiding. The children of the orphanage thought so too, and could not bear to watch the bullets pierce the wall and everything behind it. However, one girl happily noticed that Brother Magnus was fine. She pointed out to the others. And soon Buster felt it too, and in an instant, he stopped understanding what was going on around him. And what was happening was that for some reason, he could no longer hit this Earthman with a single shot. The fat man was getting closer and closer, and Buster thought that it just couldn't be, because only a couple minutes ago he had been hitting him. Peter asked, as if to himself, if this guy could awaken his dormant powers at a moment like this. Jordan was watching, wondering if Magnus had such a trump card up his sleeve. And only David realized that his friend had finally awakened his genes, which in his past life had opened in 2 stages. The first was when Magnus encountered the aliens on Mars, and the second was when he learned of Catherine's death. Now Magnus had fully unlocked his primary gene's potential and could easily cross his opponent's fire. After all, he had seen all of his attacks through, and David thought also that this was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had seen his friend awaken. Buster was no longer so confident now. He was silent, and Magnus said he had no time to play with him. The lunar expert couldn't contain that and yelled for the Earthmen to stop being a tough guy. However, he still could not hurt Magnus anymore, which was very striking to all the spectators as well. The initiative of the fight had dramatically shifted to the side of Fatty, who had already gotten almost close to his opponent. He drove right under the canopy from which Buster was shooting and released his powerful single projectile there. The fat man had thought it through so that even if the enemy could detect his attack in time in front of him, he still wouldn't have enough time to react because there wasn't much space on that canopy. And so it happened. His projectile hit the target, and Buster remained imprisoned in the place from which he was going to kill the Earthling. Except now, everyone could see the representative of the moon screaming in pain as the powerful projectile pierced his body. Angela and David rejoiced, for it meant that Magnus had won and Catherine was happiest of all. The system confirmed the death of Buster Da Vinci and announced the victory of the dragon riding student. Thanks to Magnus' victory, the score of the moon and Earth had decreased in difference and was now 10.6 in favor of the moon. Fatty stepped out of his pod, not believing his eyes that he had won, but it made him very happy. He was especially excited at the thought that the 100,000 wen was now his, and he would be able to provide for the little ones in the orphanage. However, he shouldn't have rejoiced too much because only the finalists would receive the prize, of which there would be very few left. Dr. Clemens was surprised at this reaction from the Earthling, and Dr. Rick explained that the winners of the first round, the ministry would award 100,000 wen, so although a little ridiculous, Fatty had won. The inhabitants of Earth rejoiced and marveled at the same time, while the lunar spectators couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. Meanwhile, Buster Da Vinci also came out of his capsule, but he was embarrassed to show his face in public. He was also 100% in pain and felt like his body was about to fall apart. Magnus was incredibly happy, though. He ran happily to his friends in the waiting room. The first thing he asked David was if he could get his reward and if it would be taken away from him if he lost. And David thought that with his strength, Fatty could easily become the commander of a whole corps. But now he was so careless. They also saw Jordan standing next to them, looking as stern and serious as ever. Magnus awkwardly said that he shouldn't be like that, because they were just joking. He thought the guy was going to jump him. But Jordan just grabbed him by his jacket, saying that Fatty hadn't even buttoned all his buttons. He said that he shouldn't forget about his image. After all, he is a representative of the Earthlings. He added that if they kept winning like that, he wouldn't mind running around naked 100 times. In the meantime, it was David's turn to show himself in the fight. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment. General Hugo was watching the students from dragon ridings through the camera in the waiting room. He thought that they really were amazing, and whatever the outcome, the spirit of the Earthlings should be revived again. Jordan, meanwhile, said that a man is obliged to keep his promises, and therefore he would not renege on his words either. The guy started to undress, and the general was greatly surprised, asking what this Asian was even allowing himself. Buster finally returned to Luna's waiting room and stood in the corner, not daring to look into the eyes of his comrades. One of the older students turned to Harry Lundberg, saying that he should give Luna back a good score, and the lad assured him that he would pay it all back 100-fold. But Chrissy suddenly warned him. She advised him not to underestimate his opponent, but Harry replied that he had carefully studied the information about him. The guy knew that David was a melee fighter, but the real power of each other they would only be able to know in a fight. Both contestants went up to the stage and the audience immediately burst into applause, shouting Harry's name. The two boys met eyes again, Harry confident that he could crush this boy from Earth. David seemed surprisingly calm, even a little amused by his opponent's attitude. Angela thought that this Harry Lundberg had become famous for his skills as soon as he entered the school. It was said that in time, this guy would become as great a fighter as Moon's Three Musketeers. All of this was only making things worse for David, and Angela began to worry when Mila announced the start of the match. Since the students hadn't specified a desired standard battlefield, a random option was chosen. The location was called Mountain Peak, and the arena itself was located at the very top, making maneuverability difficult. Guys from the ranks of the Earth's spectators began to resent such a deduction. After all, this is an arena designed for close combat. Also, David's opponent had a 100% win rate in this location, which played to his advantage. Harry Lundberg turned to David, saying he would let him do something, but he didn't finish and froze in place. Dr. Clemens asked his colleague if this was Earth's secret weapon, because this guy seemed to think he was already a champion. Dr. Rick, on the other hand, hoped that David Gaiden knew what he was doing, or else the morale that had been raised with such difficulty would quickly drop. Mila explained all the circumstances, saying that the participant from Earth had adopted a melee stance and didn't seem to choose any weapons. At this time, many of his relatives were watching the live broadcast, including Dina Gaiden. Her friend, who was standing at the girl's back, asked if her brother David was sure to be okay. But seeing Dina's look, the boy quickly remembered that he still had homework to do. Dina still couldn't stand it and asked him how he could say such things about her brother. The girl added that if there were even 6 of the best moon fighters out there, David would have wiped them all out in less than a minute. She wasn't the only one who thought that. In watching the matches, Michael was watching the live broadcast as well. He noticed that David's aura looked very different during the fight, very different from his calm temperament. Catherine, on the other hand, thought that David was indeed an amazing fighter, but she didn't know if his skills could match Harry's. Still, one couldn't compare the selection on Earth with the fights of the final stage of the competition. The level was too different. Meanwhile, David asked a surprised Harry Lundberg what else he expected from him in such an environment. And Harry thought that he had never seen anyone so dismissive of the practice of lunar martial arts. He also thought that today he would have to teach this impertinent man from Earth a lesson. With that thought in mind, the boy pounced on David, his weapon of choice being a special sword of his lunar martial art, the Sharoon. Harry held out the blade, from which suddenly appeared many small blades of similar shape. He used some sort of technique and wrapped them around himself, then fired something that looked like ancient spears at David. David managed to dodge the attack, but noted that the guy's speed was quite high and his techniques were honed. In addition, his lunar opponent had good intelligence, because his spears were explosive. The rock behind David's back, where the attack hit, shattered from the explosion, but the debris did not reach the boys. Meanwhile, Harry was pouncing on him now. He was very angry and wanted to finish off the Earthman as soon as possible. But he had to admit that he had some good close combat skills, particularly in defense. Harry bounced some distance away, quickly assessing what attack to use next. This time he used his aura, the ground beneath his feet crackling with the power that filled his body. David, on the other hand, simply prepared for his opponent's next attack. He was well aware of this guy's character. After all, when analyzing the opponent, it is important to understand not only his strengths and weaknesses, but also the psychological aspect. And David understood it well in Harry, because all the attacks of the Lunar Karate Kid were quite predictable for him. The only thing that could spoil the picture a little was the power of the attacks, because what not to say, but Harry Lundberg was an ace of his craft. But the same could be said about David. The guy realized that the best thing to do in this situation would be to take the blow. So he covered his head and prepared to hold back the onslaught from the attack that Harry had already directed at him. And so it happened, and although the Moon representative put all his power into it, David was able to hold his ground. In fact, the power of this attack also showed how high Harry's gene awakening level was. Dina thought that if you added to that the most professional training and education in the entire solar system, there was only one thing to say: her brother was in a trap, and she could see no way out of it for him. Meanwhile, David still couldn't quite hold back the onslaught of his opponent's attack and fell backwards a bit. Wiping the blood on his cheek, he said that they'd had enough of the game and should call it a day. And Harry replied that if the boy wanted to make him angry, he had succeeded. However, he would suffer the consequences now. Lundberg tapped his foot with such force that the ground shook again. It was he who pushed off and flew upwards like a bird. David noticed that his aura hadn't gone anywhere, which was a little odd, but he decided to keep his guard up. Harry, meanwhile, froze in midair with another kick of his foot, about to bring it down on him and say that the Earthling would finally know his death. The lunar audience seemed to think the same thing, because they shouted Harry's name with more and more gusto. Mila, seeing what kind of situation had broken out on the battlefield, raised her hand and happily congratulated Harry on his victory. She didn't say the name of the moon representative because suddenly another picture appeared in front of her eyes. Mila corrected her mistake, saying that the victory was awarded to the former representative of the Dragon Letters. Even the Earthlings didn't believe it, asking what kind of nonsense the commentator was talking about, because it couldn't be true. Dr. Clemens pounded his fist on the table, asking the same thing, for Harry had dominated the entire fight. He added that their guy was a master of the lunar martial art, so it seemed to him that David had cheated somewhere. The doctor then demanded a replay of the final clash, convinced that the verdict was wrong. His demand was met with a tape of the final fight, when Harry had pounced on a still calm David. The lunar expert had swung his leg with a murderous aura then, so it seemed that victory was indeed his. However, David even allowed himself to close his eyes, for he was completely confident in his plan. The guy ducked. He moved away from his opponent's leg a very short distance, but it was enough to counterattack. David found himself face to face with Harry Lundberg, who didn't understand how he was able to dodge his attack. But David did not give him time to think and assess his situation, because he had already swung for a decisive blow. It went straight to the jaw of the moon expert, and David put all of his current genetic power into it. It was felt by all the spectators watching the fight in slow motion, but the worst was Harry himself. David seriously said that the guy moved too slowly. That's why he lost, unable to defend himself from the blow. The death of the representative of the moon was confirmed, so the victory was rightfully awarded to David Hayden. The audience on Earth and beyond joyfully began to shout out the name of this guy from the dragon writings. After all, he managed to defeat Harry Lundberg, who was an ace martial artist. David's friends were also happy. But the guys noticed that their friend was rather quiet despite his great victory and accomplishment. Dr. Rick thought it was not surprising that there was very little information about this guy, since he really was their secret weapon. Dr. Clemens, on the other hand, thought that if this was just a defeat, there would be no problem. However, to suffer such a humiliating defeat was much worse. Both doctors looked at each other. Dr. Clemens was forced to admit that it looked like Earth really had done a good job preparing for this year's competition. But Dr. Rick replied to get his colleague to stop joking, because luck was good, but he didn't need to explain their merits. He added that all they have to do now is pray that the rest of the soldiers can learn from all these fights. Dr. Clemens replied that he was glad his colleague understood that himself, because being in the top 64, which Earth had achieved, didn't say much. And then he added that the fierce part of the competition was really just beginning. And he was right, because there were still a few seeded players who hadn't performed, and then the second round would begin. Dina's classmate said that everyone online was discussing her brother's victory, and their team even acquired nicknames. Dina liked what she heard, said it was pretty good, and nodded approvingly. David and his friends were now spoken of as the 4 dragons who would dominate wherever they appeared. Meanwhile, in the dining room, which was also offered on the list of services for finalists and contenders, Michael sat with David, asking why that shot looked so beautiful. The young journalist added that if he were a woman, he would have married him long ago. David looked a little puzzled. He didn't really like hearing so much praise for himself. He replied that if Michael really was a girl, he would have beaten him to death for such a wish. David asked him not to say such nonsense again, because he'd rather tell him if they'd made any progress. Then Michael replied that his researches had been very fruitful, and he had managed to find out that in recent years the 3 families had been working together on some common project, and it seemed to be related to space exploration. But David said that the guy was teasing him again, since this fact was already known to the whole world. Then Mike reminded him of his great intuition, saying that you can always rely on it. So he asked David if he knew how many ships had gone to explore space in the last 10 years. David didn't know the answer to that question, of course, but he already realized that the 3 families had allocated a lot more. Michael decided not to bore him and told him that we were talking about tens of thousands. Some had returned, but some were missing. And Michael was sure that it had to do with something they didn't even realize yet. And maybe only 3 families had the data. David figured that 9 times out of 10 these ships would stumble upon something, but they didn't want it to be known. But Michael said that if you looked at the situation from that perspective, things were starting to even make sense. David then asked if he knew anything else, but the boy shook his head, since any of the 3 families would share their information with him. He added that if he kept digging in that direction, pretty soon security would be knocking on his door. David thought that this data was already of great value, because most likely the Moon families had managed to discover something. It also appeared that when the 4 places in the competition were taken by the lunar players, the Earthlings would definitely lose control of the situation in space. This time David had no margin for error, and although he didn't know what awaited him, but if he failed, the fate of humanity would repeat itself. He told Michael that he should be careful for the business in which the 3 families were so keen. There should be huge profits to be made, but Michael replied that he and all his friends knew what they were getting into. David then only said that he was just giving them a heads up, but he also really appreciated their work. Meanwhile, Magnus was sitting in his dorm room. He was looking at his computer monitor. There was a video call activated with his juniors in the orphanage, who were waiting for him to win the next round. Fatty replied that he would try not to disappoint them, and when he returned, he would be sure to treat them to a delicious lunch. At the same time, General Hugo was listening to complaints from the leadership that there were only 10 Earthlings in the top 64. They told him that they had not expected to see such disappointing results with his leadership. And the general thought whether the representatives of the Moon were really so superior to the Earthlings in development and strength. And after all, this George, Chief Admiral, doubted the correctness of the gene policy of the Earth. For a very long time, the development of the Moon was in the shadows. But if you look at the political side of the issue, its representatives always tried to be on a par with Earth. Now the Moon had an overwhelming advantage. The speculation of ordinary people, or the opinion of the ordinary people of the Moon about their superiority, looked too childish. Then the general thought of an expedition, which had been planned for several years already, where the lunar representatives aimed to go. It turns out that their real goal is to show the Earth the futility of investing in their soldiers. Having considered everything from this point of view, the general thought that there could be no doubt the representatives of the Moon were hiding something. And now everything depended only on whether the Earthmen could get at least one of the expedition seats provided. Meanwhile, Mila welcomed everyone back to the competition after a brief pause for commercials. She added that Dr. Clemens, PhD, and Rick Yankee, PhD, would be commentating matches with her again today. The latter thought it was fortunate that Earth had 10 other competitors, and if not for that, he would have completely lost his face. Mila announced that the main fight of the day could be considered the confrontation between Sybil and Chrissy. Dr. Clemens suggested to consider also the situation of Catherine, who also went further, but only due to her reaction speed. Dr. Rick thought about Magnus. He was at a turning point as his new opponent was one of the top 5 shooters on the Moon. Even more interesting was David, who was going to face Harry's older brother today. His name was Paul, and he had already experienced many battles in his 4th year, so it was going to be an interesting fight. Dr. Rick thought that in the last fight, David had taken a serious pass on the lunar martial art. That was why this Paul wanted to restore his honor, because it was very important for a martial artist. And if one considered everything from the perspective of a martial arts schoolmaster, he must have given Paul an order. Meanwhile, David and Magnus were called over by their friends, saying that they had already prepared snacks so they could watch the game together. Phoenix remarked that even though the situation wasn't going well for them, Dr. Rick was doing a good job. That's because the first 5 fights had been between Moon's representatives and his predictions had been fairly accurate. But now it was time for the fight everyone had been waiting for. Dr. Rick got a little nervous as it was Earth's first fight of the day. It was also the highlight of the day because it was one of the representatives of the 3 Moon families fighting. Chrissy Da Vinci thought that if she defeated Robotech Sibylla, Moon's morale would definitely increase. This was also the first time that the preceded contestants were facing each other, so this fight would show everyone's level. The fight started. Chrissy immediately activated her aura with genetic power to suppress her opponent with power. She realized that the weakness of the challengers from Earth was that they didn't have enough combat power. As a result, Robotech Sibylla let her guard down when Chrissy was right in front of her eyes. She now had the perfect angle for an attack, and the girl planned to take full advantage of it. The unexpected compliments in the waiting room where he'd been told that he owed it to himself to try the same techniques as Chrissy Da Vinci, and Fatty felt good about that comparison. David noticed that there were more and more people trying to please Fatty, and his friends seemed to like it. David also analyzed the fight between Sybil and Chrissy, noting that the former had made defense her priority. But after a few punches, Sivila apparently found out that her opponent was stronger than her. So, it seemed to David that the victory was already determined, and he, yawning, headed for the exit. And Catherine asked if he was already leaving. Then the boy replied that he still had some unfinished business, so he should leave. To appease the head girl, he added that if Chrissy was his opponent, his charm would be enough for him. Meanwhile, Chrissy seemed to be really aiming for victory. Robotech Sibylla started to back off. Magnus said that his friend has suddenly gained confidence. That's why he's saying those words. David, who was on his way out, stopped and said that Fatty was talking too much and rushed after him. His friend managed to get away, so David went back into the hallway and decided to go to the smoking area. He hadn't actually smoked in a long time, but the habit was integral to his time on Mars. David pulled out an e-cigarette and took a drag, with a sign behind him that was perceptive of smoking. The guy thought that it would be hard to pull this off alone, since he was just a regular soldier. Besides, who would believe him if he told the truth and asked for help in his plan? And could winning this competition be compared to the safety of the entire human race? Such thoughts were in his mind now, but suddenly they were cut short by someone's stern voice saying that smoking was forbidden here. David was even frightened and almost dropped his cigarette. In front of him stood Elaine Doyle, the representative of one of the three families. At first, David even thought that Catherine had approached him, because Elaine's tone was very similar to hers. The boy, meanwhile, said that it seemed that someone was immersed in his pleasant memories from the duel, and David replied that it looked like one of Luna's chief summoners had plenty of free time before his battles. Suddenly, the man reached out and asked David for a cigarette, saying that he had always wondered why people smoked. David gave him a new flavor, which appeared on Earth quite recently, though the circulation was still limited. Alan took this specialty product, examining the item from all sides and bringing it to his lips. Then he took a drag, closing his eyes, but after a moment, he began to cough violently. It was understandable considering that the lunar representative had never encountered nicotine before. David patted him on the shoulder, saying it was out of habit, but advised him it was best not to develop the habit. Elaine exhaled the rest of the nicotine, and David took the cigarette, asking what had brought one of the strongest of Luna's men here. Before Elaine could answer anything, however, Catherine, who had been looking for David all along, approached them. David panicked, wondering what she had forgotten here, but the girl's expression didn't bode well. Suddenly, David turned his head, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and Alan himself approached him, offering him a smoke. At first, Catherine skeptically wanted to answer. Did he think that she would believe him? But then realized what he said. After all, in front of her really stood Elaine Doyle, the same one of the representatives of the three great families of the moon. Catherine finally realized that in front of her could be a potential opponent, so she apologized and ran away. Even though the girl said she had to go to the bathroom, the guys understood everything, and David thought that even the head man could be embarrassed. Finally, Alan turned to him, saying what he had heard about David from Chrissy, and then asked, would David be interested in going to live on the moon after the competition was over? And David figured this guy was famous throughout the solar system, past and present. But also, Alan Doyle didn't exude that aura and power of superiority yet. So David found something to say back to him. He waved goodbye, saying that if he ever lacked a leader, he could always turn to him. Alan looked at David in surprise, for he had not expected to hear such a thing from this representative of Earth. He thought that he seemed to be confident in his abilities, so it would be worth looking at him. Meanwhile, David had already dialed Catherine, saying that the headman had a weak spot too, and she threatened to finish him off. But David only joked back, saying that he was also not bad as a guy, but Catherine did not appreciate such humor. By then, he had already gone back to the waiting room for the Earth challengers, who were still watching the fight. Peter didn't understand why Sibylla had so shamefully missed a lot of Chrissy's attacks. The victory was understandably Luna's. Phoenix, on the other hand, said that they shouldn't be so adamant. After all, Sevilla had tried her best. Upon returning to her companions, she sat down in a corner. It was obvious that the girl's mood was depressed. She noticed that Chrissy wasn't even the strongest of the four moon monsters. Catherine heard that as well. Dr. Rick thought that there were only 2 preceded contestants left, but this arrangement was not particularly pleasant. After all, at this rate, He doubted if they would even make it to the quarterfinals of the competition. Harry Lundberg's older brother had been adopted by the Lunar Martial Arts School, and it had become his home. So Paul Lundberg wasn't about to let someone dishonor the seat of his home. He wanted revenge on David. When it came time for them to fight, he mentally addressed him, telling him that he would lose tonight. Onlookers shared that, although Paul wasn't as popular, Luna's reps had heard of his power. Peter also noted that it had been clear from the beginning that revenge would catch up with David, but now the fun part remained. Catherine, meanwhile, analyzed her opponent. Paul was a fighter with no weaknesses. Angela thought about his super adaptation ability after all. In the army, they made super soldiers out of such. They also found out that this guy ZE was accepted into the 1st Moon Space Trooper Corps. And Catherine added that she had even heard that he already had real combat experience. He took part in the destruction of the pirate den. David, however, did not worry about such significant achievements of his opponent. Catherine even told him to stop smiling, telling him to be more serious once in a while. David didn't miss the opportunity to tease her and asked if the headmaster wanted him to look like Alan Doyle. This understandably made Catherine angry, and she said that he had better win now, or he would die by her hand. All this she was saying to him through an earpiece, which David had put on as it was allowed by the rules. But in truth, he was more serious than ever, for he realized what kind of opponent he was going to fight. The first thing Paul Lundberg did was to salute him, which surprised some of the spectators who were far from the army. But David understood that it was a gesture of respect, so he appreciated it and did the same. This somewhat surprised even General Hugo, who watched every fight like everyone else. But these two guys who were about to fight in the duel now were giving him respect for some reason. Meanwhile, the competition battlefield simulator started up, and the location this time was the depths of a forest thicket. Dr. Clemens quite began to talk about Paul, saying that he had a sniper rifle, very suitable for such a place. Also, as a mature warrior and soldier, he is able to stay cool in almost any situation. Dr. Rick replied that he had to agree with his colleague, because in fact, in this battle, a cadet and a soldier had clashed. However, only time would tell which of them would emerge victorious, so soon the audience was happily waiting for the fight to begin. However, in the next instant, both Doctor of Science and Mila were surprised to ask what was even going on here. After all, the challenger from Earth, David Gaydon, Nova decided to fight without weapons, as evidenced by his empty hands. The fat man, oddly enough, supported her radical position, saying that David should be put in his place. The fat man, strangely enough, supported her radical position, saying that David should be put in his place. And Catherine added that Magnus should remember not to repeat himself. Everyone else in the Earth Lounge thought David was crazy, and he was the only one who knew what he was doing. Dina's classmate said that this time he was almost 100% sure that her brother would lose, but Dina didn't like it. She lashed out at the guy, saying she had already told him repeatedly not to talk bad about her brother. Meanwhile, in the arena, David seemed to have completely forgotten that he was on the battlefield, as he acted like he was taking a walk. In fact, he already knew where his opponent was hiding, as it wasn't that hard to guess in such arenas. David also thought that if they didn't engage in a duel within 5 minutes, their locations would be displayed on the map. Suddenly, everyone in the waiting room was surprised to notice that David began to actively approach Paul. The lunar representative himself also noticed it. His rifle was pointed at the silhouette of the man approaching him. But the guy didn't understand what this Earthman was even thinking, approaching him unarmed. Some of the lunar onlookers said that they had never seen this kind of mistake before. One of them even shouted that he would give up his last name if David managed to win, but Alain and Chrissy thought otherwise. Alain remembered how the girl had already warned him that this man was very powerful. He needed to pay closer attention. And if he was so careless with his opponent, that was already saying a lot, particularly for Paul too. Still, his lunar opponent hadn't expected this guy's self-confidence to be beyond imagination. Deciding he was going to finish him off now, Paul pointed his rifle at David, setting the scope right on his head. He fired the shot. It was clearly seen by all the spectators, and many thought the fight was over. However, when Paul lowered the rifle, he was surprised to see that his opponent remained unharmed and invisible. The other participants saw the same thing and were no less surprised, marveling at David's skills. It turned out that at the last second, he managed to dodge and the bullet hit the tree, as if the guy had expected it. Paul didn't understand then how he managed to do it, so he decided to quickly continue the attack, converting it into gunfire. His rifle shook with a line of shot, which all flew clearly in David's direction. However, he dodged all the shells with extraordinary agility, preventing them from hitting him. As he did so, he also continued to get closer to his opponent, so he was forced to change his location. Paul moved to the branch of another tree and prepared to continue his line of attacks on David. He was firing his rifle quite accurately, so each projectile had to reach his target. But the target was constantly moving and very skillfully, so the guys were on equal footing, no matter how strange it seemed. But David had already caught up with Paul to such an extent that it became unprofitable for him to shoot, and he used another weapon. They were steel blades, which the guy used at close range as David approached. And he was really expecting it. He blocked Paul's first attack and prepared to dodge the second one. Paul had already aimed his other blade at him, intending to stab his opponent in the side, which was a serious injury. David, of course, realized this, so he watched his every move carefully and was able to dodge in time. In Paul's eyes, he was moving too fast, to the point where he couldn't even keep up with him. However, the lunar representative was not a bad guy either. He had well-honed hand-to-hand combat skills. At one point, it looked like he was about to stab David with his knife, but he kept dodging. Then Paul went into his secret fighting tactics, the first of which was the 7 deadly steps scheme. David tensed and prepared himself as he saw his opponent suddenly change his stance and become more focused. There was a special aura about him that looked quite impressive and powerful, so David was even worried. His worries were heightened by the fact that Paul's speed had also increased significantly, making it harder to dodge. But while he was still able to do so, David thought it was time to end his show. First, he had to dodge his opponent's blows, as he was launching attack after attack without stopping. That's why David used different backward jumps, thanks to which he was able to get some distance away. But Paul didn't want to let him do that and threw one of his knives at a high speed. Fortunately, David noticed it and managed to avoid the collision after he landed, so he had a head start. However, as soon as the KO guy thought about it, he was caught up by a surprise attack with another blade from Paul. The guy wasn't ready for this already. He was knocked down and grabbed his stomach, and the entire audience gasped at this point. The lunar audience cheered, saying that finally their representative had shown this rogue that he wasn't vulnerable. But Paul thought he hadn't heard the knife go into the flesh, so he thought something had gone wrong. With that thought, he turned to David, telling him to stop pretending already, for the attack hadn't hurt him. At first, the Earthman didn't answer him, but it was for a slightly different reason than Paul thought. It was because David had caught his blade with his teeth, which was the ultimate in hand-to-hand combat. He took it in his hands and said that Paul should not have pushed him so hard, for now he had a weapon. The audience, meanwhile, was admiring the way he caught the knife with his teeth, for it was not enough to be brave. Catherine thought why she had not noticed before that this guy had such excellent abilities. But the girl immediately thought that she did not know yet how he would decide to use the blade, so it was too early to rejoice. But Angela replied that David would have no problem with it. She remembered how he skillfully cut an apple. Meanwhile, Paul agreed that his opponent now had a weapon, but whether he would be able to use it. David thought that this Moon was not a man to give up easily, so the fight would not be easy. But this feeling was what he was missing, and a man who had put his life on the line many times before would understand. With that thought, David looked Paul straight in the eye, and he felt as if he was facing a different man. To be more precise, he reminded him more of a monster out of the darkness and blood. David prepared for the attack. He had already mentally made a picture of the fight and was ready to start practicing. The boy took a stance, and the spectators and Paul himself were surprised to notice that it was a special formation. Paul wondered if it was meant for the 7 deadly steps, but it was too late. They rushed at each other. This time David was the first to attack, and he did so with extraordinary speed. It seemed that he was fighting to the death, for in the movements of the Zuparnia did not feel the fear of being wounded in return. So far, Paul had managed to get away from all the blows, and he was not bad at dodging, but he was still a little behind. David's attacks went right at the body of his opponent. The latter managed to bounce back at the last second. However, David didn't slow down his intensity. He continued to deliver attack after attack, not giving his opponent a break. And this was an important aspect after all. Almost all fighting principles were based on endurance. The only thing that David did not like was that his opponent was quite experienced and skillful. Because of this, the guy could not manage to somehow hurt him, because he always had time to block his blows. So David decided to take the initiative and found a way to end the battle in his own way. He suddenly began to move the way Paul had done before, though he didn't understand why the Earthling would do that. In addition, David was using the same trick that Magnus had used, namely to throw the blade first, then finish him off. As if to confirm his words, David's twisted blade flew toward Paul. Not that it was unexpected, but Paul had to admit that the guy's strength and speed were good. After all, he was able to repeat his movements so similarly. The representative of the moon did not have time to finish this thought. In an instant, he felt something hard and sharp hit his armor, shattering it. It was not a blade, as many thought, but a branch, which David threw at his opponent. The effect of such a wound was perhaps even more powerful than if David had fired a gun. Meanwhile, the audience, both Earth and lunar viewers, were delighted with what he had just done. Harry Lundberg was surprised to think that he didn't believe in such a scenario, where his strong older brother lost. And Chrissy told Alan that everything had gone exactly as she had expected, and that this guy David should not be neglected. Mila, on the other hand, realized that there was nothing left for her to do but announce the winner of this match, David Hayden. Alan, Chrissy, and Landers realized that this man could be a problem for them in the future, albeit a minor one. When Paul returned to Luna's waiting room, Landers snorted that he and his brother were nothing but trash. Hearing that, Harry scrambled from his seat to respond to the guy, but Paul calmed him down, telling him that they shouldn't pay attention. He added that David did have a lot of power, so they should be more careful in Ayub with him. Meanwhile, David returned to Earth's waiting room, still not expressing much emotion. The head girl immediately jumped on him, asking him when he had managed to become so cool, and David asked if the girl could stop pressing his head, even though he had a great view of her breasts. However, it was still hard to breathe like that, so Catherine, of course, let him go and stood next to him. The other contestants came up to him, congratulating him on his victory and saying that the fight was great. Angela in turn wondered if this was still the same guy who had once confessed his love to her, or maybe only the battles in the arena were able to show all his striking male charm. The girl held out her hand, joining in the congratulations, and David smiled and pulled her close. He said that congratulations should look more sincere, which made Angela a little embarrassed. The fat man remarked that his friend's skills in picking up girls were as good as his skills in combat. Angela thought that David was her boyfriend after all, so it was probably meant to be. They finished hugging and looked at each other. David took the girl by the shoulders and smiled again. He thanked her, and Angela smiled back. Then David turned to his friend as well. He told Magnus to hurry up and go to him, because he noticed that he wanted a hug too, but didn't dare. But Fatty replied that he didn't want anything, and perhaps David's eyes were beginning to fail him. Then David outdid his friend, saying that he was really addressing the headman, with whom he felt more comfortable hugging. Magnus hadn't understood at first, but then he'd pounced on him, chasing him around the room. He wondered if David was laughing at him, and he'd catch up with him anyway. Phoenix smiled as he watched the scene, but here they announced his fight and the guy went to get ready for it. A few minutes later, Mila was greeting Earth with another victory delivered to them by the Shadow. Dr. Clemens said that he still felt like it was going to get harder and harder for Earthlings to win from here on out. And Dr. Rick replied that if a soldier's eyes were blinded by pride, he could easily lose. So another day of competition passed, and in the evening in the dormitory, David and Magnus discussed the lunar representatives. And then the topic suddenly turned to Angela. Magnus was sure that she was already interested in his friend. David noticed that Catherine was just as pleased when she congratulated Magnus on his victory. As for him and Angela, David said it had been a friendly hug and nothing more. However, Magnus didn't believe him, saying that there was no point in trying to deceive him because he already knew everything. He added that David had been braver in the past, for though he had failed once, he should not have given up. David thought that he was right about something, because when he got his second chance, he should change his fate. The fat man also said that he would support him because he owed it to him to get a goddess like Angela. But David replied that, unfortunately, even if she had a sister, his friend wouldn't have a chance with her. Magnus decided to change the subject, saying that they had better rest now and they would think about it later. With these words, he went to bed, but very soon David fell into a dream that he had seen before. It was the same atmosphere he had felt in his past life when he lived on Mars. But right now there was something familiar standing in front of him that he had not seen very often at all. It was the interplanetary aircraft carrier Ares. Yet the guy didn't realize what he was even doing here. Then he suddenly wondered why the human air military forces couldn't defeat the aliens. All because the Ares aircraft carriers, dubbed Invincible, had played no role in the battles. David also wondered if she could see the same human silhouette as last time. Meanwhile, the door in the aircraft carrier opened, And judging by the rhythmic movement, it was definitely human, not alien. And besides, strangers didn't open doors at all. They just kicked them open, so there was definitely a human inside. However, when David approached the aircraft carrier to look at the man, he froze in surprise. After all, what he saw was simply impossible, and the guy refused to believe it, from which he even screamed. At that moment, he woke up in a sweat, breathing heavily and grabbing his t-shirt in the chest area, where he felt pain again. When he got up and went to the wash basin, he was in a very depressed mood, which made him feel bad. In the reflection of the mirror, he saw that his scar had changed even more and now resembled the shape of half a flower. David asked himself if he had lost his mind or if the world had gone crazy and turned against him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he screamed, waking Magnus, who realized that something had happened. David thought it was all his imagination, a manifestation of his madness, so he smashed the wash basin. His eye and hands were bloodshot, and the guy was screaming that there was no Mars or aliens. At that moment, Fatty knocked on his door, but without waiting for an answer, went inside himself and saw David. He was surprised and even frightened by the appearance of his friend, for he was as if after sparring with someone stronger than him. And David looked at him with alienated eyes, asking Magnus to tell him if he was crazy. It ended with David nearly passing out and his friend having to carry him on his back to his room. Magnus thought that if David kept this up, they would have to sell themselves into slavery to pay for everything. The fat man laid him down on the bed, wondering what had happened to him, for he had gone to bed normally. Then he remembered that he had a hard time getting over Angela's rejection last time. And if that was the reason, it was a stupid one. Magnus went on, saying that of course if you like something you should own it, but that didn't always work with girls. And David lay on the bed and slowly came to his senses, feeling that it was best not to talk right now. He still couldn't get over the shock, because the man he'd seen in his dream near the aircraft carrier. It had looked exactly like Angela, and David hadn't even been able to ask her anything at the time, though there had been plenty of questions. Then David thought that in his past life, the fleet to which she belonged had fallen heroically in battle. But that explained to me why he saw the girl alive and in an enemy combat zone. The fat man saw a different picture. David was tossing and turning, mumbling something inaudible about Angela. So Magnus said that what you see isn't always reality, and you should always listen to your heart. He added that David wasn't as experienced in that aspect as he was, but the boy didn't care. He continued to think about what to do next based on the data he had gotten, but it was difficult, particularly because Fatty kept talking, so David couldn't stand it and told him to shut up. And Magnus thought that it looked like he was right, and David must have gotten too proud because of how well he'd performed in the fights. He probably ended up going to confess his love to Angela again and was rejected a second time. David, on the other hand, thought there was some truth in his friend's words. What you see isn't necessarily reality. With this approach, it was much more likely to suggest that Angela had not become a traitor, but was under the control of strangers. Then the dream could also mean the opposite, for if the problems were with the Earthlings, then perhaps humanity hadn't rotted away at all. There was another point. Angela was only the commander of the ship, and she did not have such outstanding capabilities. Although, on the other hand, Angela's group was the largest shipping company on the planet. David thought he should pay attention to this. Every time his guess was correct, a scar would appear on his body. And even if Angela was under control, it was safe to assume that enemies were in her midst. Meanwhile, his thoughts were interrupted again by Fatty, who went on to say that there were many more fish swimming in the sea. A great many people wrote that they had become David's fans, calling him the hope of Earth, so everything would be fine. Magnus added that he should talk to the fans, and in the future, even if he loses, he can get a good position. Seeing that his friend was slowly starting to understand him, Magnus wondered what he would do without him. But David quickly put him down, asking if he was ready for his next match, which didn't make him very happy. Magnus wasn't even in a hurry to answer, but David didn't expect an answer, he just wanted his friend to be quiet. He thought that if you couldn't avoid fate, you had to face it. Then he looked at his friend and Magnus guessed that he was now using the same method he had once used. It was a threat. David held out his hand, saying that if Fatty lost, then he would immediately tell the headman that he liked her. And Magnus replied that he couldn't keep threatening him with that, because then their friendship would be over. But David realized that Magnus had nothing to say, and he tried to threaten him with something in return. The next day, they walked together with a tray full of food, and David reminded his friend of his fight. He added that his opponent wasn't really that strong, but Magnus didn't answer. He took offense. Then David held out his steak to him, saying it was as an apology, and Fatty couldn't help but accept it. He took a bite, and David told him not to forget now. Since he ate the steak, he was obliged to win. The fat man thought it was probably not up for discussion, but told David that one steak was not enough for an apology. Although he didn't want to be the center of attention, winning this match now seemed possible. Besides, everyone would be happy about it, and the headman would be happy too. He liked that thought. Meanwhile, some spectators spotted them on the viewing platform, recognizing two of the dragons. Everyone thought that David Hayden had become the real dark horse of the earth in the current competition. A few minutes later, Mila welcomed everyone back into the arena of their new trials. She added that this time they would be very tough for the Earth representatives, while David was thinking about his own. He wondered if Angela could really become the transmitter of humanity, so he decided for himself that he should get to know this girl better to get some new leads in his research. Meanwhile, Angela noticed him looking at her and turned around and asked if she had something on her face. David shook his head a little embarrassed, saying that he just wanted to ask her if she had studied her opponent. The girl answered in the affirmative, but added that she didn't think she had a high chance of winning, so David told her something. Namely that when her opponent makes a serious move, her right brow raises. He was just finishing up when Mila announced the first fight of the day, Angela versus Sammy. Dr. Clemens said that this Angela represents the impressive Dragon Letter School, and Dr. Rick added that this fight is a big test for her because her opponent's ranking is much higher. This battle was definitely going to be a tough one, with both girls already facing each other as if they were in the ring. Sammy had 2810 moon rating points, and Angela had 2650 Earth rating points. There seemed to be nothing to talk about. Dr. Clemens said that if you looked at the approval rating, you could see that Sammy was 60% ahead of Angela. But Dr. Rick reminded that David had already brought one victory to the Earthlings, so the girl had a good chance too. In any case, this confrontation will still attract enough audience. After all, two beauties will fight. The fight started. Angela thought it was just as David said. She really couldn't make any plan. Meanwhile, Sammy spotted her and took her in her sights. Angela didn't see it, but she felt it. The next second fire opened up on the girl, and she barely had time to hide her head behind the barricade. Without wasting time, Angela waited for the line of shots and came out of hiding to counterattack. Now it was Sammy who had to defend herself. She obviously didn't expect the girl to fight back. Both challengers had good skills, and it was getting more and more interesting to watch them fight. But Sammy soon began to get tired of it. She called Angela an annoying dugout and changed the projectile. This time it was a cartridge that looked like a sniper's caliber, and the girl shot it directly at Angela. And the one, seeing how the shell was approaching, could not think of a way to avoid colliding with it. So, she found no other way but to run to the edge of the skyscraper. It was the location of their battle. The girl then jumped off the building, which surprised all the onlookers, but Angela had a plan, and it worked. There was a rather large explosion, which meant that the projectile stopped chasing her and crashed into something. As it was, Angela flew down, and she was very lucky to have made such a maneuver, because that way she also avoided the wreckage. But Sammy had no intention of letting her go like that. She rushed after Angela, activating a special power. Wings appeared behind her back, and some powerful pillars grew on her legs, allowing her to fly. However, not only to fly, but also to attack, she opened a targeted fire on the fleeing Angela. Meanwhile, several more explosions occurred at the top of the skyscraper, creating a chain reaction. This time debris was flying in all directions, and Angela had to defend herself while shooting back at the same time. For a while, everything was filled with smoke, and gunshots were heard occasionally in this large cloud of dust. It was also the only thing the onlookers could see, and everyone realized that the girls were fighting to the death. Dr. Rick thought that Angela was a rare and outstanding warrior girl, which there are very few on Earth. Her skill level was quite high, but even so, Sammy was head and shoulders above her. It was clear right away. The spectators also realized that this fight would probably be no different from the previous ones, where Luna had defeated Earth. David thought of Angela, and for some reason he was reminded of a moment from his past life. He was sitting with Magnus over a cup of punch, and they were talking about good memories from his time on Mars. As for Angela, information about her came in all the time. She had become one of the main soldiers of the younger generation. But after returning to the War Ministry to report on the situation, David met Angela again. At that time, she was already a major general, and the guy really didn't want to believe that she had decided to go against humanity. But then David thought that it was unlikely, because if the outsiders had the ability to control humans, the war wouldn't have lasted long. Meanwhile, Mila cheerfully announced that contestant Angela was back in sight. It looked like she had managed to avoid all of Sammy's attacks. Now she was ready to strike back at her opponent. Angela looked confident. She stiffened her weapon and prepared to execute her plan. Sammy, meanwhile, said that she was even a bit interesting to her as an opponent and quite strong. However, strong as she was for an Earthwoman, she still couldn't stand up to the strength of a real Moon Man. With those words, the girl fired at Angela, saying that this was the end for her, but the former didn't think so. She noticed that it was just as the elder had said. There was an opportunity to draw her into close combat. After thinking things over a bit, the girl made a plan, and Paula threw a couple pieces of rubble in the direction of the Sami flying at her. 2 cobblestones wouldn't do her any harm, but Sami couldn't ignore them and not fight back. She activated her laser, which she used to shred both pieces of debris into even smaller ones. However, that was just what Angela needed. The girl took advantage of the smoke screen, and then Sami saw some kind of moose appear out of nowhere and grabbed the weapon in her hand. It was so unexpected that the Lun representative didn't react in time and paid the price. And when she felt the weapon fall out of her hand, she saw the one who was controlling the Loso from the shadows of the smoke. Angela was already running at her and pounced, intent on crushing her opponent with a decisive blow. Sami quickly assessed that she would have a hard time fending off this attack, but she still had one arm free. She put it out for a block, and as Angela took up her blade, she grabbed her dark knife as well. They clashed guns again, but this time the battle situation was on Angela's side, for she had the advantage. It was her final burst of desperation that was accompanied by the girl adding gas to the rigs on her feet. In a moment, Sami made a powerful acceleration towards her opponent, but Angela held on. She knew she had to hold out or all efforts would be futile, so she didn't back down. One of her hands was still restraining Sami's weapon with a firmly drawn Luso, and the other was defending herself against the blade. But here Angela struck her opponent in the hands that held the firearm, and it fell out of Sami's hands. The Moon Rep could only breathe heavily as she felt the bullets pierce through her body. It turns out Angela was able to get the gun for herself and fired directly at the flying Sami in front of her. This caused quite a few more explosions on the skyscraper building, but it was soon over, with both girls lying on the roof. There was debris scattered everywhere, but here the girls spotted each other, signaling the start of another fight. Both Angela and Sami were serious against each other. Their desire to win was incredibly high. Harry Lundberg in Moon's waiting room said that he was surprised by this behavior of the girl he knew. Landers, hearing this, snorted unhappily, thinking that the guy himself was in fact a nobody, even though he was from Luna. In Earth's waiting room, meanwhile, Magnus and Catherine were scandalized, urging Angela to win sooner rather than later. Dr. Rick thought the fight had moved to the melee stage, where she had much more opportunity. Sami screamed and prepared to use all her remaining strength to take down the pesky dugout. She clutched her blade tighter too and loomed over Angela, who already knew what she should do. Each of the girls was sure of her victory. Sami swung and struck her blade at the place where Angela was. However, the latter managed to avoid the fatal damage. She bounced back and realized that it was time. Time to use the hundreds of acrylic spiral slashes. She started by throwing king jaws at Sami. Though she was able to fight back, it still took a lot of effort to not let a single attack hit her, except Angela had already been waiting for this moment and was running at her to pounce in close, just as David had advised. This was the moment when her technique of 100 acrylic spiral dissections worked to perfection. The opponent was disoriented, not realizing how the girl had gotten so fast in the moment. Sami was backing away. Angela saw it, but had no intention of letting her go so easily. She knew it would end now. Somehow that's what Sami thought too. This was the moment she had been waiting for, but the girl had simply overestimated her strength. She knew that when Angela used this skill, there was a hole in her defense that could be punched through. Sami was sure she had timed it just right, but to her great surprise, hurting Angela didn't work. It happened exactly the opposite, and the girl felt the blade on her neck. It was Angela. She was ready for such antics, so she didn't let her opponent pull such a trick. Meanwhile, Sami quickly turned around and put her blade out as well. They made contact, but the outcome was already clear. The last thing the lunar representative had time to think was that this Earthling was better than her, and Angela proved it by swinging for more power and outweighed the resistance of her opponent's blade. It cracked, but the same thing happened to her weapon, so Angela decided to just squeeze the rest of it tighter. She aimed her blade and then stabbed it straight at Sammy's throat. Obviously, Luna's girlfriend couldn't fend off the blow and felt incredible pain, so she couldn't even scream. Mila confirmed the kill, declaring the dragon writing student the winner. Fatty and Catherine shouted their friend's name, cheering her on and congratulating her on her victory, while David remained calm. Dr. Clemens looked dejected. This was Luna's second loss this day, and after all, he had said there would be no more. And Dr. Rick seemed to be over the moon, saying that the dragon writing school was great. Angela, meanwhile, was already rushing to the waiting room. She really wanted to see Deft and say thank you again. After all, what he said really worked, and it couldn't help but make the girl happy. She wanted to convey that joy to him. However, when she finally saw the guy, she noticed that he looked kind of strange. This was evident in the way he answered her greeting. It was rather dry and reserved. Meanwhile, people who watched the broadcast saw who was a real aristocrat. In the comments, Angela was called a goddess, saying that she was 100 times better than Moonbats. In short, the girl got a lot of fans who were now happy to see her in matches. They applauded and shouted her name, saying that they would give anything if she studied with them. Meanwhile, at the dragon writing school, the students had formed their own fan club of student challengers. They were especially fond of Angela, who they were sure would be the one to win this competition. The rector thought that in the beginning he had only dreamed of her making it past the first round, but in the end, all of them had made it through. He was told at the meeting that it would help their advertising campaign for this month and get the attention of the applicants. William, meanwhile, clutched his head, annoyed that everyone was just talking about the team from their school. He had originally gritted his teeth and waited for David and his company to go back. But now, right now, the four of them were fighting a trio of Luna's elite fighters who were considered the strongest. At this time, Landers was approached by Sammy, who said she was sorry and tried to make excuses. But the guy interrupted her, saying that he and she were not suited for each other, as his girlfriend would never lose to Landers. Hearing this, Sammy looked at the guy whom she had actually loved very much since her early years. Then Alain asked his friend if, compared to real life, wins and losses here mattered so much. He added that no one could be personally responsible for Luna's glory, but Landers only snorted. He told Alan to mind his own business, and Sammy cried and was hurriedly comforted by Chrissy. The girl thought that this defeat shouldn't have happened, but still, she couldn't help but recognize Angela's strength. She had already returned to the waiting room with her friends, but only Catherine and Magnus were happy to see her. She asked the head girl where David was, and she said that he had just been here. Hearing this, Angela turned her head around and finally saw a guy walking down the hallway. It was David, and Angela rushed after him, shouting for him to wait for her, but he didn't stop. When the girl finally caught up with him, she told him that the tactic he had come up with had really helped her a lot. David didn't say a word, so Angela added that she thanked him very much for his help. That's when he turned around and dryly replied that he congratulated her on her victory, then smiled faintly. Hearing this, Angela was a little confused. She didn't understand why the guy suddenly had such a change in mood. He looked completely sad, and the girl suddenly felt her heart clench at such a sight of him. And then David finished her off by saying that he still had some things to do, so he had to go, and they would see each other soon. Tears came to Angela's eyes. She didn't understand why he was acting like this, and where the distance came from. Meanwhile, Dr. Clemens tried to justify Luna's honor after the loss, saying that she had a lot of resilience. He also said that defeat in one battle could not make them crumble, and that they would win it back 100-fold. Peter remarked that it wasn't easy to counter their morale with the doctor's claims. Phoenix agreed with his friend, saying that there was nothing they could do about it, as they didn't have many surprises. Landers, meanwhile, walked through the rows where the lunar audience sat, cheering them on and telling them they were doing well. He called them brothers and sisters, and kissed one girl's hand, making her embarrassed. Her name was Selby, and Landers said her fight last night was truly elegant. He added that he was happy watching it, and afterward, the guy walked out onto a small platform. From there, he addressed all of Luna's fans, saying that no matter what forces their foe puts forth, Luna's superiority is inevitable. It added that it hoped that in future battles, there would be no mercy in everyone's heart. After all, they must give their best, and empathy would only hinder them from doing so. Therefore, in order to crush their opponents, they should go and prove themselves in the arena. At this point, he paused. Then, after a bit of thought, Landers added that each person in the top 32 will receive a reward from the Walter family. It would be an additional reward of 100,000, and though he knew it was nothing, But the main purpose of this gesture would be that they were much better off with them than these scum from Earth. Chrissy turned to Alan, asking if he would stop him already since Landers only listened to him. But Alan Doyle replied that everything was fine, and Landers could afford to play around a little at this point. Now, Alan himself was only interested in one thing, and that was whether this David Gaydon could continue to perform miracles. The next fight for a place in the top 32 was to be a fight with Catherine, who was in fact the weakest fighter. David had helped students at his school in the past by creating a tactic for them to fight, and it had always worked. But the question was whether she would be able to help this time with his senior, who was facing off against Albert. The boy knew very well that the Earthlings analyzed their opponents in advance on the internet. But unfortunately for Catherine, he didn't have a single flaw with which she could win. The guy was absolutely sure that he could win, and he didn't care at all what Landers said. However, Alyona's words to him when he asked him to come up for a minute made him think twice. Mila announced the start of the next match. The location was now the forest. Both opponents were ready. Albert thought he was lucky, as this forest thicket was made for heavy-duty sniper rifles. Catherine had spent all of last night looking at her opponent's combat footage. He even had his own social media channel where he taught how to shoot sniper rifles and even had a few courses. In them, he shared knowledge that helped learn how to shoot more accurately for snipers of any level. Right now, Catherine thought she just had to use the methods she had learned yesterday. After all, even if she could mimic even half of what she had seen, she would make incredible progress. In fact, Albert was her idol, and she was very grateful to him for all the tips and lessons in his videos. What she didn't expect was that he would be her next opponent. Albert smiled sweetly and said that he had heard from Alan as if he was her idol. This made Catherine blush a little. But the girl responded positively, adding that his instructional videos on the channel helped her a lot. But Albert said that even if he was her idol, the girl shouldn't expect him to be gracious to her. He did, however, let Catherine choose the arena for their match, and the headman in turn said their opinions were in agreement. She said they would both use all their powers, but Albert thought he would have no reason to do so. Dr. Rick and Dr. Clemens agreed that the woodland arena was perfect for two snipers. Mila added that, in simple terms, the arena was designed to level the playing field for all the fighters as much as possible. Angela thought that Albert was very strong and probably had the best sniper skills among humans. He was definitely not to be underestimated, and Fatty asked David what secret plan he had devised this time. But the latter replied that this time he had simply promised the headman to reveal one secret if she was victorious. Hearing that his Catherine would fight without any prior advice to win, Fatty became worried. If Fatty's sniping skills were to be evaluated, Albert was superior to her by 60–70%. David thought that this was the first duel where the chances of victory were slim to none for Earth. Catherine, meanwhile, thought that she hadn't seen Albert bring his camouflage gear with him. The girl even wondered if Albert was so sure that she wouldn't be able to detect him. The forest thicket was an ultra-long-range battle arena. The difficulty of the duels equaled an epic rank. And if you add to that some means of disguise, it would be impossible to remain calm. Catherine realized that it wouldn't be long before she would be facing Albert and his rifle. She had gotten into optimal fighting condition and had already applied her camouflage skills, looking for a comfortable position. Dr. Clemens thought that both participants were using the best sniper rifles, which had one feature. They had an anti-intelligence device built inside them, but Mila interrupted his train of thought. She said she thought right now the two snipers felt like they were on a knife edge. Dr. Rick agreed with her. At that point, they decided to see what would happen next. But much to their surprise, no one saw Albert. There was no sign of the guy anywhere in the place where he had just been, and Dr. Rick realized who would remain the winner in this round. Albert, meanwhile, was already standing in a completely different place. In fact, he had an idea where Catherine was hiding. The skill that he used to move to a new location so quickly was called perfect mimicry. Now it was a matter of little else. The guy also began to look for a suitable place for his position. The spectators of Earth slowly began to be less and less supportive of Catherine, saying that she couldn't win here. And Phoenix said that the mimicry skill didn't make a person completely invisible, but it was still very confusing. Albert finally found Catherine's position and prepared to take a shot, hoping to end it all in one hit. Catherine in turn pointed her rifle at the guy, whom she also managed to locate, though she couldn't see him well. The girl's sensors didn't react in any way, but she knew that the guy couldn't just fall under the ground. And it was already clear to David, as well as to the trio of Luna's elite families, all of whom had already seen the winner. Albert User was a fairly well-known sniper on the Mars battlefield and could have even moved up to a special team. But instead, he preferred to remain a regular soldier, and he himself said that he liked shooting heads. This man had been a sniper during the Mars battles. The ability of mimicry for an ordinary warrior would be ridiculous. However, for a sniper, this ability was simply indispensable. But then there was the open question of the moon. Meanwhile, Albert had already found his first target. He had managed to get around the girl's position. He held her at gunpoint, not taking his eyes off her, and prepared to pull the trigger, which, however, turned out very well. Catherine felt supported by her friends, who were probably the only ones scandalized by her name. However, in an instant, the girl felt a different feeling that was even a little hurtful. Catherine didn't realize what was happening, but her body had suddenly changed for some reason, and the change was in her face. She didn't yet know what it meant, nor why she was having this problem right now, but most importantly, why she was feeling something like this. Catherine gripped her rifle tighter, realizing that the enemy was close. She could feel his presence, but it was difficult to notice the exact location. The girl spun in all directions, trying to find Albert. But it was all in vain. She could not see where he was hiding, although she realized that he had already found her. Dr. Clemens rather remarked that Catherine seemed to be confused because she couldn't see the enemy. Dr. Rick didn't respond to his colleague. He was mentally telling Catherine that she needed to calm down, because otherwise there was no point in continuing. Chrissy Da Vinci asked Alain if he wasn't glad, because in the current situation it was clear that the moon would win. But Alain thought that after people learned to influence genes for their development, this method was transferred to soldiers. Catherine, on the other hand, had never given any sign that her genes were close to awakening, and after all this time, there was only one question. Would anything change under this high pressure, or would everything stay the same? They saw the answer to that question a few seconds later, when Catherine suddenly stopped shaking with nerves. The girl suddenly swung her rifle, intent on proving to herself that she was not weak. With that thought, she knelt down, taking a special top-level sniper stance. A sniper only reached the highest level when all that was left of him was his eyes. These were the words that David had said to her before the fight, but Catherine did not understand what it meant and how it should help her. Suddenly, the girl felt very stuffy, and it showed up on the panel of participant vitals at the doctor's. Dr. Clemens asked if she was really that nervous, and Mila reported that her body temperature was rising. Magnus was just as nervous, and even David was wary of such a sudden change on the battlefield. If Catherine didn't do something about her composure, she would be an easy target for Albert. However, not only Alain thought so, but also Albert himself, who had already set his sights on the girl. He thought that he didn't even expect that his abilities could scare someone so much. Deciding that there was no point in stalling any longer, the guy adjusted the sight one last time and pulled the trigger. He said that this shot was a hello from Alain, who had advised him not to underestimate Catherine. However, in the end, it turned out the way Albert did. The battle turned out to be rather boring and short-lived. At least that's how it seemed to him at first, because Catherine, to her own surprise, felt and saw the bullet. As if in slow motion, he turned around, seeing the bullet flying at breakneck speed straight at her head. A moment more, and it would have gone through her skull, but the girl was able to avoid it, thanks to a new skill. She didn't know where it came from, but it seemed she could now see not only from the front, but also from behind. She also had the unique genetic ability to see through objects. She directed her gaze to the rock, and immediately deduced where Albert had been hiding all this time. This discovery was something incredible. Without wasting any time, Catherine aimed her rifle at the right place. She used the most powerful caliber available to her and fired a shot. Albert was shocked. He certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, and, understandably, he couldn't defend himself. There was a huge explosion, which in addition caused the rock to collapse, so the guy would not have survived under any conditions. Dr. Clemens even opened his mouth in surprise. He was sure that this round would definitely bring victory to Luna. David and Magnus were just as amazed, especially Magnus, who was worried about the headman. Chrissy was also surprised because, like everyone else, she was sure of Albert's victory, and only Alain didn't express any emotions. Mila hurriedly calmed everyone down, saying that the result of the match was being checked right now, because it was hard to see anything because of the smoke. Dr. Clemens tensed up. He wanted the result of the match to be a victory for the genius shooter from Luna, and Dr. Rick thought that it was Catherine's last shot, so there was no doubt that the enemy was dead. However, the doctor didn't understand how the girl managed to detect him, especially considering her crazy vitals. After analyzing everything Dieudonné, the doctor said with great surprise that it couldn't be. But it seemed to be just that. Chrissy turned to Alain, asking if this was what he had expected. Mila reported a medical emergency, saying that both fighters' capsule sensors were out of order. This was especially true for Catherine, as her genes had really awakened in the actual confrontation. The medical squad was already rushing to the capsules of the fighters who had overloaded on the battlefield. 3 of them picked up Catherine's capsule and took it directly to the ward, while Albert's capsule could be examined on the spot. Catherine's patient had an abnormally high temperature, but beyond that, the sensors were picking up abnormal brain signals, all of which said that she had been under severe strain. The lunar doctor didn't understand how this could happen in the capsule, thinking that the Earthling's physiology was indeed different. Albert, meanwhile, had already gotten out of his capsule, and Mela reported that the doctors were now trying to bring Catherine to her senses. She needed urgent medical attention now, so the results of the fight would temporarily remain unconfirmed. Albert wondered how she could have discovered it. He even went over the options of physiological abnormalities and cheating. Meanwhile, Dr. Rick rushed to Catherine's defense, saying there was no reason to believe she had taken anything forbidden. However, the audience didn't think so, especially the Moon audience, who started blaming Catherine. It was hard for Magnus to listen to that, because they said that the Earthlings couldn't afford to lose. That was why they were turning to cheating, but Fatty had no intention of just tolerating and listening to this nonsense. He was saying that Catherine would never use anything to win. Angela, meanwhile, was thinking about the reason why. In a nutshell, it seemed to her that her friend's genes had been unlocked, and she had gotten amazing abilities. Therefore, the fact that the head girl had discerned Albert's mimicry was truly amazing, and could only be explained that way. Then Peter added that usually the awakening of genes happens at the age of 15 and 16, and it is the same for all people. Phoenix, on the other hand, added that the awakening is quite rare, but David said he was sure in Catherine's case. The Moon people are still researching this phenomenon. They found out that humans adapt well to new genes. The awakening of recessive genes is extremely rare, but in such cases there are side effects. In fact, the best way to get a gene awakening is to be in a lethal situation. And everything that was happening to Catherine now reminded him of an awakening, because he had seen it more than once in the army. Then Peter had said that if it was true, there would be another strong warrior on Earth's side. Somehow he was beginning to think that these competitions were organized especially for their school. But David said that it wasn't that simple, because after awakening, there is a period of weakness in humans. In other words, Catherine would most likely not be able to participate in the next round of the competition. Besides, even if she does awaken some skill, it will most likely only be an auxiliary skill. Meanwhile, Miller reported that the results of the medical test revealed that Catherine did not consume anything forbidden, but due to the heavy workload, her body was exhausted. Now she has to stay in the hospital, but the victory in the fight was confirmed for the girl. Dr. Clemens said that, in short, an incredibly rare phenomenon happened to Catherine. Meanwhile, at the dragon riding school, the students couldn't get excited about the news of Catherine's victory. Many said that from that moment on she became their goddess, while others boasted that she was their headmistress. The older students couldn't believe that another representative of their school had made it to the top 32. Meanwhile, Mila reported that the Earthlings' luck seemed to have run out after Catherine's victory. Dr. Clemens cheerfully picked up on this, saying that in front of the Moon's power, any contestant had only to give up. After all, it was time for the last bout in the qualifiers for the top 32, in which Magnus fought. His opponent was a guy named Fabio with 2,600 ranking points, and Phoenix had already fought him once before. Friends in the Earth Lounge were cheering Magnus on before the fight, saying that he should give 100%. DVTTD also said that it was up to him, and he believed that his friend would do well. Suddenly, Fatty's gaze fell on the stands, where he saw an expert from Asia cheering him on too. This made a great impression on the guy, because recently he said that they would lose after the first round. But it turned out to be quite different, so now Fatty was full of confidence and headed towards his pod. In the arena, they met Fabio, who reminded him of a hero from a famous manga. However, the guy behaved a little differently. He shook his hand but told him that his luck was over. Then he added that today Fatty would realize on his own skin why he was given the nickname he was known by. Magnus was a little worried when he heard that, because he knew exactly what the lunar expert was talking about. The fat man even took his hand away, and it was a little abrupt, which showed his anxiety. The lunar audience started yelling for Fabio to smash the fat man against the wall, and fly back to Earth. Dr. Clemens, on the other hand, asked his colleague if this guy was really afraid or if he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fabio thought that according to the data on this Tolsiak, he was absolutely hopeless in a fight against him. And even if he had some range skills, that was what his entire arsenal was limited to. Both participants took their seats in the pods and were soon transported to the battle arena in full gear. It was a 5-level battle to destroy the flying saucers. The rules of this arena were quite simple. Whoever destroyed all 100 flying saucers first would be able to attack their opponent in the open. Dr. Rick noticed that the opponents stand 5 meters apart from each other with the same target in front of them. But the winner will be the one who is faster and more accurate, while they should keep an eye on each other. But Dr. Clemens said that was just the basis, and the real argument is speed of reaction. You could say that unlike Catherine's fight, there's no mystery here. No luck, only the one with more mental toughness and better marksmanship will be able to win. Polaris is a standard moon pistol for precision shooting. It had a high rate of fire. It has low recoil, its accuracy at close range is amazing, and there is almost no delay between its shots. Peter said that in such an arena, such a gun was the standard choice, even universal. So the guy said that Magnus should also choose something like this. At least his weapon would be good. Phoenix was in agreement with his friend, but in the next second he squealed in surprise, amazed at Fatty's choice. After all, he had chosen a high type of weapon called the Tiger's Duty, which was not bad overall, but was clearly inferior to the Star. Dr. Clemens had noticed that this weapon had been developed on Earth, and though it had good performance, but it had too much recoil. You would have to pull the trigger almost non-stop to fire it. Dr. Rick, on the other hand, thought it was still a weapon that needed ammo, so he hoped Magnus knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, Mila announced the countdown, after which the contestants could start shooting. Earth spectators were also disappointed that he didn't change weapons, saying that Fabio would definitely win. Angela wondered if Magnus had used the gun on David's advice, which would have made sense. David himself sat next to the girl and thought about how his friend had fought during the war on the Mars battlefield. In addition to his heavy sniper rifle, Magnus had always taken his Tiger Duty with him back then, which he continued to use. But David had never videoed him using it during his time at the academy. If he thought back to Catherine's recent awakening, it seemed that he had had a definite impact on events. Right now, however, it was hard for David to even imagine how many points Magnus would be able to score. It was obvious that his friend had not really calculated his strength, because it was already hard for him to stay on his feet. Fabio noticed this, of course, and said that it looked like someone could use a visit from time to time. He added that Fatty was shaking and might not even say he was that scared. Still, he said that if Fatty could win in this confrontation, he would take his last name. Magnus remained silent. He didn't answer or give in to his opponent's tricks, though they didn't go unchallenged. Mila announced the start of the fight, and Fabio finally thought that it was hard for people like that to keep their cool. It seemed to him that the victory was already in his hands, but neither he nor the others even suspected how it would end. Dr. Clemens, as always, was sure that Luna would win. The smile never left his face, unlike Dr. Rick. Both challengers fired at targets that were something like a practice test. After all, the targets here were also moving, but the problem was that Fabio was faster and had already destroyed 10 targets. All of this was accompanied by explosions, and Peter yelled for Fatty to move and start shooting too. Vedu was just standing still for now, but even David was getting excited, because speed is what matters here. And while Magnus was clearly inferior to his opponent in it, Dr. Clemens laughed contentedly. He said it was the first time he had ever seen a contestant so intimidated in a shooting competition. The targets kept falling in all directions, and Fabio managed to shoot them all down. So far, his skills were expressed by the fact that he didn't miss a single target, but he hadn't yet revealed his main trump card to win. Peter said that if he continued to do nothing like this, he would lose very soon and be left in more disgrace. Phoenix and the others seconded that thought, and only David seemed to be the only one who remained calm. Meanwhile, Fabio realized that his opponent wasn't going to do anything about it and decided to quicken his pace. He continued firing his pistol. By that time, he had knocked down about 30 targets, almost getting to half of them. But Magnus still remained standing motionless, as if waiting for some opportune moment. Fabio turned to him, telling him that if he didn't want to move so much, he would take over his plates too. As if to confirm his words, the guy aimed at Fatty's targets, intending to destroy them as well. Suddenly, everyone saw and heard a big explosion, as if someone had fired a powerful weapon. It turned out to be Magnus. At some point, Fabio's words made him act, and he fired a single shot. However, it was enough to completely seize the initiative, as everyone was surprised by what he did. This gave Magnus a chance, and he took it, firing his machine guns in all directions, hitting the targets. He was also pretty fast at it. Despite the heaviness of the gun he had chosen, he had already hit at least 20 targets. Everything ended with the audience of the Earth cheering, shouting the name of the winner in this round. It wasn't hard to guess that it was Magnus, and Dr. Rick was especially happy about it. Mila reported another victory for the Earthlings. Even the girl could tell that she was announcing it without much enthusiasm. Even considering the overall unfavorable situation for the Earthlings, the 4 dragons still made it into the top 32. The students of the Dragon Writings Academy who had appeared out of nowhere were almost single-handedly defending Earth's honor. The reporters were already pestering General Hugo with questions, asking if they could interview the students. But the man apologized, saying that the team was not ready to do any interviews at the moment. He explained that their matches were proving to be quite tough, so they all needed rest now. Out of the corner of his eye, the general looked at David, because he was very interested in his fights. The man did not even expect that he and the people around him could create such an incredible miracle. Meanwhile, the lunar representatives listened to Landers say that he wanted only one thing, and that was a crushing victory. But in the end, he couldn't believe that as many as 6 Earthlings had made it to the next stage. But Chrissy answered him. The guy shouldn't have underestimated David Hayden's strength, to which Landers only hummed, saying that it was just beginning. The doctors had said of Catherine that she was physically and mentally exhausted. However, her current situation was not dangerous. The awakening of the genes would definitely cause some changes in the girl, but they shouldn't be life-threatening. The doctor was telling her that right now, she was getting nutrients into her body constantly, so her long sleep would be over soon. He was saying this to David, Magnus, and Angela, who had come to check on their friend, but she was still unconscious. David was the first to leave, telling the boys that the doctors would take better care of Catherine here. Lastly, he said with playful sarcasm that the head girl should get better soon because he was able to get into the top 32. Meanwhile, General Hugo returned to his room and opened the door, stepping inside. The first thing he did was throw on a sweater. Then he sank down on the bed and started looking for the TV remote. They were different back then, as were all pieces of equipment, but the man soon found the remote and was able to select the correct channel. The remote resembled a slightly enlarged telephone, and if compared to the best models, it looked like a telephone. The general listened to the report about the 4 students in the top 32 and thought that if we were to evaluate them, they all had their flaws. When you act as a dark horse, your morale is at a sky-high level, but there are also disadvantages. After all, it's easier to crush the dark horses than the others. That's what the general thought until the next stage. Meanwhile, David thought that he still cherished the hope that he could take Fatty for a special training. But contrary to his expectations, he had never been able to wake his friend up. Perhaps it was a reaction to the awakening of the genes. Now it seemed to David that Magnus was no different from his future self on Mars, though such a thing would only make his friend happy. Suddenly, David's bracelet with its built-in phone vibrated, and it was a message from Michael. He wrote him briefly that there was a problem, and they needed to meet urgently, so David went to him. After a while, he arrived at the place, wondering why Michael had called him to a deserted alley. Suddenly, Michael himself appeared from around the corner of the building, who, to David's surprise, looked tired. The young journalist even had bags under his eyes, which spoke of sleepless nights in recent days. Seeing David, he told him to follow him faster, so he decided to act rather than analyze. Then Michael whispered in his ear that something fishy was going on, because a few buddies. Marco's buddies had stopped contacting him for some unknown reason. David asked if they had been able to discover anything not too long ago, and Michael said that there had been some progress. Some of his friends were also very interested in their object of study and were helping him. In particular, one of Michael's friends worked at the Walters Corporation, which was the reason Michael had gotten the password this morning. Hearing what this password was from, David's face even twisted a little, because it was getting them closer to figuring it out. So to avoid any extra ears and eyes, David grabbed Michael by the collar of his sweater and dragged him behind him. They made their way to the dining room, which David thought was a great place for all sorts of meetings and passing on information. He gave Michael a juice and then asked him to tell the story slowly and in detail. Then Michael told him about his friend, whose name was Sid, and his online nickname was Stalker. No one knew where he was from. Nevertheless, he was in the top 10 hackers, but with Michael, they were not close friends. Next, the guy said that they started working on his requests about Walters right away, but before they could blink, people started disappearing. Then David asked the guy if he would be found out, but he replied that it was unlikely. After all, none of them would not reveal their identity, and even if there was any danger, they would immediately try to eliminate it, even though there was a huge population on the moon, because of which Michael's hands were at first down. And really, it would have gone on like this. But this stalker sent him that PIN code. He had left it only to send one single message, Doomsday. Michael looked at David with a worried look, and he gave him the same look, for he didn't know what it meant. Michael asked him what they should expect in the future and if David knew anything about that day. And he thought that now he could be almost certain that the alien invasion had not been an accident. He could already form several theories about it. The first was that the moon people had managed to establish contact with the aliens. It was possible that right now they were up to something. And two, the aliens were created by the scientists of the moon. They could have been created as biological weapons, because if you analyze everything, they had similar tactics to humans. All these reflections only created new questions. What if the moon really intended to destroy the Earth? Then if the moon, with the support of the aliens, attacked Earth, the Earthlings with their current powers would not be able to stop them. But then David realized that he was reasoning in the wrong direction, because both federations attacked at the same time. Finally, David answered Michael that it didn't look like a war for territory or resources. Rather, something was being prepared to destroy all of humanity, something like total genocide. However, David still did not understand the reason for this, because even world wars were started because of territory and resources. And now there was a war, the purpose of which was only total destruction. It seemed illogical. Most likely this war had its own reasons, but now they lay far beyond the knowledge he had. He didn't have much time, and first of all, he had to get into the top 4 at the competition. David was already wondering what would make such an elite group do such a thing when Michael started to coward him. Then David finally came to his senses. He told Michael that the mystery was still too complicated for them. He added that if they tried to get even deeper into it, only death would await them. So he suggested that his friend should just clean up all their tails and enjoy life. But Michael didn't really believe him. It seemed to him that David knew something, but he replied that he was just an ordinary student of an ordinary school. But Michael immediately interrupted him, saying that David was no ordinary student at all. After all, everything he did could be characterized as incredible, and his theories didn't seem so ridiculous. David patted him on the shoulder then, telling him that the guy was thinking too much, because they couldn't know the answers to everything. He added that if that hacker decided to hack into that financial group's network again, Michael should sue him. That would be the normal behavior of a good citizen, and he could have sent the pin to other people as well. After listening to him, Michael reluctantly agreed that his words made sense. At this time, a familiar voice was heard behind their backs. It was Fatty, who had come out of the bathroom, noticing the guys. He asked if they had grabbed anything tasty. At the end of their conversation, David told Magnus that if he hurried, he could still make it to lunch. That didn't sit well with Fatty, who hadn't had breakfast, claiming he was malnourished. Michael wondered if Fatty hadn't dropped out of the tournament yesterday, and David realized that he hadn't watched his friends fight. Then he explained that Magnus had made it to the 3rd round, and Magnus glanced at Michael in surprise. He was surprised to hear the news because he hadn't expected Fatty to do it. Michael quickly pulled out his phone and searched for the broadcast of yesterday's competition, wanting to find the fight. He said that he hadn't watched the fights for 2 days, but it turned out that all the students had managed to pass the 2nd stage during that time. Angela had incredible adaptability during the fight, which made her a special fighter. Catherine, who managed to be the first to awaken her genes during her own fight and thus defeat her idol. Magnus, who didn't have any special ability, but he fought his opponents by breaking their will. After a couple hours of the night, David, Magnus, and Angela got together again in Earth's waiting room. The guys were yawning because they had only recently woken up, but they couldn't go to sleep now. After a few minutes, they were joined by Peter and Phoenix, who also made it to the next stage. Then they all heard a message from Mila, who was saying that Catherine wouldn't be able to continue the competition. After all, the girl still couldn't recover, but that wouldn't stop the rest of the bouts from taking place. The next fights will be Shadow Phoenix versus Chrissy, Peter versus Heavenly Color Floyd. Also David versus Prince of Darkness Landers, Magnus versus Anthony, and Angela versus Alan Doyle. Angela said it was like she won the lottery as she got Alan Doyle himself. Phoenix reminded her that this guy is known as Moon's first fighter, so he must have been very strong. Plus, he hadn't put up 100% yet, so it was hard to say anything about his real strength right now. Peter said that he got Floyd, who was a master of close combat, but that was still better than lunar arts. The boy turned to David asking if he could give him any helpful hints, since he had already encountered something like this before. Magnus stated that Anthony had as many as 3,000 points, and if they had faced off in real life, he would have given up right away. When Peter heard that, he laughed out loud and pounded his fist on the table where they were sitting. He said he really admired Magnus's stamina, because even in a situation like this, he could joke. Then Peter burst into a motivational speech and said that they had come too far to give up. After some more time, the stands were filled with spectators again, and Mila was already greeting everyone. She was saying that the third stage of the competition would start any minute now, and Dr. Rick was thinking about the survey. It was conducted by the organizers of the competition, and according to its results, 60% of the audience thought that not a single Earthling would make it to the top 16, and only one person per 100 thought that all 5 of Earth's contenders would make it to the next stage. Given all this data, Dr. Rick figured that with an 80–90% probability, he would become the most humiliated commentator in history. Dr. Clemens, meanwhile, turned to him, mockingly asking how many Earthlings he thought would pass next. To this, Dr. Rick replied that quantity will never stand above quality. After all, even if only one Earthling went forward, he could still be the champion. Dr. Clemens fell silent, though he figured they would still see who would have the last laugh. Both men exchanged angry glances, for each thought his nation was the best. Mila, who had already learned to understand these two with half a glance, saw that a new quarrel was about to break out. And so it happened. In a moment, the doctors were fighting again about whose fighters were better and who would win in the end. In the arena, meanwhile, Luna's challengers were fighting, and there were many more of them left. Peter remarked that they had 2 more Luna bouts ahead of them, which was quite tiring. And David said that winning these fights only allowed the pride of the individual Luna warrior to be defended. They didn't even have much of a fighting spirit, and that's when Peter turned to Phoenix, saying that he was about to be beaten by a goddess. The guy replied that he would pretend like he hadn't heard anything, and meanwhile the arena was over for the last 3 fights. Dr. Rick summed up that they ended pretty well, but the most interesting was still to come. And Dr. Clemens quietly said that the old man could brag all he wanted, because soon he would be facing 5 disappointments in a row. He added that he was already anticipating the beginning of his colleagues' excuses. But Dr. Rick did not answer anything. Here it was time for the 4th bout, where Phoenix and Chrissy would clash for a spot in the top 16. Phoenix looked a little tentative, but that was understandable when facing such an opponent. If you compare their approval ratings, it's 36% versus 64% respectively, but the numbers aren't always true. The challengers had already entered the arena, and soon the location was also chosen, where they were immediately transported to. This time the arena looked particularly grand, as it was located simply in the air at a high altitude. Any misstep or wrong move could be the last, and each of them understood it well. The opponents took their battle positions and prepared for the start of the contest, waiting for the command. Soon it came, and both students forgot about everything but winning the current round for themselves and their country. Phoenix was the first to attack. He remembered what David had told him, so he kept his eyes on Chrissy. His weapons were 2 crescent blades, which he wielded perfectly. It was one of the best melee weapons. Chrissy, on the other hand, was wielding her sword. When the tip of Phoenix's knife was at her eyes, she too sprang into action. The girl jumped up and did a somersault over the guy, which sliced the air where her head had been a second ago. And the girl was already flying at him, displaying her sword to attack. Now she had the advantage of speed. After all, she was striking from above, which meant it was much harder to block, and Phoenix felt it. Nevertheless, the guy was able to throw the representative of the moon, and he himself also bounced to the side. Thanks to this attack, he realized who he was dealing with, because Chrissy Da Vinci was unusually strong. So Phoenix decided that he should at least use all of his techniques and rushed at the girl with a new attack. This time he activated his genetic power, but to his surprise, Chrissy was able to hold back the attack. It was also astonishing that it was enough for her to put out only one arm, and then Phoenix realized how powerful he was. Chrissy's genetic abilities were astonishing. Her aura was so strong that it started to crowd the guy. And then the representative of Duna put her blade forward, which Phoenix couldn't see because of his own attack. This turned out to be his fatal mistake, because a second later the sword went through his body. Phoenix was killed in the virtual world, at least that's what the audience thought, but it turned out to be a little different. The first to notice it was Chrissy, who realized that the guy just disappeared, though she couldn't explain how he did it. The body she'd trotted past dispersed into a dark cloud that began to wrap around the entire arena. Soon visibility was almost zero, but Chrissy realized that the enemy had swatted somewhere close. Her fears proved to be correct. Soon the girl felt someone approaching her at high speed. Chrissy couldn't react quickly, so she got nervous when the guy suddenly knocked the weapon out of her hands. At this point, the audience excitedly shouted that the Earthling could win, and even the lunar audience thought so. Peter praised his friend, saying that he had executed a good hold, and Magnus even stopped chewing with excitement. But Chrissy had no intention of giving up so easily. She prepared herself for Phoenix's second attack and tensed up. Now her genetic abilities came into play, namely hypersensitivity. From this point on, the girl could feel every attack aimed in her direction, so she was able to dodge. Even though she couldn't see her opponent, it didn't stop Chrissy from being hit by his blows. Phoenix used his effective special gene ability, thanks to which he could become invisible. Suddenly, the girl noticed something flying behind her, but it wasn't an attack, so she didn't pay much attention. It turned out to be a phoenix blade, which for some reason the guy threw in a certain direction. The fact that Chrissy ignored this moment was a fatal mistake, because Phoenix had created a ring of lightning. It was his special lightning element attack that he used to drive Chrissy into a circle, where her body was pierced by lightning. Phoenix himself was already rushing towards her to finish the job and win this fight. He had one more knife left. The guy threw the weapon right at the girl, and everyone thought that this was the end for Chrissy Da Vinci. Phoenix thought so too, but just in case he decided not to weaken his defenses or remove the invisibility effect. All eyes were fixed on Chrissy, who had to somehow free herself from that ring, otherwise she was destined for defeat. However, Chrissy would be Chrissy Da Vinci if she couldn't get out of a situation like this. She even smiled slightly and seemed to be calmly waiting for Phoenix to approach her. However, instead of the guy, she saw his blade. So Chrissy began to act seriously and activated her technique. It turned out to be the shield she had made with the lightning bolts that had been piercing her body a second ago. But now they became her defense. Moreover, this barrier stopped Phoenix's knife and turned it against him. Then followed a huge electric wave that touched the guy, and he realized that his effect was disappearing. This was because he was attacked by his own power, so his invisibility stopped working. Seeing that his special ability was canceled, Phoenix panicked because it meant that the initiative went to Chrissy. As it was, the girl suddenly knocked his ring away with ease and appeared in front of him on some wings. Now it was her turn to attack, and she smiled contentedly, anticipating a quick victory. Phoenix was horrified to find that he couldn't move. Apparently, the girl's ability was also paralysis. This must have been the reason why she had directed a wave of lightning at him. After all, she had to find him. The lunar audience immediately picked up on this change in the fight, shouting the name of their goddess and telling her to destroy the guy. David figured the girl was using compressed air control to overwhelm her enemy. Her next move would surely be to kill Phoenix, and right now Chrissy was pouncing on him. Phoenix, on the other hand, thought desperately that he should fight back as hard as he could. After all, this was just a small ploy. The main thing was that he still had a chance to win, and as long as it stayed that way, he had something to fight for. But now Chrissy swung her leg, creating a vortex of her special pink aura, which she directed at the guy. A huge wave of the girl's power crashed down on the nearly defenseless Phoenix, who didn't know how to dodge. A moment later, there was a large explosion, and all the spectators were eagerly waiting for the smoke to disperse. After a few more minutes, the arena became visible again, and everyone saw who came out the winner. It was Chrissy Da Vinci, who brought another victory for Moon in the confrontation with Earth. The Earth audience was very upset to see their representative lose, because he was so close to winning. Dr. Rick swallowed nervously, sweat beading on his forehead from what he had just seen, because Moon had just shown her level. Chrissy Da Vinci had just defended her family name. Her power was beyond all expectations. Mila had no choice but to joyfully announce the victory to the Luna student, and Chrissy squeezed her eyes shut contentedly. Landers laughed lightly, saying that it was an incredible ability, and both Chrissy and Phoenix had it. The girl's punch, enhanced by her air control ability, was like a volley from a jet weapon. The guy added that only a crazy person would fight her in close combat, and then he turned to Alan. Landers added that, as his friend could see, the Earthlings knew the weaknesses of their fighters from somewhere. But Alain replied that they would discuss it after the competition was over, for it was not worth going into it now. Landers was not satisfied with this answer, however, and then Alain assured him that he had been thinking after all, that the source of their problem was on the side of the Earthlings. And when Landers heard this, he was furious, saying that he could not say that. After all, one couldn't turn a blind eye to such an obvious problem if it was going to cause even bigger problems later. But Alain only looked at his friend calmly. He saw that he did not understand the situation. He reminded that he was responsible for all his decisions, so they should finish this topic. Besides, he was more concerned about their unity than finding the truth in this matter. After listening to him, Landers agreed, saying that he had nothing more to say. Anyway, they were both doing everything for the glory of the moon. But also the guy thought that if something went wrong again, it would hit Aiden hard as a leader. Right now, he still maintained his authority, for he was considered the strongest fighter of Luna. But when his fall from the top of the leaderboard occurs, he, Landers, will have a chance to take that spot. Meanwhile, the spectators of Luna and even some Earthlings were cheering their Celestial. Everyone wanted to be like Chrissy Da Vinci, for her wind control skills were incredible. Phoenix was said to be so fragile, and the guy had already left the stage and returned to the waiting room. Peter said that unconscious mental calculation coupled with the special invisibility ability was useless against her. He talked about Phoenix's techniques too, and David added that Chrissy seemed to be able to control even air pressure. Angela even despaired a little, for Alan Doyle was an even more amazing man. The girl couldn't even imagine what his abilities would end up being, and it made her nervous. DVTD noticed this. He figured that Alain and Floyd were about equal in strength to Chrissy, so one could already imagine how difficult the next matches would be. But Peter noticed that Magnus had an unseeded player. After all, there were only 5 of the seeded Moon players, and Fatty was lucky not to be in the arena with one of them. Magnus didn't realize it, but soon his fight was going to be the cause of either joy or sorrow for his team. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the first match of the afternoon, which featured Peter from Earth. He faced his next opponent, who looked overly confident. General Hugo continued to watch the suffering that the Earthlings were taking part in. There weren't many of them left, but Peter's opponent was now recognized as the strongest participant. This was the opinion shared by the Earth Military Ministry, and he was the one who had the best chance of breaking into the top 8. However, in the list of the most terrifying opponents of Earthlings, Floyd was ranked first, surpassing even Alan Doyle in this. It was quite strange, but here both challengers found themselves in an arena that was something similar to the last one. Where Chrissy and Phoenix had fought, now both opponents were close combat specialists. Floyd displayed his weapon forward. It looked like a simplified copy of a halberd. Petra also decided to show off his blade and pulled out a rather large steel sword that looked majestic. Now they only waited for a signal from Mila, and the girl soon sent it for the command to begin. Floyd quickly figured out his opponent's capabilities and weaknesses. He thought he would attack first. And Peter did the same, except his sword was much larger than it appeared at first glance. Its blade was 30 centimeters thick, and its length was almost 2 meters. Pulling the sword back, he prepared to deliver a single crushing blow to his opponent and cut off his head. As expected, his sword was the first to reach his opponent's weapon and came down on him with all its weight. Floyd immediately felt the pressure with which this strong man pressed, because Peter's size was really impressive. He could easily overwhelm his opponent with his mass, but it was not enough in the competition, and the big man understood that. Still, he decided to try all the moves using Phoenix's tactics and activated the first move. First, he swung his sword with great force, causing a hurricane, and then he used the heavy sword technique. Peter was known for his skill with the heavy sword. Students like him were worth searching for. Floyd was one of those who felt the power of this golden-haired guy. It was extremely difficult to hold back his onslaught. The lunar representative realized that he wouldn't last long, and if he didn't think of anything, he would lose this round. Peter, meanwhile, prepared for the next blow that was going to pierce the guy. He swung again and brought his sword down on his opponent. However, this time Floyd used a tactic. He stopped the huge sword with his blade, which amazed most of the spectators of both audiences. But Peter was already looming over him for another deadly blow, intending to cut the guy in half. He put all his strength into this maneuver, hoping that it would be the last one in this battle, but it wasn't. His sword rushed to the head of Floyd, who realized how to act. But then Peter changed the trajectory of his sword and pointed it upward, intending to attack again. This time, Floyd realized that there was no way to avoid the collision and prepared to block. It was getting harder and harder to hold back Peter's heavy blows, and Floyd realized that he was starting to give in to him. So the representative of the moon decided to use his trump card. He used his aura, which was red in color. With its help, the guy managed to throw away his opponent's sword and gain some time for maneuver. Peter rather noticed that although his attack didn't go through completely, there was still blood on the guy's face. Nevertheless, the Earthman prepared to attack again, taking a new stance that only swordsmen could understand. Floyd, in turn, adopted a similar stance, though the size of his weapon was much smaller. The guys rushed at each other again. This time, Floyd had no intention to defend himself and was going to go on the attack. His thin blade was actually incredibly strong, allowing him to maneuver around Peter's large sword. In the next instant, the guy was in a good position where he could strike, and he took advantage of it. To defend himself, Peter should have either dodged the guy's swing or blocked with his sword. But the problem was that he wouldn't be able to raise his sword in such a short time, so the only thing left was the former. The big guy dodged, however, he had to sacrifice his weapon, which he let loose from his hands. On top of that, Floyd's attack grazed his torso a bit, and that was a testament to the guy's good skills. Peter even liked his excitement. Being without a sword, he decided that he would continue to fight at all costs. He lunged at Floyd and spread his arms, intending to grab him, but he didn't realize it right away. As a result, Peter grabbed the guy by the waist as if hugging him, but the embrace was suffocating. Floyd's blade also fell out of his hands, but he decided to be proactive and began to press hard on Peter's arm. The big man didn't really feel any resistance yet, but he never underestimated his opponents. The Earth audience watched in horror and delight as Peter twisted his opponent's neck tightly. The Moon audience, however, noticed what their representative was trying to do and marveled at his knowledge of jiu-jitsu. David also saw that instead of getting free, Floyd was trying to crush Peter's arm. He soon succeeded, for suddenly Peter's wrist turned red, but that was not what was most striking about it. The big man felt an intense pain in his arm, which simply made him unable to maintain his grip. This was exactly what Floyd had hoped for, thinking that the Earthman would let him go now. But that was not what Peter did. Through the pain in his arm, he only squeezed the lunar representative's neck tighter, leaning this time on his elbow. In fact, right now, Peter was using his trump card, a special technique that made him superhuman. Floyd felt it too, realizing that a little more, and the Earthman would crush his trachea, and there was nothing he could do about it. Watching him, General Hugo noticed that this technique was called burning blood, but it had consequences. The effect endowed the user with incredible strength. However, if he stayed like this for 2 minutes, his heart wouldn't be able to withstand it. But in those 2 minutes, his strength would double, the painful sensations would disappear, and his flesh and bones would be greatly strengthened. The general thought that this would be enough in the current situation. The only thing left to do was to bide his time. Peter himself suddenly remembered David saying that his opponent's special ability was flame. And then Floyd finally sprang into action and used his fire control ability for the first time. It was an incredibly powerful flame that swirled in the shape of a tornado right around Peter. Of course, the man was caught in its distribution, and even in burning blood mode, he felt quite a bit of pain. It was comparable to the fire from hell. At least at that second, Peter thought he was there. His body began to burn alive, and even the special condition and its effects didn't help to free him. Floyd didn't even have to wait 2 minutes as the flames acted on their own and dealt with everything faster. All that was left for the lunar representative was to straighten up to show that he could still fight, unlike Peter. Of course, that meant victory for him, and Mila didn't think long when she announced the outcome of the battle in Floyd's favor. Moreover, Peter was found to have an abnormal physical condition in the capsule, so an order was given. Prepare a medical team immediately, for a shock of this level was quite capable of causing a lot of damage to the soul. Dr. Rick was disappointed to think that it was only the first day of the fight for the top 16, and all of their fighters had already been defeated. The doctors who analyzed Peter's condition summed up that he had lost without showing an ounce of composure. After all, burning blood was such a minor ability compared to Floyd's super flame. Looking at the reaction, Dr. Rick guessed that Floyd had purposely let himself get caught to use the flame more effectively. He picked the right opportunity at such an exciting moment, and it was the right move to win. Meanwhile, the spectators in the balcony said that there was nothing more to see here, so they would come back tomorrow. Hearing this made David a little sad. He realized that Floyd had been in control from the start. What can't be said, Floyd is a step ahead of Peter in the development of his genetic abilities. And while Earth had also begun to develop its genes with the start of the competition, it was far behind the Moon in every aspect. And whether he could join the leadership group and gain access to the secrets only depended on his fights. The current situation wasn't good, but it wasn't bad for David either. He just had to make sure he didn't miss. The guy thought about the fact that for tomorrow of the applicants of the Earth remained only 3 of their school. On the second day, the same jury team gathered, and the first bout was to be a fight between Alan and Angela. When announcing this bout, Mila was a little embarrassed. It was obvious that she liked Alan Doyle too. His name was chanted by all the girls, which pissed off Fatty, who didn't want to listen to these cries. Meanwhile, Alan and Angela had already met on the stage. The guy looked into Angela's eyes for a long time. The girl involuntarily thought that she didn't feel like she could count on winning this match at all. She could only do her best to beat out Alan's aces, for he always knew more. The duel began. The arena this time was a spacious map in the shape of a maze, where it was convenient to hide. However, the opponents specialized in both long-range and close combat, and Angela was the first to attack. But Alan Doyle had no trouble defending himself. He managed to get away unnoticed from under the hail of shells. And then when Angela was sure that at least one bullet had hit him, Alan was behind her back. He said that time was up and perhaps they should call it a day, so he would make her death quick. Before Angela could realize the situation and put up some kind of defense, Alan's powerful attack hit her. The girl didn't even realize where it came from, but the powerful laser pillar engulfed her with no chance to get out. Mila only stated the outcome of the battle, in which, of course, the representative of the Moon, Alan Doyle, won. The fat man said that he had dealt with their Angela so easily, but David reminded that the guy had scored more than 3,000 points. So there wasn't much to say, and there were only the 2 of them left among the Earth participants, and that meant that one of them would soon be invited into the arena. Meanwhile, the finalists had gathered at the gathering place for the final competition. Upon entering the lounge, David and Magnus were immediately jumped on by reporters trying to interview them. David was asked what he thought of the situation and if it was possible that Earth's training system was outdated. Among other questions, they also asked him if he planned to join the Lunar Federation, and the guy raised his hand. He was about to answer them all. Meanwhile, General Hugo's aide was rushing to him with a report. As he entered the general's office, however, he reported a problem that was now unfolding in the break room. Namely, it consisted of the fact that David Hayden was giving out interviews and the correspondents had completely surrounded him. There would be no time for them to interfere, so now Daiden's words would carry a lot of weight, for he represented all the warriors of Earth. Of course, this arrangement was not favorable to them at all, but it looked like they really couldn't do anything about it. David, meanwhile, said that he didn't understand why everyone was so excited, because it wasn't that important who would get into which top. After all, their goal in this competition was only one: the first place, for which there are no tops. What they heard shocked all the reporters, as well as the rest of the contestants who were watching it live. David was then pounced on with more questions, asking if he had any secret to winning. General Hugo, who arrived in the break room with his aide, froze in place with surprise. Reporters, meanwhile, said that it seemed that here it was no longer worth asking questions about his strength, but about his IQ. The next day, more magazine and newspaper articles came out touting David's sensational claim. 2 people were going to take first place in the competition, and David was aiming for the finals altogether. However, not all people were excited by this news. Angela, though, was happy for her friends, but she had her own problems. Plus, on top of David's boldness, he had now put himself under fire with this announcement. When David entered the lounge again, his own associates met his statements with mixed reactions. Peter said he'd better keep his words and do what he promised the reporters. Phoenix added that they had already embarrassed themselves enough, and David shouldn't have made things worse. Angela also addressed him, saying that he should have waited to make that statement until the final part of the competition. However, David replied that the Earthlings had almost no fighting spirit left, so did he really have to watch it idly? Angela then wanted to remind him of his next opponent, but David interrupted her again. He said that for him there was no difference between them, and it wouldn't be long before the girl would see for herself. Phoenix thought that bragging words can be used by anyone, of course, but it seemed it was already over. He sighed in frustration, thinking that he'd always thought David was calmer than all of them combined. And Magnus thought that whether they lost or won, it was a good idea to have a little fun. Meanwhile, David's phone rang, and he wondered what kind of message he might have gotten. It was a message from his sister. Dina said he should be taught the art of showing off. But she had good news. The girl added that she was giving his pride a score of 99 out of 100. And she also said that his parents were watching this interview too, so if he loses, he'll have nowhere else to go back to. There was silence in the break room for a moment as everyone turned their attention to the replay of David's interview. It was being broadcast on every channel on both the moon and Earth, and everyone heard again about David's goal to win first place. Everyone who had not yet seen this statement was surprised to stop doing anything. One person who was also a student of Dragon Writing's Academy was especially happy about this. It was William. The guy thought that the most accurate definition of David's actions would be death. After all, he might have originally just modestly finished the competition and already received his share of privileges. William even wondered if he even knew who Landers was, for did David really think that this man? Luckily, their fight was about to begin soon. David and Landers were already preparing to go on stage, waiting for the announcement of their fight. The Moon Dwellers disliked David's persona and were rooting for Landers, wanting to see David fall. Dr. Rick also thought with annoyance that this kid doesn't know that you should always leave yourself room to retreat. He had been showing more and more surprises throughout the tournament, but now it looked like his tricks were up. The guys have already met on the stage. Landers was the first to extend his hand to him, saying that today he will feel what real strength is. David didn't answer anything. He just smiled at the Moon representative, showing that he wasn't afraid of him. The guy then shook his hand, and the audience thought it would be interesting to watch this David guy get put in his place. Some said it wouldn't take Landers even a minute to end this fight. A few more seconds passed before the contenders moved into the arena of their battle. Landers was known as the Prince of Darkness. He had an unusual black cloak, and his weapon was a sharp sword. As for David, he again went to the battle completely unarmed, which again surprised all the spectators. Landers was even a little offended by this, as if he was mocking the Moon fighters. Jwid added that they should finish this quickly, for he still had dinner plans. Dr. Clemens angrily remarked that the Earth student was really crazy to go unarmed against Landers himself. And Dr. Rick almost cried, for after this battle, his professional career would surely be over. The lunar audience was also ranting about David's antics. They were screaming for Landers to crush him. And the latter said that in order to be one of the seeded players, a person must have level 3 abilities. Among the Earthlings, their Phoenix could be singled out, but his invisibility ability could be rated at most level 2. Floyd's ability, Volcano, on the other hand, was a level 3 ability, the same as his own. Landers held out his hand, saying that he would let David die from his judge ability, for he was the Earthling's last hope. Even though his ability was also level 3, it had simply incredible potential and effectiveness. David felt as if someone had covered his eyes with their hands. He couldn't see anything at all. To put it another way, David realized that he had completely lost his sight, but that wasn't all the effect of the technique. Next, he lost his hearing, and now the guy was no stronger than a normal deaf and blind person. That was the effect of Landers' special ability to judge. But David figured that the Prince of Darkness was now him. Dina, who had been watching the fight on Earth in the public viewing room, asked her friend why her brother was standing there motionless, to which her friend replied that he was under the influence of Landers' special technique. David had lost both his sight and hearing. Not to mention Landers, anyone could beat her brother now. Dina realized then that anyone exposed to such a skill would be shocked. She was very worried about David, but then was greatly surprised to see that he was smiling for some reason. As it was, David suddenly smiled and didn't change the stance he had taken from the beginning. He then began to reason out loud, saying that it seemed to him that physical contact was needed to activate this technique. Landers frowned unhappily, and David wondered if he should be disqualified for such a thing. After all, the guy had definitely used it on him before the match, even though he'd already done everything he could, namely giving him an unforgettably unique atmosphere. But Landers interrupted him. He shouted that David had lost his sight and hearing, but somehow his mouth continued to work just as well. With those words, Luna's representative pounced on him, intent on finishing the guy off. His blade almost ripped through David's chest, but suddenly David blocked his attack. Or rather, David managed to anticipate when his hand would be near him and managed to intercept it. Then he pressed hard, and the weapon fell out of Landers' hand, who was unable to do anything from the painful shock. But David didn't plan to stop there. He used some kind of blind punch. It turned out to be a sort of improvised counterattack, but what was striking was that one of them saw and heard absolutely nothing. For David, the battle was purely on the level of feeling and intuition, thanks to which he anticipated the actions of Landers. And the lunar challenger did not like it at all, because he had already planned to deal with this earthling. To free himself from his hold, the boy kicked David's leg, pushing himself off him and flying some distance away. He planned to pounce on David with another counterattack, but something was unclear to him. Landers thought involuntarily that the strength of this David Hayden was quite unusual, for when he grabbed him, he could no longer feel his hand, even though he had trained before with more experienced fighters in hand-to-hand combat. It made Landers feel insecure, something that normally never happened to him. After all, David had lost both his sight and hearing, but could still somehow see him. The guy wasn't even sure such a thing was possible. But when Landers' gaze fell again on his smile, which never left David's face, all became clear. The lunar expert reasoned that the Earthman was definitely using charm and touch. It was unfortunate to admit, but David's skills were indeed astounding. But that didn't change the fact that he had already lost. Suddenly, Landers grabbed the hollow of his plan and started waving it around like a propeller in front of David. The fat man discouragedly asked what trick the Moon Boy had decided to use this time. Peter replied that it was his way of confusing David's charms, and that he had come up with these countermeasures very quickly. Angela, meanwhile, got even more excited for the guy, as she wished with all her heart that he would win. David was really a bit confused. He stopped smiling and wrinkled his face, trying to track his opponent's actions. And Landers, seeing that he did not understand when to expect an attack, realized that now was the right moment. Suddenly, he grabbed the hem of his cloak, about to throw his blade between it. Landers took aim and threw the knife as he swung the cloak once more near David's eyes. The tip of the blade was about to reach the guy, though he didn't video it. However, David managed to twist away this time as well. At some point, he felt again that something was coming towards him right in his eyes, so he had to defend himself. The Earthman then breathed in air that somehow turned a bright bloody color, as if he was inhaling blood itself. Suddenly, David's hand intercepted the weapon flying at him and grabbed the arm of the one who threw it. All because Landers had rushed in after throwing the blade to finish David off. But this was a turn he hadn't expected. He froze with surprise, which quickly changed to horror when Landers saw what the guy was about to do. And David, still without emotion, raised the blade he had just gotten and swung it at his opponent's arm. It was unclear how he guessed the trajectory, because he could just as easily have cut off his own arm, but it did not happen. In the next second, the spectators saw Landers' hand fly away from its owner, as if Dev had cut off a part of a sculpture. Meanwhile, the fight was watched by everyone who could not be lazy. Among these gawkers included Catherine, who was in the hospital. She recently came to herself and immediately asked to provide her with a TV in the room. So the girl wanted to be aware of all the events at the competition. However, right now he jumped up from his seat. All because now there was just now a broadcast of the Devil's fight, and Catherine saw the moment with the cutting off of the hand. Magnus, who was also watching the whole fight closely, opened his mouth in surprise. Landers screamed in unbearable pain as he looked at the spot where his hand had been a second ago. Dr. Clemens was extremely unhappy with this turn of events, and Mila and Dr. Rick were very surprised. Except David wasn't finished there. He swung his right arm, being still as blind deaf. This was followed by a hard slap that should have brought Landers out of his colic. He couldn't believe he was being beaten, but the most amazing thing was that everyone suddenly realized that this was the end of their fight. Veja David hit his opponent on the head with such force that it flew off just as his arm had before. When this happened, David's eyes suddenly opened, and he spoke quietly so that only Landers could hear him. He said that a kid as green as him couldn't possibly know anything about real power. Alan Doyle and Chrissy, who had been watching all this, thought that their friend had taken his life in a rather strange way. They weren't the only ones who thought so, for the entire audience also shouted that this couldn't be happening. David Hayden, like Catherine before him, was suspected of fraud, so an audit was announced. Dr. Rick himself did not understand what had just happened, for he had never seen such techniques. Both participants, meanwhile, left their pods. Landers wanted to say one last thing to David. He approached him, and the latter was already waiting for the Prince of Darkness, smiling slyly as he came closer. Landers shouted that he would kill him, and David didn't think he had won, for he could consider that he was already dead. And David didn't even get a chance to say anything back, because the guards ran up to Landers and herded the guy. They dragged him to a safe place, and Dr. Rick, meanwhile, smiled at his colleague. After all, the latter had always had a knack for eloquence, but now it was curious to see what he would say this time. And Dr. Clemens said that it was indeed one of the most bizarre victories he had seen. He didn't understand how David Gaydon could move and navigate so well under Landers' technique. But that wasn't even the main question, because the fact that David hit Landers with the palm of his hand and not his fist spoke volumes about his good heart. Then Dr. Rick turned to his colleague, saying that the strangest thing about the fight was his unprofessionalism. After all, Landers was the face of the moon, and it was impossible to say exactly how strong he was, but his manners were worth learning. Dr. Rick thought that he had felt like a prisoner for the last few days, but now he could finally breathe out. And Dr. Clemens had no choice but to admit that their player had lost his mind at the match. And after all, that little provocateur David Hayden was really nothing to him. After all, Landers would have been more gracious if it weren't for his daily sermons to journalists. Meanwhile, the spectators were still reeling from the shock that the Earthman had managed to pull off such a beautiful victory. Finally, Milla announced that after a thorough investigation, David's victory had been confirmed. The audience erupted in loud shouts of delight. Everyone greeted the guy and wished him luck. Some girls had already completely turned into his ardent admirers, saying they wanted children from him. General Hugo, who had never dreamed that they would be able to make it this far, was also watching all this. The decision to give David Hayden the opportunity to fight in this match proved to be more right than ever. After all, just 5 minutes before the match started, the Military Council of Earth decided to severely punish the guy. They sent an order to carry out his arrest, supporting their motivation with what his actions had done. A serious blow to Earth. However, now he showed his talent and rubbed everyone's nose in it by getting the win. This guy just wanted to shake up that jar of spiders after all. He had the blood of Earth's military flowing through him. Now all the plans of the Moon representatives were broken by David. He would become a real pain in the ass for them. David himself thought that he expected a little different from Landers, hoping that in anger he would discover interesting abilities. But in any case, this lunar egomaniac remained his prime suspect, with Angela trailing behind him. David was on his way to his break room when he suddenly stopped due to a sharp pain in his chest. He leaned against the wall and grabbed his heart area, squeezing it and wondering if it had started again. However, he found no new marks. This time the sensation was coming straight from inside his heart. It also only stabbed once this time, so the guy didn't understand how the damn skill even worked. Deciding that he should go back to his room anyway, he continued walking and soon entered the hall. He was a little surprised to see all his friends in front of him, surrounding him on all sides. Their faces expressed respect, delight, and anxiety at the same time, and David realized that they wanted to tell him something. At first, they were a little confused and looked at each other, waiting to see who would speak first. David, who didn't know what to expect, looked at them in surprise. His gaze fell on Angela, who for some reason did not dare to look him in the eyes and kept hiding them. Then David himself asked why they were all looking at him like that, because he had deliberately said those words in the interview. After all, the last fights were completely one-sided, and if he lost too, it would mean a collapse. Therefore, the guys had to realize that their strength was in unity, and if even his friends didn't support him, then one could surrender for sure. The guys and girls looked at each other. They understood what David was saying, but they could hardly obey it. Peter suddenly laughed, saying that he was glad that David was able to avenge him. He added that if he really had enough skills to become champion, he should do it. Phoenix added that they weren't petty people either and understood everything. But Peter clarified that, of course, no one would be able to name a winner until the end of the final battle. It's easy to talk about it, but when you meet these monsters in battle, Luna becomes invincible. Even their Asian friends said that they are all members of the same team, and David will have a tough time ahead of him. Therefore, they should support him in any endeavor. After all, he is their last hope. Listening to all this, David felt a little embarrassed and said that the guys were doing a good job so far. Then Phoenix turned to Magnus, saying that it was his turn to go on stage. And Fatty thought that if it was going to be a long-distance confrontation, then a small chance was there. But if it was going to be a melee battle, then it was the end. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. Deptith thought, there's no point in him even continuing to stimulate his friend anymore. After all, he's already exceeded my goal, and it would be awkward to force him to do something he didn't want to do. Meanwhile, Mila announced that it was time for tonight's final confrontation. Magnus's opponent watched David's fight, realizing that he had won because of his perception. But Fatty was another matter, for his abilities were still unknown, and the guy hesitated a bit. After all, he had watched his first two fights and had concluded that Magnus drew his strength from other people's provocations. So he shouldn't give him a reason to spew his accumulated excitement. This was just supposed to be a straight fight. Without any provocation, the boys got their hands on it. Close or distant combat was not important to the lunar expert, because he had already made the core of his tactics. They served as a respectful attitude to the opponent, without taunts and threats, so as not to come across. Meanwhile, on the way to the pod, Magnus received a message from Catherine, encouraging him. After reading it, Magnus was so energized that he was ready to do anything to satisfy his beloved's desire. The girl herself thought that her message would have little effect on the outcome of the fight. He'd done it anyway because David had asked her to, so she couldn't refuse. Still, to be honest, both Magnus and David outclassed her, Catherine thought. After all, the guys weren't the same as they were at the academy anymore, and her physical condition still hadn't stabilized. The good news for the girl was going through a gene awakening, but it wasn't enough. Everything that had been happening lately was a bit confusing to the girl, for she didn't understand why David had suddenly become so powerful and why there was now a constant trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. He also had an indescribable trust in her, and Catherine wondered if he liked her. But that obviously didn't make sense, because he definitely liked Angela. But it was still strange. David, on the other hand, thought that their strong friendship and trust with Magnus had been forged during the war. So he understood his friend as well as anyone, and it was Catherine who could have the greatest influence on him now. As it happened, Fatty entered the capsule fully energized for victory. Dr. Clemens again let it be said that this time their player would smash Fatty with one punch. And Dr. Rick said that his colleague should not idly scratch his tongue and that they had better have a little wager. He said that if Manus lost, he would run naked around the arena. Dr. Clemens was wary, asking what kind of childishness this was, since they were both respectable men. But Dr. Rick replied that it didn't matter right now, and it was better for his colleague to make a choice. And Dr. Clemens said that he was not afraid of his intimidation because he was absolutely sure that his player would win. He added that if he won, he would not even ask his colleague to run naked, but the latter disagreed. He thought that Magnus had a lot of problems, but he was the type of person who produces incredible results. He just needed to be motivated, and that's the kind of person who often creates real miracles. The match began, and this time the arena was a military base on Earth. Magnus's opponent had incredibly strong skills and immediately used aura. Magnus was just looking at the way he fought to see if he could find any weaknesses. The lunar expert chose the Cheetah laser assault rifle. Magnus, on the other hand, chose the paired Tiger's duty pistols, which he had dealt with before. Both guys were serious about winning, but there was something new about this fight. Dr. Rick recalled that, as everyone already knew, their players' shooting skills were at a high level. But Dr. Clemens didn't like that, reminding them that all the participants from Luna were classified as pros. Their argument was again interrupted by Mila, saying that both opponents were fast in their approach. She added that if their weapon types were evaluated, none of them belonged in long-range combat. Fatty appeared on the screens, who to everyone's surprise looked confident and even somehow relaxed. But the audience didn't realize it. They asked grudgingly why he looked so carefree. His friends in the break room also noticed it, but David said that Manus just decided to give it his best shot. Angela, on the other hand, worriedly wondered if Fatty had simply underestimated his opponent. Or was this just another of David's plans? She looked at the guy standing next to her and smiled. And the guy thought he knew Magnus better than anyone else and didn't even notice how he started to boss him around. This wasn't Mars, though, so he had to think of a new way to make his friend want to win. So at least a few wins could help him get a picture with Lulu and maybe get closer to Catherine. Right now, though, Fatty was at his optimal state of mind when he was venting his built-up excitement. It showed that he really wanted to win this fight, and he had entered his strange battle mode to do so. His lunar opponent was watching carefully at every movement on the map. Finally, he spotted Magnus, a little surprised that he had opened up like a target. But on the other hand, it meant that the guy was just giving him a chance to finish things faster. His opponent took aim once more and prepared to pull the trigger, wishing Magnus dead. Then he fired. His hand didn't even catch up, so the projectile should have hit the target for sure. However, suddenly someone's attack flew towards the shooter himself with great speed. The lunar expert literally felt it and could only lower his head at the last moment. But this attack was soon followed by the next one, and this time it almost hit him. The shooter, of course, was Magnus. He had come out into the open, not to target, but to calculate the location of his opponent, who only now realized it and was even a little scared. And this guy looked completely defenseless, but he reacted to his appearance with lightning speed. The representative of the moon thought that he should try again, because maybe the Earthman was just lucky. He came out of cover again, preparing to fire, but again he felt the attack. Magnus was proactive, as if he could read his opponent's every move. Now they switched places, and a barrage of shells rained down on the moon player. Of course, it was almost impossible to dodge all of them, and something began to set the guy. Fatty, on the other hand, seemed to be having fun. He was shooting quite accurately, imagining that he was on the range. And his opponent was one big target that needed to be hit. Magnus motioned to him that the boy should not be afraid and come out of his hiding place. It was too bold for Magnus himself, and the audience thought he was crazy for his confidence. The lunar audience watched the fight with curiosity, and the Earthlings chanted for Magnus to keep it up. The opponent, on the other hand, thought it was unheard of for someone with a rating below 2,000 to be able to fight back, who had a rating of 3,000, because it showed his own unprofessionalism. So the guy shouted, did Fatty really think he could beat him? He grabbed the gun and ran away from the roof where he had been sitting all this time, thus changing the location. And Magnus thought the same thing, reasoning that it was time for him to change position as well. Except that after a while, his opponent felt the barrage of shells again. This time he hid behind a truck, but Magnus found him without stopping firing. The lunar expert was at a disadvantage again because he still couldn't get out. He could only watch his opponent out of the corner of his eye to see if he would stop firing. But instead he saw only Magnus's cheerful face, who seemed to be enjoying himself. Suddenly he said that since his moon friend didn't want to go outside, he would lure him out himself. And then his words were reinforced by a mighty volley of pistols, which he put together to make a rifle. The fat man added that he would destroy him along with his hiding place, and so far it had done so. His opponent, seeing the truck coming at him and exploding any minute now, thought Magnus was nuts. It looked like the guy only had to use his last trump card. If one were to describe the Moonfighter's appearance, one could see a strange eye on his face. And a moment later, the same green ghostly color covered the guy's entire body. Now the boy was not afraid of being hit by Magnus, for he avoided every one of his projectiles. The fat man was surprised at this sudden change, but his opponent was indeed almost upon him. When he got close to Magnus, he realized that the guy could become intangible. It was probably one of his gene's abilities, but now he had to figure out how to deal with it. The guy said that this was the end for the Earthling and prepared to finish him off. And Magnus only now noticed that the one had gone through him too and was at his back. The lunar representative kicked Fatty in the back and he fell forward. He also felt a great deal of pain, for there was almost no defense against physical attacks on his back. As a result, Magnus fell face first into the ground, flying quite a distance away. But that wasn't enough for his opponent. He moved closer and stung Magnus again. Blow after blow continued to fall on Fatty, causing him serious problems. The lunar auditorium barked out, saying he should have done it from the start. Dr. Clemens was also fairly noticeable that Fatty's rhythm was off and turned to Dr. Rick. He said he still had time to recant, as only one of the contestants was destined to win. And it would surely turn out to be their lunar representative, for right now he was targeting the defenseless Fatty. Then the air was scattered with a multitude of projectiles, but the battle was still going on. Magnus had no intention of giving up his principles so easily, and his principle was the same: to win for Catherine's sake. With this thought, he sprang to his feet and fired first before his opponent. To everyone's surprise, Fatty's movements too became much more composed and precise. Suddenly, he spun around, creating a sort of tornado that would repel all attacks aimed at him. And his opponent, seeing that he was firing while spinning, only laughed because it would not stop him from firing anyway. He didn't realize that Magnus was an excellent shot, and even in the spinning mode, he had hit him for the second time. His opponent returned fire, and now it was a standoff between the marksmanship of the two challengers. But all was soon clear when one of Magnus' shells shot the moon guy in the head. Dr. Clemens' glasses flew off, and Mila froze in surprise, with only Dr. Rick smiling contentedly. In the arena, meanwhile, Magnus slowly slowed down and stopped spinning. Mila announced that the winner was once again a student of Dragon Writing's Academy. Dr. Clemens was thinking that he would now have to run naked around the arena. But then Dr. Rick approached him, saying that after all, they had managed to become good friends during this time, so he wouldn't mind if his friend refused the terms of the bet. Meanwhile, Magnus's friends were ready to welcome the new winner from Earth. David, on the other hand, remembered that his friend had used this technique earlier in the war, calling it the Dragon Spiral. While using this skill, his accuracy goes to a prohibitive level. In the past, during battles on Mars, before David went through the awakening himself. Magnus had saved his hide several times, so he may have been awakened before him from the beginning. However, he hadn't told him about it then so as not to spoil his self-esteem, and now the friend was still as humble as ever. The audience on Earth shouted his name with joy, and someone even said that this fatty would become the king of guns. There was some truth to that, for during the war, Magnus had helped develop the famous Deathstroke pistols. He was also said to be the first man to go all 3 rounds using only ranged weapons. That's why he was named the best shooter of the competition, and the title of the best fighter went to David. This time, the Dragon Ridings Academy showed a truly unexpected result. General Hugo curiously wondered just how far these guys could go. But one thing was certain: they had become a real team that would become the best in the future. When the Earth members were leaving the break room, they saw the reporters in front of them again. Phoenix said that now it looked like it was going to happen again, and David looked at the approaching reporters. They were already holding out a microphone to him for an interview, and were glowering at the camera. First, they asked him how he was feeling right now, and then asked him to say a few words on behalf of the Earth participants. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on David's face, for he realized that this was a good opportunity. The guy suddenly stated that this competition was quite easy. The journalist from Luna asked if this was his way of expressing his disapproval of Landers. After all, he had recently defeated him in a most unusual way, which had won him fame. And David, seeing that the woman's breasts were quite lush, said he would answer her question if she came closer. The woman did so, and Deft, enjoying her company, said that shame was that man who tries to humiliate others. Then the next reporter asked if it was true that he had used a special ability in battle. And then they turned to Magnus as well, asking him to answer a few questions as well. He was asked if Fatty had some secret that allowed him to have this winning streak. Magnus smiled and said that he had learned it all from Lulu. When another reporter asked if he had already made his next plan, Fatty said the same thing. He said that he planned to devote time to Lulu, which made the people around him a little discouraged. After all, few people knew that Magnus idolized the famous idol and considered her his goddess. The reporters wanted to ask a few more questions when suddenly they were all interrupted by a single voice. It was a woman with red hair who asked David if he really thought he could become a champion. The boys looked at their leader, for David could not be called anything else. He put out his fist and said that he already had the heart of a champion. All that was left was to get the title. It was getting dark outside, and the competition was coming to an end with about half of the journey still to go. Meanwhile, Magnus had fans who brought him gifts at special points, and Fatty sent everything mostly to his younger kids at the orphanage, where they were very happy about everything. It is also worth mentioning Catherine, because the number of her fans also increased, both on Earth and on the Moon. But the girl was not forgotten by her friends. Angela, Magnus, and David regularly visited her. Angela always came with some fruit to support her friend, but there was something that bothered her. Namely, she didn't understand why David was suddenly so indifferent to her. Looking at him, she no longer felt the interest in him that his eyes had once had in her. But even though it was really unpleasant to feel that way, Angela couldn't help it. After all, she and he had never even started dating for real. And when he'd confessed his feelings, she'd rejected him outright. With that thought, Angela peeled more tangerines for Catherine and held them out to feed her friend. She looked at her gratefully and then glanced at the guys and looked a little embarrassed. They looked like they were attending a funeral, so Catherine turned to them. She told them not to act like she was sick, because the doctor said she was fine. But Magnus reminded her that the doctor had said she was still on the list for follow-up. He wanted to add something more about the gene awakening, but David interrupted him with a slap, and Magnus realized he'd said too much, because Catherine hadn't developed any new abilities. It was like winning the lottery and then finding out that the prize was $1. But Catherine replied that she was doing just fine, for she had never even dreamed that she would encounter an awakening. And she was more interested to know how Fatty had dealt with it, for he had also gone through the awakening. Magnus answered that he couldn't say anything specific, but while they were at the academy, his appetite had increased. And then over time, he just started to feel his strength increase, and his body's reactions become noticeably sharper. Angela asked if there were any other effects of his awakening, but Magnus only replied that he was eating more. The girls were a little disappointed, for they had expected to hear a more comprehensive answer. But in fact, awakening was considered a rather painful process. When previously dormant genes went through awakening, a person's flesh and bones would undergo a transformation. But looking at Fatty, it didn't seem like he was in any pain, so the heavens themselves must have been helping him. Then Catherine asked David if he would tell her about his awakening if he had already gone through it. He replied that it was no secret for a long time, for he had probably already gone through the awakening. He noticed that his physical abilities had also improved, as had his appetite, but he began to sleep badly. In particular, he was having nightmares more and more often. Hearing this made Angela a little uneasy. She thought that perhaps they were the reason for the misunderstanding between her and David. And Catherine told her friend that, come to think of it, those two's appetite had really increased. She turned to the guys saying that a huge number of people were now pinning their hopes on them. It seemed to her that the guys must be under tremendous pressure, but they replied that it was nothing like that. Catherine then said that Angela should help her control those two knuckleheads. And Angela told the guys with an awkward smile that they were now the talk of the world as the god of war and king of guns. However, she asked if they had to be so self-centered, and David reminded them that that was how all the people of the moon behaved. At that moment, another member of the team entered their room, namely Michael, who had good news. He said that the lists of the top 8 fights were finally available, and the guys got ready to hear them. Michael started to read out the distribution. The first fights were Chrissy vs. Fader, Alan vs. Bob, Olivia vs. Betsy, Brandon vs. Anthony, Beasley vs. Phil were performing the next half of the day. But when Michael got to the evening fights, he was very surprised and even a little worried. Then he announced that Antaeus would be going up against Magnus, and Floyd would be going up against David. Even Catherine, lying on the bed, perked up, saying that it was a very bad draw. Michael agreed, saying that Antaeus' abilities are best suited to face Magnus. With his ability to communicate with the ground, he could get information about the enemy's actions and make accurate predictions. And Angela added that the most frightening thing about it was Antaeus' pace, which was the most swift and brutal. So far, none of his opponents had been able to do a single drop of damage to him, as if the earth itself would bless him. David's opponent, on the other hand, was invincible in close combat. Also due to his ability, Catherine didn't like that at all. The girls agreed that this draw was definitely aimed at throwing them out of the tournament. But, to everyone's surprise, David said that it was excellent after all. He added that he had actually wanted to fight Floyd for a long time, and had been waiting for this moment. The guys, as always, were cracking up at each other's statements, but that didn't surprise Michael so much anymore. He figured that was to be expected from their boss. He must have already figured out a way to win. In fact, back in his past life, David had thought about sparring with Floyd. Much to his dismay, the gulf between them was too huge, but now they were equals. So David cleared his throat and said that he actually wanted to try and be friends with him. After all, in the future, if he wanted to have a picnic, he wouldn't even need to build a fire. Angela thought that laughing and joking in a situation like that was really something only David could do. Once the battle for a place in the top 8 begins, all arenas will be open to level the playing field for all fighters. There will even be an arena in space, all aimed at weeding out the weak and promoting the strong. They talked like that for about another hour, and then they all went to their dorm rooms. The fat man fell asleep instantly, but David tossed and turned for a long time because he couldn't do it. His stomach started to hurt, which was not good for him, but he couldn't help it. He clutched at it, asking himself what fate had in store for him this time. Still, the guy couldn't take it much longer and got out of bed, heading for the restroom. Once there, the first thing he did was to go to the mirror, wanting to look at his chest, where there was a scar. But the guy was surprised when he pulled up his shirt, because during that time the scar had changed a lot. It became bigger and bigger, and David did not understand when and how it happened. He could only see that the scar had reached his stomach, which made him more and more nervous. The scar still had the characteristic purple-colored indentations, but that wasn't all. David was surprised to find that he had some other foreign growth. He even thought he was infected with something, but it was unclear what it was. The alien attack wasn't due for another 5 years, so they obviously couldn't have infected him. So the infection he got happened in that time, except it was unclear how. At first he thought it was Michael's doing, but the man was trustworthy in every way. Then suspicion fell on the pre-match inspection, in which Luna's representatives could have done something to him. However, they didn't know anything about him then, and then David thought of the third option, Angela. In the dream, she was too suspicious, and in reality, their family, who headed the Transportation Corporation, was under a lot of pressure from Luna. There was a lot of pressure from Luna, so it could be said that the girl had some motive. But at the current rate this contagion was spreading, he still had a chance. At least that's what David thought, convincing himself that he just needed a little more time. The next day, the competition continued, and now the top 4 spots were being determined. The audience was insanely happy about it, because the strongest fighters were left, which meant that the matches would be interesting. Meanwhile, Mila welcomed everyone again and announced that the first 2 bouts would be among the Moon fighters. Dr. Clemens mockingly said that the Earthlings had only 2 fighters left, but soon the strongest of the lunar representatives would win and all the trash would be eliminated. That was how it was going so far. Alan Doyle and Chrissy Da Vinci had no trouble defeating their opponents. Angela said it was no surprise that they both managed to get through to the next stage. Finally, it was time for the 3rd bout, where the first Earthling, Magnus, would face off against the moon monster, Antaeus. Fatty had already formed quite a fan club to support him. Both participants headed for the stage, Magnus looking serious and collected. Now he had more confidence in his abilities, but Antaeus tried to break his faith. He said in a mocking tone that his luck had run out and he wouldn't last more than a minute in the arena. This statement heated up the interest in this fight even before it started, so everyone got ready to see something incredible. After some more time of additional necessary procedures, the challengers finally started the fight. The location of the match was again a forest, but here the landscape was slightly changed. Antaeus was the first to attack and chase Fatty all over the arena, trying to wear him down. Magnus just managed to get away from the guy, but he was already flying towards him on a rock. Antaeus hovered in the air for a moment, mockingly telling Fatty to show himself. However, he then noticed that he had been waiting all this time for him to show up so he could counterattack. Magnus had chosen a new weapon for this fight, one that he was perfectly proficient with as well. The pistols were somewhat similar to his previous ones, but they had one feature. They were similar to his previous pistols, but they had one feature, and that was that now Fatty could fire both single rounds and bursts. But while Antaeus managed to dodge all the attacks, he was closing in on Magnus, and he kept firing, fully focused on the enemy. Perhaps because of his maneuverability, Antaeus managed to get down to the ground without being hit. However, the guy thought that this Fatty was already awakened, and that was a problem. After all, the soul chains were blocking Antaeus himself, and Magnus would need time to shoot. And no matter how fast he fired, flying also took time. Antaeus could easily detect the fat man's next moves, and when he fired another shot, he pushed his fragment at him. Magnus's shell hit a piece of rock, causing an explosion, followed by a smoke screen. But Magnus knew that now his opponent would try to take advantage of this and attack, and so he did. Antaeus appeared when Magnus least expected it. However, Fatty was still able to see his attack in time and dodged at the last moment. Antaeus' claws struck the air where Magnus had been standing a second ago, but Magnus was already aiming his gun at the moon expert. Antaeus realized it himself, but he had another trump card that Magnus wasn't ready for. It was the guy's weapon, which he had slightly transformed with his genetic power. When he hit Fatty with it, his body was pierced by an electric current that was pink in color for some reason. Magnus felt the pain and had to jump away from his opponent to think of a new tactic. Antaeus stared angrily at him, for he had already seen the end of this battle, which would end in his favor. Magnus, meanwhile, managed to get to his feet again and aimed his pistol at his opponent. But Antaeus didn't seem to care. He said he wouldn't hit so weakly next time. The Fatty remembered that this guy's special ability was related to the ground, aside from increasing his speed and constantly changing trajectories with it. He could also sense the movements of his opponent, who was in contact with the ground anyway. Peter, who was watching the fight with the others, said that Magnus should hurry up. After all, Antaeus only had to get close to Magnus before he was killed to win. But that was exactly what Fatty was counting on. He wanted the guy to get closer, so he let him do it, pretending as if he couldn't keep up with the pace of his attacks. But Antaeus finally got close enough to almost hit Magnus with his claws. He decided that this was the perfect moment, so he counterattacked. Antaeus thought it was the perfect moment for him to end it all, but when he saw what Magnus had prepared to do next, he was almost speechless. For the fat man suddenly increased in height and bent over the ground, about to do something. He struck the ground with all his might, and Antaeus was thrown upward. The boy asked the Earthman if he was tired of living, because it was a suicidal technique. But Magnus calmly replied that they could fight like that for about another minute. And the Zelian wasn't kidding. He drew another pistol in a flash and opened aimed fire. The whole subtlety of this plan was that Magnus caused a small earthquake this way. It was then that Antaeus wondered if this Fatty knew about his perception through the ground. For now the initiative had really shifted to Magnus, and Antaeus was left to defend himself. Fatty realized that he needed to deal with his opponent while they were in the air. After all, he wouldn't be able to scrape the ground forever, which meant he would lose sooner or later. So he decided that he would do everything quickly, and the first step for this had already been accomplished. All that remained was to find the moment when he could best deal the lethal damage. However, this was not easy to do, because his opponent was also well aware of his situation. All Antaeus had to do was to get close to Fatty again and attack him. One attack was enough, and everyone froze, waiting to see if he could do it. Here he was already reaching out to activate his claws and attack at the right moment. And then there was an explosion, a pile of smoke once again filling the entire space. But soon the audience saw Magnus, who flew backwards from the powerful recoil. His friends thought he must have succeeded this time, but David shouted for his friend to be careful. Of course, Magnus didn't hear him, but David warned him about Antaeus, who still managed to survive. He'd said angrily that Magnus was pretty savvy, which had gotten him in trouble. But now all he had to do was imagine him dying, and with those words, Antaeus swung. He cut off Magnus's hand where he was holding one of his pistols before he could react. With a huff, the guy again prepared for another maneuver to finish the job. So after a moment, Magnus's other arm flew off, which was not good at all. Antaeus stepped up to the helpless earthling. There was now no doubt that he had won. However, David didn't like his behavior, for the guy could have ended it all with one punch. Instead, he licked his blade, saying that Fatty's fate was to die with both arms cut off. He wanted to bring out his opponent's emotions, wanting to see desperation and pleas for mercy in them. But instead, Magnus only stared at him with eyes full of determination, and it pissed Antaeus off. He swung around once more and chopped Magnus in the eyes, whereupon the kill was confirmed. The lunar audience was ecstatic. They mocked the fat man, who had previously been dubbed the king of weapons in every way possible. The arena chanted the name of the winner, waiting for the next equally interesting match. Meanwhile, Magnus stepped out of his pod and lowered his head dejectedly, hearing his opponent's name over and over again. He was heading back to the break room when he suddenly heard David's voice somewhere in front of him. That one had indeed come running to him first. He was obviously worried and anxious about his friend, because he immediately put his hands on his shoulders and said that there was nothing wrong with his defeat. But Magnus still apologized, feeling embarrassed. He said that he still embarrassed himself. Then David said he didn't know what he was talking about, because he had made it to the top 8. Many people had never dreamed of getting that far, so he was good. David thought that he couldn't forgive Antaeus for his insolence. When the boys returned to the break room together, they were already greeted by everyone else, cheering and congratulating Magnus. Peter said that he had done a great job and had not disgraced the honor of the Earthlings, which made them all very proud. Then the girls approached Magnus. Angela and Catherine hugged him, agreeing with all the words. After a while, they decided to summarize the morning's battles, in which Luna had won a complete victory. Peter said that they had also watched the fight of a certain Bari, who proclaimed himself Flash. This person had a level 3 lightning ability that he could use to speed up. Therefore, turning to David, the guys told him to be careful, because he could get caught by him too. But the latter replied that they shouldn't worry because he had already thought of countermeasures against him. While he was still saying this, some unknown man in a blue helmet appeared behind him. He turned to the guy and asked him to come with him, not giving him a chance to ask anything. The man added that General Hugo wanted to speak to him privately. When they heard that the general himself wanted to meet David, everyone was surprised and stared at the guy. He didn't understand why it was happening to him now, but he could guess what the conversation would be about. When Antaeus won, the lunar audience began to regard the Earthlings with contempt again. After all, they only had one challenger left, who people also thought would be out soon. But General Hugo thought otherwise. He realized that David remained their only hope. As for Magnus, his opponent was a little too much, though within the rules. Still, real combat is more brutal than this, so there was no need to complain about it. After all, honor lost on the battlefield would be regained on the battlefield as well. It was always worth remembering. As he thought of this, the man for whom the general had sent his aid finally entered the room. David Hayden now stood before him, the man on whom everything now depended. The general sank into his chair and lit a cigarette, while David remained standing opposite him. David saw that the man was gathering his thoughts, choosing the words he wanted to say. The general thought, extinguishing his cigarette, which is common with cadets as old as David is now. Show all sorts of nervous reactions when you meet him, but this guy was calm. David Hayden, born in 2280, was a native of Beijing and had a hard time getting into the academy. In the first 2 years had average grades, the general emphasized on this. Finally speaks to David. He said that in young people, going through a gene awakening could leave all sorts of reactions, but he had a rather strange variation of it. for he acted for glory then and not. And that was what he, the general, wanted to talk to him about. Here the man took a pause. Then David, after waiting a little while, reported that he did not understand what the comrade general was talking about. But the man said he didn't think his words were incomprehensible to the guy, because after the failed confession to Angela, there had been a change in his body, and of late his behavior had become adult and serious. Therefore, the general wished to know why he had become so solitary lately. David, on the other hand, thought that even in his past life he had known the man only superficially. Therefore, even now he could not say for sure which side he was on, even though the general was born on Earth. Based on current information, the problem lay in the interior of the moon and the Earthling zone, so to speak. Just got shot even lying down. So David replied that he didn't know what the man wanted to hear. But the general kept drilling him with a look. He said he would just draw conclusions and based on what the guy told him. David then replied that he didn't know if he had gone through the waking moment the general was talking about. However, after that incident, his thinking in combat became clearer. He added that he began to have frequent nightmares about the future. David said that he had dreams of humanity, including a world war, as a result of which both the moon and the earth were destroyed. But he didn't have the right background for that, so he decided to take a high place in the army. General Hugo knew that the moon people had likely discovered a habitable star. They wanted to appropriate it for themselves, and perhaps David's dreams were about that. So after a little thought, the general said that the next thing he told him, the lad must keep secret. Then he told him that the moon was working on a very important project and needed 4 researchers. They will be the semi-finalists of this competition, and if David makes it to the semi-finals, he'll tell him more about it. The general paused and asked the guy what he thought. And David thought the general must be on his side, because the whole alien Earth plan had been on passive defense. On the lunar side, he, as an Earthling, had no chance of getting in, so it was worth starting on the Earth side. In the future, the moon would lead the launch of Project Aurora, but Earth wouldn't have the initiative there. And although he and the general were thinking in different directions, the point was the same, how the expedition had turned into a disaster. So David reported that he was quite sure he could compete for the championship. And the general liked it. He banged his fist on the table, telling the guy to show everyone the power of the Earth. David nodded and turned around to leave, because he had to get ready for his fight. And the general thought that for the Earthlings, the most important thing was profit. And Luna had made many concessions to take full control of the project. That clearly showed there was a problem, so David had to be in the top 4. That way they'd at least have a chance. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the next match. It was the last fight for the quarterfinals, where the last competitor from Earth would fight. The Earth Federation audience chanted the name of their last hope, while the Moon audience shouted the name of their challenger, Floyd. Dinah, who hadn't missed a single match of her brothers, was more excited now than ever. Dr. Clemens commented as Floyd of the Moon came out of the left aisle into the arena. The guy looked completely confident. He didn't seem to care about the fight at all. David was already walking towards him, who also did not express any signs of excitement. He even smiled a little. His exit from the right aisle was commented on by Dr. Rick with special excitement. The opponents met each other's gazes and seemed ready to start a battle right on the stage. Minutes later, the boys were already in their pods, ready to move. The system generated a virtual arena, which this time was the roof of a skyscraper. But the audience was much more surprised by another thing, because all eyes were fixed on David. And all because this time the guy chose a weapon, which was a lava blade. Floyd, on the other hand, had his invariable rapier, which he mastered. The guy also noticed the change in his opponent's mood, realizing that he was serious. Mila noticed that both of them had chosen titanium swords. David even had one with lava elements. Clemens said mockingly that it looked like the god of war was starting to use weapons. And Dr. Rick said that it was a misplaced respect between the powerful, and his colleague was simply too young to understand it. All of David's friends were also watching the fight in the break room. Especially Peter was watching everything. After all, Floyd had been his opponent before, and seemed to be deliberately waiting for him to get close. All because the guy had the ability to volcanic blast, which would be a pain for David. David himself was also well aware of his opponent's core strengths. However, he had no intention of losing. Looking at Floyd, the guy had already decided how he wanted to proceed. He took a fighting stance and prepared to defend, but it was only a test to find out Floyd's motive. Both opponents smiled lightly, for each realized the other's next move. In the next instant, they rushed at each other with incredible speed. This showed that both of them had already gone through the process of awakening their genes. David ran at his opponent, but did not swing his sword, which surprised the audience a bit. Floyd held his blade so that it would be convenient to be the first to strike. In a second, their weapons made contact, and a very powerful aura formed around them. It was so strong that it was visible even to the spectators who were frozen in their seats. Floyd looked at David in a different way, because the fact that he was able to hold back such an attack spoke volumes. The guy from the moon thought that he was really quite different from the rest of the Earth participants. Another attack of the challengers against each other followed, but they were immediately blocked. Floyd moved incredibly fast, changing the trajectory of his rapier blows. But David was not inferior to him in this. He was just as skillful with his sword, using all kinds of tactics. Suddenly, Floyd shouted for the boy to approach him, but there was no hatred in those words. There was only sporting interest in them, and David replied with equal excitement that he was on his way. The next instant, their blades met again, but again neither could outweigh the other. This time, however, the lads stayed where they were, deciding to use a different method. It became swordsmanship, which both of them had equally well developed. However, each tried to get the other, coming up with all sorts of clever tricks. Finally, Floyd decided to move into a more aggressive fight and took a new stance. He suddenly swung his legs like a taekwondoist, but none of them hit David. After that, he created a kind of shield, but one precise blow of David on its center finished everything. The guys were at a distance from each other again, which meant that another clash was waiting for them. Floyd rushed first because he suddenly realized one significant problem. It was present in both of them, and it was the fatigue that overtook each man. Sooner or later, they would both collapse without strength, so it was necessary to finish everything before that. David realized this too, so after dodging his opponent's attack, he went on the offensive himself. He managed to get the timing just right and grabbed the moon expert in a clinch, preparing for the decisive blow. David struck him first with his hilt, then tossed him up for a final reach. He aimed straight for his opponent's neck, but the latter somehow miraculously managed to gather himself. Seeing the tip of his blade rapidly approaching, Floyd gathered the rest of his strength. Thanks to this, he was able to react in time to defend his blade. Thus, David hit the rib of his opponent's weapon, which prolonged their fight a bit. Realizing that he should now renew his strength again, David retreated. He left large footprints on the roof, which spoke of his awakened state. But what surprised David, as well as the rest of the audience, was that Floyd became a little different in this moment. The Luna audience became active again and began to support their player with even more fervor. And the specially assigned people who monitored the health of the opponents in the pods marveled. Peter also thought that he had assumed that Floyd hadn't given his best against him, but he didn't know that he had. After all, he was now using his strength from the start, as if to say he was a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Floyd turned to David, saying he had used 80% of his strength. David, on the other hand, seemed to be at 60 to 70%, so he was about to pay for it. The blade in Floyd's hand suddenly caught fire and began to resemble red-hot iron. Lunar audience shouted that the guy should have done this a long time ago. After all, although David got him from Earth was strong, but still ability decided everything. However, David still held his blade forward and a smile flashed across his lips. The two lunged at each other again, though one of them now had a weapon many times more powerful. There was only a short distance to the clash, and many had the feeling that it would be the last. Their blades met, but to Floyd's surprise, David's weapon remained intact. The guy had thought it would crack after provaminizing with such a high temperature, but David still had no problem fending off all his attacks without letting it touch him. Then Floyd decided to go all out and use 90% of his power, making him look like a demon. A normal soldier would have probably already lost just because of this, but David had a well-tempered mind. He kept throwing back the lunges of his opponent, who was already starting to get angry and lose his temper. Suddenly, he stepped back, but only to attack with a new technique, a concentrated wave of dragon flame. David realized that if he started to run, he would be burned alive, so he just put his sword out. It could only protect the guy's eyes because the size of that flame was unbelievable. David realized it himself. He realized that this was probably his opponent's last trump card. Except that it was impossible to dodge it, so David thought of his own way. He began to swing his sword quickly and intensely, thus creating a fan effect. In a moment, there was a big explosion, and the guy was thrown back. However, David had a strange feeling, because the sensation from those flames was close to that of the aliens. Some species of alien had similar flame power, though it was black itself. And Floyd stood in shock that this earthling had only made 20 speed sword strokes and tore through his attack. David, meanwhile, felt a familiar pain in his chest area, and it was bad timing. The spread of the alien virus had suddenly accelerated, and it was as if his strength was being drained. Up until now, he had fought by restraining his emotions and strength, but coming into contact with this flame disrupted everything. There was clearly something wrong with this volcanic ability of his opponent. So David rushed to attack to end it soon, but Floyd was already waiting for him with another attack. He raised his sword and swung it around, sending fire around a large area. David, who had approached just as he thought he was in time to attack, was late again and was attacked himself. Angela, Magnus, and Catherine couldn't contain their emotions at this point. Angela thought that David was having a very hard time considering the feeling of pain there was 100%. But Phoenix noted that there was no confirmation of the murder yet, so there was still a chance. Meanwhile, Floyd finished swinging his sword and looked at the result of the new attack. At first, he was happy that he didn't see anyone, but then he was suddenly very surprised, because he could see David's silhouette right in the flames, which meant that he wasn't dead yet. Moreover, the guy barely had time to put his sword out to defend himself when his opponent appeared in front of him again. David appeared literally out of nowhere and could have delivered a fatal blow if not for Floyd's defense. This was very surprising to both Floyd and the spectators, but what was most striking was David's appearance. The Earthman had half of his face burned out, he was covered in smoke, and the only colorful thing he had, it was his eyes filled with anger, and that was what gave him the strength to fight on. David continued to attack his opponent, who from shock began to give in to him. Soon David used a stealthy but effective armor attack, and it worked. The ends of their protective gloves were equipped with sharp games which David planted into Floyd's stomach. He did it with such force that he impaled the guy like meat on a skewer. It was impossible to survive after such a thing, and David also took out his arm, taking the remnants of his opponent's flame in the process. Floyd cried out desperately because he couldn't use it in battle anymore. And David thought that he had exactly the same weak point as the outsiders using the flame. After all, somewhere in their abdominal region, they had a sparkling flame crystal. And when it was possible to penetrate that spot and destroy the red crystal, these monsters would lose their strength. The fighting manners of the outsiders imitated human manners, and probably the enemy already knew about it. But for now, all the spectators on Earth were shouting his name loudly, proud of this victory. Dr. Rick even had tears flowing after all. This David Gaydon was still able to defeat that fire monster. If everyone had fallen before the quarterfinals, the Earth Warriors would have lost their dignity at least until the next competition. But thanks to David, this did not happen, and they also got a special privilege, namely participation in the Moon Expedition. General Hugo thought about it. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Writings Academy, David's victory was broadcast for the third time. How the students felt when they heard that a representative of their school had made it to the semifinals. Dina hugged her friend for joy, saying her brother was amazing. And Landers, who was sitting in Luna's common room, told his friends that he hadn't expected such a turn. Harry also remarked that even with the fire deity ability, Floyd still lost. And Chrissy curiously remarked that maybe he really was a war god. In the Earth room, meanwhile, everyone was cheering for David, especially Magnus. Catherine even cried, saying that the guy had given them a really nice surprise. Angela, on the other hand, thought that her eldest was really a real handsome man. The girl even noticed that she thought of him with more and more warmth, and now he was not just a friend to her. David, meanwhile, got out of his pod and went straight to the corridor leading to the restroom. There were no people there, so he was able to lift up his t-shirt and see what was going on in there. To his shock, David saw that the mutation of his virus had accelerated again. Meanwhile, one guy from Luna wanted to gain favor on the internet. He wrote a post touting Luna's total victory, saying that 7 of their challengers had passed on at once. However, someone under the nickname The Brightest Star of the Hayden Family wrote off under his post that they had David then. This was written by Dina, who now inserted this phrase under every such post, which pissed off the Moon people. David himself, meanwhile, had come to the Lunar Civil Hospital wanting to sort out his problem. He also wanted to find out what was written in Catherine's report, so he asked about it at the reception desk. But there he was, told to wait a little while, saying that it would be brought from the ward soon. David thought about the fact that since the battle against Floyd, his tingling in the heart area had become more frequent. If this infection continued, he could very well even die, but he had to follow the plan. It was possible that it was of the genetic variety, but obviously there was no outside interference here. David also thought that there was definitely something wrong with Landers, since the latter had said he was doomed. After arriving on the moon, every fighter was examined, and Landers might well have had access to the results. David decided that he absolutely had to win the semifinals, but until he slowed down the mutations, it would be difficult. During this time, he visited Catherine in the chamber, where the girl shared that this trip to the moon had been like a dream. David then replied to her that she should just do her best, and the rest would already be decided in the process. But Catherine still said that it was frustrating because she had miraculously made it this far. The girl then asked David how he thought she should try the B12 reagent. But David rather rudely and sharply answered her not to even think about it because she already had the best outcome. Catherine was a little surprised by this. She said she was just asking for his opinion. David apologized then, lowering his gaze guiltily, but said that it still wasn't worth doing. Catherine nodded and suddenly said with a smile that she knew he was doing it for her own good. The girl added that she hadn't known about that bossy side of him, but now it was clear why Angela liked him. Hearing this made Angela a little uncomfortable and then sad. David didn't even look in her direction, thinking again about different theories about the appearance of strangers. Michael suddenly rushed into the room, informing them that a lot of people from the media were crowded outside. They refused to leave without interviewing him, so David went to join them. He wished the head man a good rest, while he thought about the B12 reagent she had mentioned. It helped unlock abilities faster, but those who took it went crazy after a year or so. David couldn't do that in his previous life, but this time he was going to make it to the semifinals to knock out the Earth opportunity. For now, he didn't know how he should evaluate Michael. And for Angela, he just hoped she wouldn't turn out to be a traitor. Cho's concern for Fatty was his comrade, the one he had always fought side by side with. He went outside to quickly deal with the reporters that had piled up there in the meantime. He was about to give his first interview when suddenly someone called out to him. Turning around, David saw Landers, Chrissy, and Alan, and thought he was just looking for an opportunity to meet the first one. David addressed him, saying that he knew the guy wasn't over the defeat. So he offered to give him an opportunity to remedy his situation, but Landers didn't fall for the provocation. At this point, however, the media surrounded them, asking their new victim about his defeat. Someone asked if the guy had decided to rely not on his own strength, but on the influence of his family. All this extremely pissed off Landers. He was about to answer them all, but he heard Alan's voice. He warned his friend not to say too much, but Landers told him to shut up. He added that he didn't want the guy to think he was in charge and could tell him what to do, but Alan interrupted him. Doyle put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked the reporters to stay out of their way, using some kind of technique. Seconds later, all the people walked away as if under hypnosis. David, who was watching the whole thing, said it was quite a useful skill. Alan only brushed it off, noting that his battle with Floyd was exciting, but asked, how did he know about the secret of the fire core in the heart? To which David replied that the heart was the core of everything. He remarked to himself that Moon's upbringing was really good, since Alan Doyle was already so mature. Chrissy Da Vinci then addressed him, saying that now she didn't have to worry about him wandering into the wrong place again. The girl talked about that incident in the training room, but now David was famous. However, he awkwardly remarked that it came out accidentally, though he hoped the media wouldn't always be after him. Alan then apologized for the inconvenience and said he hoped they could talk again in the future. At that, the Luna guys left and David was left alone with his thoughts. In the evening, when everyone was already gathered in their rooms, the list of the next fights was announced. This distribution sat down to watch Magnus, who called David as well. Antaeus was shown first, giving an interview where he said that the two Earthlings were about the same. It was about him and David, and Fatty really didn't like this pompous guy's statements. Fatty once again called out to David, who had gone to take a shower about 20 minutes ago and should have been back by now. But his friend didn't come out, so Magnus even got a little worried and went to check things out for himself. He tried to open the door, not even realizing that his friend was lying stained inside. There was also something incomprehensible glistening on the floor, and only David himself could give an account of his actions. 10 minutes ago, he had walked into the bathroom and leaned over the sink in pain. The scar on his body had spread quite far already and was preventing him from breathing normally. So David couldn't think of a better way but to get rid of it. He decided to do it himself with the help of a knife. In his past life, even on the Mars battlefield, the chance of infection was low. However, if someone did get infected, there was no escape. The boy brought the blade up to his chest, gathering his courage to plunge the knife into his body. He didn't do it quickly, trying to peel off the piece of scales that the scarred area was covered in. He thought that by cutting off those scales, he could at least slow down the transformation. That way he could buy himself some more time. But there was a price to pay. The blade had already entered his flesh, and now the guy was in terrible pain, but he didn't stop the process. In a few minutes, there were many of these scales lying on the floor, splattered with blood. And David continued to peel them, picking at his body with his knife through the pain and suffering. He wanted to get rid of as many of these things as he could and keep himself from turning into a monster. After all, that was exactly what the virus from the strangers in his past life was leading to. David was breathing heavily. He had already lost a lot of blood and felt sick. There should be no blood poisoning, and all he had to do was seal the wound. David taped the place of the operation with bandages, and that was the last thing he could do. Because the next moment his eyes went black, and David realized he was losing consciousness. He let the knife out of his hands and it fell nearby, and that's how he ended up on the floor. When he tried to open his eyes, he saw Magnus and Angela in front of him. They looked happy to see him, and were very happy when he woke up. The fat man remarked that he was just in time, for they had been sent meat and alcohol, and David slowly realized, to his surprise, that he was on Mars. Suddenly, somewhere in front, some noise was heard from under the ground, and then some kind of monster appeared in front of David, taking his friends. The fat man shouted in despair for his friend to come to their rescue as soon as possible. And it was at that moment that David woke up, still slowly opening his eyes. He touched the wound on his body. It was still holding, though not perfectly. And Fatty Dorman kept banging on the door, asking his friend if he was okay. Then David quickly put on a t-shirt and opened the door, saying that it looked like he had eaten something wrong. Luckily, Magnus didn't suspect anything. He started telling him about Anthea. His friend wanted David to show him that the Earth was better than the moon, but he didn't listen very carefully. The next day, the quarterfinal matches started. David woke up feeling not at his best, but that was understandable. He also felt that foreign bodies seemed to have grown into his heart as well. Oh, and the scales that had been cut off yesterday were already starting to grow back. He tried to stand up and did so with considerable difficulty, moving away from the bed. He was suddenly dizzy again, and the area of his chest began to tingle again. But David just took a deep breath, saying that he had to calm down because he had to go on to protect all those he cared about. Meanwhile, the matches came to the most interesting fight. The first fight to open today's competition was his fight. Mila announced it uncertainly at first, as if something else was planned. However, she then repeated everything with full confidence, saying that this was the fight that would decide the fate. Dr. Clemens introduced his challenger on the left side of the stage, Antaeus, and Dr. Rick did the same, welcoming David from the right side of the stage. The audience of Earth shouted joyfully, cheering him on, but someone noticed that he was all pale. Antaeus also noticed it, asking if he had been up all night because of fear. And David thought that he had a lot of regrets in his past life, so he should make up for it in this one. The quarterfinal competition arena was different, and the waiting rooms had changed as well. Catherine, Angela, and Fatty were now seated at a table, and the head girl noticed something odd. It seemed to her that there was something wrong with David, as if his condition was even worse than hers. Angela worriedly wondered if something would go wrong in this battle. After the last incident, David had been acting strangely, and now the girl thought that maybe it was because of her. David himself, meanwhile, was already entering the capsule, ignoring the tingling in his chest. Antaeus, however, knew that according to the information, this David's strength was in long-range combat. Truth be told, Antaeus had been a little scared at first, but Alain had said he had a good feeling about it, and it had never failed him once so far. So according to HQ's plan, he should force David. To resort to firearms, David thought he had to avenge Magnus first. It hadn't been that long since he'd been back in time, but he hadn't done anything good, so he was obligated to at least make his friend happy. Both opponents put on their equipment and prepared to move. The location of their battlefield was rather symbolic, for it was Mars itself. Antaeus thought that Alain's hunch was right again, for it was just the perfect place for him. Dr. Rick noticed that Antaeus' choice of weapons was too vulgar, for he had taken a shield as well. He combined it with a Raymond rifle, which had a good amount of firepower. Antaeus thought that if he stuck to his tactics, he could win. David, meanwhile, looked concentrated. He hadn't opened his eyes yet. And when he did, he was greatly surprised to see the Mars battlefield in front of him. Dr. Clemens was equally surprised to notice that the lad had picked up a human-type weapon. It was pointless to take it for long-range combat, but if he did, he should take two at once. After all, they were paired guns, and the onlookers were also surprised to see his choice. Someone recalled a person who had recently passed a task from the legendary rank evaluation competition for the first time. Now, given the shooting technique from the video, one would assume that it was none other than David. People started opening up the footage from the walkthrough en masse and comparing the guy in the video to David. The similarities were striking. So many people made a stunning discovery for themselves. After all, it turned out that David was much stronger in long-range combat than they thought. The news about the secret expert was reported to General Hugo. He decided it was too late to block the news anyway, except that, given David's current physical condition, now was not the best time to do it. So the general relayed something to his aide, and the latter replied that he understood everything. The boy went to fulfill the task assigned to him, and the general returned to the battle. Meanwhile, Antaeus analyzed that the energy of this dried ground was quite fluid, so it was even easier to control it than on Earth, which was very good for the guy. After all, he knew that here even Alain and the others wouldn't dare to fight him, so he hoped to see the same fear in David's eyes. However, the latter looked calm, thinking that Mars felt quite realistic here. It was still just as desolate and deserted, and also the gravity was twice as strong here. David thought it was like a dream, and it was as if he was in his last fight from that life. The spectators also looked at him with a special awe, as if the guy was going to do something unique. But Catherine did not like his behavior. She said reprovingly that he found time to pose. But on the other hand, it meant that his condition seemed to be back to normal. Antaeus, however, also looked calm. He was the first to fire at the enemy. The battle began, but David didn't even look at his opponent, which annoyed Antaeus. But in fact, David was just coming up with a plan for this fight, and he finally finished it. A characteristic smile appeared on the guy's face as he dodged the first projectile. And then he continued dodging all the next shots, not forgetting the tactic he had just thought of. David knew that Antaeus posed no threat to him, for his target was Luna's other opponents. Antaeus himself also noticed that the level of this earthling was different from all the others. He was really strong. Therefore, the guy increased the intensity of shots, not realizing that he had fallen for David's trick. First of all, Antaeus couldn't hit him, though the distance was not too great. And David did not stop smiling, because a little more, and he would go to his plan. And the plan was to lure the guy with him and then attack him unexpectedly. David shot literally from behind his body, and Antaeus barely had time to put up his shield for a block. However, David didn't choose only one gun for nothing, as its power was very powerful. Antaeus had to back off a bit, and though he was surprised that the Earthling was capable of such a thing, but still the guy knew he was in his own environment, so he couldn't lose. He fired at David again, and he jumped back again, preparing for a counterattack. This time he emphasized both feet, ducked slightly, and fired one powerful volley. Antaeus still had his shield up, but now it was a mistake. It wasn't enough to hold back the onslaught of such a powerful rush, so his shield cracked. Antaeus was greatly surprised and frightened at the same time, having lost his defense. David's next projectile passed right near the lunar challenger's shoulder. That meant the end for Antaeus, and David aimed at him, telling him the match was over. Seeing the gun in front of his eyes, Antaeus thought that he had indeed lost. However, at this moment, David's heart suddenly stabbed again. This time the pain was even worse, and he even dropped the weapon from his hand. The judges watching the fight noticed that Antaeus seemed to have gotten lucky. And David thought that even though he had controlled the power of his superpower, the alien virus still showed itself. It happened at the most inopportune moment. He grabbed his chest and fell to his knees. Surprised, Antaeus watched him and quickly realized that in such a state, the guy was no threat to him. The lunar expert stood up, asking what was wrong with him, because just a second ago, he was invincible. And now he was suddenly in a state where even an inexperienced cadet could finish him off. Antaeus pulled his blade out of a special compartment in his armor and approached David. He said that although he didn't understand what had happened, this was a great opportunity for him to win. The audience also screamed at what David was doing, saying that the judges should stop the fight. All his friends were also worried about their friend. They didn't understand why he suddenly went down. Dina was equally impressed with what was going on. Plus, she had received a strange letter. Meanwhile, Antaeus thrust his blade into David's stomach, hoping that he would die quickly. David was sinking deeper and deeper to the bottom. It seemed that just a little more, and he would really die. But suddenly the guy heard something. It was the distant voices of his relatives and close people calling him to wake up. Here he saw his sister Dina and the head teacher Catherine in front of him. And then Magnus and Angela appeared, and David realized that he couldn't leave them all so easily. That wasn't all. The boy gathered the last of his strength and as if broke the ice over the river of his despair. This way he was able to get out of there and grab Antaeus' hands. He was surprised that the Earthman was still alive, and David looked at him with an eerie look. He squeezed his opponent's hands so that he could not dodge or escape in any way, and then shouted that he should have aimed for the head, after which he hit the guy himself. Antaeus' eyes popped out of their orbits from that blow, but David was already preparing his next attack. He tensed all his muscles, putting everything into one blow, which he directed at his opponent. And it worked. Antaeus' head went flying as if David had executed a volleyball serve. Mila cheerfully announced that Earth representative David Gaydon was moving on to the finals. Suddenly, however, the capsule carrying David revealed abnormal readings in the Earthling. Michael, who had been watching the fight, was surprised to notice the message. It came to him just now and was interfering a little, so the guy decided to open it. Only what he read there shocked Michael and made him even more worried about David.